And welcome everyone to week 6, day number 1 of the English coverage of the Chinese LPL. My name is Julian Pastry Time Car. Joining me on the desk for this evening is Matthew Fish Stewart and Jake Spawn Tiberi. Gentlemen, it's great to be finally back here for another week of LPL. We did have a break, of course, for IM Katowice. Two teams did compete. Unfortunately, the Chinese teams kind of played like they do at home, but didn't have as much success internationally.
Yeah, they certainly didn't. I mean, we sent Xiaogu, who were just before the undefeated run just ended before they left. However, wasn't really the best performance we were hoping out of them. RNG also carried a lot of the hope of the Chinese region, however, also fell short. So have to say, probably a disappointing result, and that they'll be looking to come back home, regroup, and try and have a strong performance going into MSI.
They still look like the Chinese teams that we know and love. They love to team fight in IEM, but they just couldn't really play around the huge macro play that IEM had in the previous tournament, so unfortunate for them.
To be honest, I kind of look at it, I saw the games, and I'm like, you know what? They just got Fnatic'd. That's all that happened. Fnatic did Fnatic things, as they love to do. They just, started team fighting, looked really strong. Had a nice run through the lower bracket of the tournament, and of course, SKT finally taking the win. It was fun to watch, and I think they did show what they're capable of.
Yeah, they certainly did. And the other thing, not only did they get Fnatic, I mean, we were on the other end of it. They just got spirited. That guy at IEM just looks like a monster, so he was able to show up one more time, have a really good tournament. Maybe something you hadn't necessarily thought he would be, and it was very nice to see.
It really was. And I think that, again, the teams are going to look to maybe improve on some of their performances. We are getting to kind of the business end, I think, of the season right now. We're halfway through cross-conference, if that makes sense. So this is the last week where teams from other groups will play each other, and then we'll go back to play a second round robin between the groups within themselves once again. So in some ways, it's sort of the last way to get points, outside of your group, which for some of the groups might feel a little easier for some of these teams.
Yeah, the cheeky points, the Group A are able to get over Group B's over to get over Group A, because Group B right now does seem to be the stronger of the group, much more competitive at the top of those standings. So we'll see whether that is the case, although we kick off today with 8th in Group B versus 1st in Group A. So I don't know whether that's going to be something that we are able to get.
Well, you're right, Pastry Time. It is huge for the two groups here, just because the wins that you get and the losses that you have in the cross-conference don't affect directly your ranking. You just get a little bit more points, but if you lose a match, you're not going to drop to another team that's just behind you. But still really important to pick up the wins and try and pick up as many as you can, since you only play cross-conference once.
Yeah, and we kind of heard about this from the teams that have played before, just with how strong QG and RNG have looked locally, even though, again, maybe the international performances were left a little lacking. I think these guys, they want to pick up their points, stay atop their group, because certainly for Royal, I think, in Group B, it could be a very rough ride home. Xiaogu, though, still seem like they're on top.
Yeah, they certainly do. Xiaogu are the team to beat in Group A at least, and right now that seems to be where they're going to stay. Group B is the interesting one. RNG, Invictus Gaming, EDG, OMG, I mean, the list goes on. There's just so many strong teams in that group, and we'll see who is going to come out as top dog. Right now, RNG looks safe, but EDG, you have to think, is starting to ramp up at this time of the year.
Yeah, that's right. You have RNG who were able to take the game off Xiaogu. They had an impressive run in IM as well, so they are the front runners of that group. But like Spawn did mention,
wasn't it impressive run?
It was a run.
Well,
yeah, they went and they attended the event. Anything that I'm going to be honest, anything that's not first for China just isn't good enough anymore. I mean, they've come second at 2 Worlds. They've won MSI. They've been very, very vocal about wanting to be the premier region in the world. And, if you keep losing to Korea, that doesn't seem to be the case right now.
I mean, I guess on the other side, a few teams have had a break. So there's a chance that maybe the other teams, we saw that after the Chinese New Year, teams felt much more revitalized and really started mixing up the standings. Is there maybe a thing here? Because QG and RNG, they didn't get their break. They had to play in the tournament that everyone else got a break for.
The LGD way. They've had a little bit more time. Let's see if they're able to bring it together, because this is a team that has struggled, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to see them play tonight against OMG, and, time heals all wounds, I am told. So hopefully there has been enough time for LGD to get it together.
And one of the teams that didn't get to have that time to rest was Xiaogu, so hopefully they're able to pick up a few points and tips in IEM and take something that they learned in the few games that they played over in Katowice and play off in today.
And I guess on the other side of that is you have to think about Xiaogu going international. We've heard about their roster. They've got lots of strong players on the bench, but they actually played Uzi the entire tournament. And Pekko's a great player. We talk about it all the time. Uzi versus Pekko is an interesting debate. They both seem very strong. But it's interesting to me that Xiaogu might be moving towards Uzi.
And it really depends who you talk to, because I've always been very firmly in the Uzi camp. I think that he is a strict upgrade because of how well he lanes and how many struggles Xiaogu has in the early game. So I think that for Xiaogu, Uzi is the way to go in saying that you cannot disrespect Pecco's team fighting, his positioning, and how well he's able to go into the later stage of the game.
Well, we are going to have a check-in with the standings. Like you mentioned, Xiaogu still on top there, 7-1.
LGD only one game out of playoff contention right now in Group A.
Well, it's their last week to steal points here, so we'll see if they can get it done as we check over with the Group B standing. 6-2 currently for Royal, also there for IG. EDG not far behind at 5-3, and even Vici and OMG in touching distance, perhaps at 4-4 apiece. We mentioned they were close. That group is particularly close.
Yeah, it certainly is. Group B is just, wow, what a group to be involved in right now. And Vici, yeah, they're the team that is on the receiving end. You know, they pick up Easy Hoon, they go out, they get Lung in the top lane, but it might not even be enough.
Well, it's going to be a little tricky here. We are going to check in with the schedule. OMG will play LGD for our second match of today. But do not forget, we'll start with HYG versus Xiaogu. You said it already, 8th place for that group versus the current top of their group. Going to be an uphill battle there, I think, in that one.
Yeah, it's going to be an uphill battle. As we take a look at Vincent on our stream for a little bit, it's going to be an uphill battle for both, I think. On one side, you've got the bottom of the table of Group B playing today in the first game, Hyper Youth Gaming. They're going to struggle. And then you have the bottom of Group A in LGD playing in game number 2. That's going to be an uphill battle as well. So maybe we'll see a little bit more out of the relative strengths of each of these groups.
I have to think so. As, again, we have to return to maybe our first match here is Uzi. I'm always excited to see Uzi play. Just such a fun player. I have to agree with Spawn in some sense that he is arguably a stronger player, at least on paper. And with the way he's been playing recently, certainly seems like he's been stepping up.
So I like what Spawn said. It really feels like it depends who you're going to be talking to, because I think that Pecco is the AD carry that should be starting for Xiaogu here. And Uzi, he plays really well when he's ahead, and credit to him. He often gets the team really far ahead as well. But I feel that Pecco all round is a little bit stronger because he can play from behind. He's not going to fall too far behind in lane.
That's actually not a strength. And Pecco does fall behind in lane really far historically. But let's go through the KDA rankings a little bit.
Yep.
As you see, Shiyang still on top of the list.
Impressive, to be honest, that Xiang sort of crept his way in there. Paul V, as Xiaogu have picked up some losses recently. As Chim in there, actually at the top of jungles right now. And Clearlove, he's getting there, but he has dropped pretty far from where he started.
He's gone. He's no longer got that 14 impressive KDA
He had
anymore.
22 at the start. He's really gone. He actually went through the whole of Split 1 with, what was it, an 18
Some
KDA?
absurd
And like
KDA.
a 36 on Lee Sin,
Yeah.
I think, for Split 1. This time around, that's...
And he was playing Nunu in that split as well, so don't forget, that's very impressive to get those sort of numbers. Xiaohu, though, currently atop of mid lane, but Doinby not too far away, and even Athena's starting to creep in there. Does feel like he's been playing a bit more for EDG as well.
Yeah, it certainly does. And Athena is the backup that they wanted to go get in the offseason, so it's good to see him play some more games. There's been some interesting rumors about another backup mid laner that EDG might be looking at the moment, but we'll see whether that eventuates. As you take a look, KDA for AD carry, Pecco is firmly atop.
Firmly on top, 14.3 here. Wu and Uzi just behind with 5.5 then. Two of the Xiaogu carries used to just be the Xiaogu KDA ranking, but now it's only the AD carries anymore.
Yeah, it feels like, 6 weeks into the season, or 5 weeks, I suppose, with week 6 here. Feels like some of our fun KDAs have started to drop away, unfortunately. We mentioned the demise of Clearlove's KDA already. As we're checking with the supports, 5's actually on top. OMG certainly been on the rise. I'd be curious to see how they play today against LGD.
Yeah, it certainly will be, because when you have a look at OMG, it is the... I'm going to say quintessential Chinese aggression, although the rest of the league really not known for that anymore. OMG are probably the last team that really just sticks to the we're going to team fight you and do it really, really well. They have very solid players in every single one of the lanes, and they just want to take it to teams right now.
OMG for this split really feels like the team that's refining their core identity and making sure that everything is gelling together properly for them. So they've taken a little bit of a shaky start from the start of the split, but now they're really, really getting it together.
Well, this is what I love about OMG as a team in general, is that they just never change. Like, the team always played aggressively. They played to team fight. They played to play together. And it feels like even though the members have changed, the organization has not. However, we are going to get to them later as we'll check with our first teams in our matchup. We're going to start over on the blue side, HYG, or Hyper Youth Gaming. It's been a struggle in the first 5 weeks of the LPL, but we are going to check in with their lineup. S17, Chimin, Kosu, XQ, and Shu. Probably the most surprising player on the team. Shu's a lot of fun to watch play, but we'll start in the top with S17. Once a glorious Lissandra player has definitely been mixing it up as the metagame has shifted.
And probably the beneficiary of most of the bans that you're going to throw at this HYG lineup. You don't want to let S17 get ahead. Chimin has been a good addition. Couple of Gragas games. That's why his KDA is so high right now, but we'll see whether he's able to continue the form that he brought into the first week of play.
Yeah, they threw Chumin into the jungle, and it's a huge impact for Hyper Youth Gaming. Was able to help them pick up their first win. Gosu into the mid lane here. He's been playing a wide variety of champions.
I still don't quite know what to think about Gosu,
His
to be honest.
positioning, he's a poke player that positions awfully. That's what I think. And, you know, he either gets it really right or really wrong and looks polarizing in every event.
In the bottom lane, we will have XQ and Sue here. The double X bot lane duo for Hyper Youth Gaming.
I like that. I like that a lot. As, again, the bottom lane. HYG in general, definitely a team that we did see them win. They picked up a win last week with Chimin, sort of revitalizing that roster like you mentioned, Fish. I feel like they're a team that, you know, they play as expected for a strong LSPL team. Try and win your lane, snowball from there. Definitely a little shaky at the top level, and they will struggle here potentially against QG, but you see what the plan is.
That's right. I really want to see if Chimin can once again have that huge impact from the jungle and make sure that this LSPL team, the previous LSPL team, can get that strong laning phase once again, dominate those lanes, and use that huge lead they get from the laning phase.
Hey, look who's sitting in the AD carry chair.
Hey, found him again. We'll go through them.
Xiaoguzi.
Xiaoguzi is back, as we are going to check in the team profile. What a segue of Xiaogu Reapers. Back from IEM. Hopefully the classic Chinese jet lag hasn't affected them too much. As
No
V
brown noodle
Swift,
soup over there, I hear.
V Swift, Doinby, Uzi, and more. There's no sandbagging quite like jet lag in Spawn. We are going to start in the top side. V, their top laner. Very impressive. Certainly been playing a few more carries, but very versatile as well.
The thing I like about V is that we thought he was a gold sync that, you know, could only play tanks. He started to step it up this split. Good Poppy, little bit more Fiora. So I do like what V has brought to the table for Xiaogu.
Well, there's Swift, of course, the jungler who pretty much sets the tempo for every single Xiaogu game, and the tempo is generally fast as Doinby there in the mid lane.
Doinby, he's probably the assassin player to watch here. See if he can once again try and go toe-to-toe against Gosu. I think he shouldn't have too much problems doing that. And then this is your man here, Uzi.
He's not my man. I just call it what it is. You know, you say playing from behind is a strength. Uzi doesn't know how to do it because he just never puts himself behind. He's an absolute beast when it comes to thing. He's playing with Moore, who's probably used to playing with TNT, or Pekko a little bit more. That is something that they were very vocal about. They have to teach Uzi how to play with someone like Moore. He was used to very aggressive supports like Makokatabe in the bottom lane. So we'll see whether that is something that does impact them. But I don't buy the, you know, he's good at laning, but he doesn't play from behind. Like, why do you have to play from behind? Like, if you are playing in a bottom lane with Uzi and your calling card is we don't know how to play from behind, I would really seriously question how you're getting behind with probably the best AD carry that walked on the planet in your bottom lane. Like, that just doesn't make sense to me.
Well, you can see here the story for Xiaogu. Pretty good across the board as far as averages go versus the rest of the LPL.
Yeah. They're an impressive unit to watch when they're firing. That's what I will say. Against RNG, they did get it handed to them a little bit in pick bans, but when they are actually firing, they are a very impressive team to watch.
Checking with the rest of the rankings there, Doinby and Swift. You can tell just how strong this duo are when they're working together. Pretty much holding top positions for stats across the board in the league. And I think this is one of the biggest things when we talk about Xiaogu, we always talk about the synergy and power of Doinby and Swift playing together.
And the interesting thing is, when you talk about mid lanes, you normally talk about their jungle duo. In Xiaogu, it's when you talk about a jungle, you talk about his mid lane duo. Because Doinby will get out of his lane and help Swift out just as much as what Swift will get into Doinby's lane and help him out. It's a really unique relationship, one we haven't necessarily seen before. The willingness of Doinby to actually sacrifice his resources to give it to Swift throughout the early mid game. It makes them very, very different from other laners.
Really shows how much trust Doinby has in Swift to make sure to help him out, sacrifice the power that he could potentially get in mid lane by staying in mid lane to help the jungle out, knowing that Swift will be able to impact the game significantly more if he's able to do so.
To be perfectly honest, I would probably trust Swift, given how strong he is as a player. He had an amazing debut last year from the jungle. Again, I said it already, Swift sets the tempo for every single Xiaogu game. There's a reason Doinby listens to him. He's usually right.
Yeah, he's also the big playmaker for the team. I mean, when QG broke Def's Jinx record, it was Swift on Nocturne that was able to get it done. He is an X factor every time he plays.
Glad you remind me. As HYG and QG are going to take the champ select for our first game here. Poppy, the first ban there from HYG, going to be taken off the board. Kalista also banned away. Zed will follow. The Doinby Zed certainly been getting some attention, but I haven't seen it just yet, as Corki also going to get banned away.
Throwing an assassin ban towards Xiaogu here, so showing that Hyper Youth Gaming have a lot of respect for Doinby on these assassins, and Lulu It's going to be the next ban out coming from Half Youth Gaming, as Nidalee will be the return ban from Xiaogu. So that means Gragas is left open during the pick and ban phase. We could potentially see Chimin pick that up for the 3rd time in a row.
And let's just talk about how strong Nidalee must be if Xiaogu were banning it on the red side, because Swift is a very, very good Nidalee player. So still do not want to see that going through, and it's actually naughty.
Yeah, I kind of like this. I mean, it's usually a counter to Kalista, who is banned, of course, by Xiaogu on the red side, but just a strong tank. We've seen a lot of teams blind pick Nocturne, and not Nocturne, that would be great, Nautilus, and have success with the champion in top lane.
The best lane swapping tank is the way that I describe Nautilus. So good laner in his own right, but in a lane swap will do very good with very little resources because it gets inherently tanky and can pick up cheeky CS from around the map.
And on top of that, not only is he inherently tanky, he has the most crowd control in the game, so he's able to use his skill.
Does he have the most crowd control in the game?
Yep.
More than Sejuani?
More than Sejuani.
Is it hard CC or soft? I feel like Sejuani has like a million slows.
Yeah. Sejuani has a million slows, so give it that.
Now I'm missing that stat we had at one point.
How many CCs do Gragas and
there was something in
bring?
there. Sorry, we'll come back later. From Gragas, other selections there for Xiaogu. Speaking of pretty epic CC, Chimin is going to have to show us something else. He's only played 2 games. They were 2 wins for HYG, but he only showed us Gragas. It'll be interesting to see what he brings out. They're currently hovering Kindred, but could move away depending on where HYG want to go.
The other thing we should do when we calculate CC fish is every time, like, it depends how many people are around Nautilus. Because technically, his ult has 5 in itself, you know? Like, I feel like that needs to be factored in.
Well, technically, it's passive as 5 in itself. He can hit everybody on the team once.
Oh.
It took a long time for Nautilus.
There's something here.
Hit everyone
with
Depends on your build, man. Depends on your build.
Unfortunately, like, Tiamat doesn't help you proc snares. That would be pretty
Get the Rage
epic.
Blade in there.
As there's Elise actually for Chimin, not Kindred. And Siva going to be the selection. Starting to see her creep back into popularity, it feels like.
Yeah, the change that allows Ricochet to create... I probably should let Fish take this one since he is the AD carry player, but also very good laning phase, can just shove people under turret. Good lane swapper, fantastic ultimate, the utility around the Rift. In a turret-heavy meta, Siva will always rise to the top because of the way she facilitates team movement around the map.
Makes perfect sense for Hyper Youth Gaming as well, because they want to get ahead in that lane and transition into a mid-game team fight. Siva's on the hunt provides that utility. And now that you can see crits coming in as well from the bouncing blades, it's just going to be even more impactful.
And one of the oldest counters.
Yeah,
You know,
he locked it in.
Vayne. Yeah, there was a big grin on his face. I was like, he's going to do it. Uzi locked in Vayne for himself, probably because no one else on the team would let him pick it. And this is one of the oldest counters. You know, you throw it in lane with something like Janna, although this time around it has Braum. And as long as you get out of the range of that boomerang, you're able to duel incredibly well against the Siva as a Vayne.
Certainly are. We've seen a lot of Siva last year. This started being developed as a counter. So I like that Uzi feels comfortable going back to it. It's a signature champion for the man. As Lissandra also locked in. Could be for Vic, could be for Doinby, but you can see, does feel like Xiaogu starting to give a lot to Uzi here in this first game.
It does really feel like they're going to give a lot to Uzi. And I really like the Lissandra pickup coming in from Xiaogu here, and I especially like the Gragas pickup. Taking the Gragas away from Chimin, he's shown that he's really, really comfortable on that champion. I like that. The Lissandra pickup gives them that final flex pick, so if they want to throw a counter pick into the mid lane, they could do that, and they could just throw Lissandra into the top lane or into the lane swap. It's a really, really nice draft so far coming in from Xiaogu.
Well, last 2 picks here from HYG. So they've got almost 10 seconds or so to decide on these final ones. Currently have Ryze and Bard hovered, but I guess we'll see where they want to go with their last picks. Can kind of do anything. They've got a strong, easy tank that can lane swap. They've got a good jungler, got a great, safe AD carry. But it seems like they are going to lock these down. That is a Ryze. The Q change, bringing him back.
Yeah, Nerf is passive, only give him 5 spells, but just extra 40 damage on his Q. Play him.
I mean, that was the change. We're clearly on 6.4, given that Siva's also been locked in here for HYG. Hopefully, they've got the patch right. Otherwise, they could look a touch silly. But Bard, of course, is the final pick as well. Bard Siva is a curious lane.
So I'm going to caveat this with I can't play Ryze.
Okay.
But I talk to a lot of people that can play Ryze. And the thing is, if you get your stacks to 3, you can throw out a Q, nail it, and you can get 3 Ws off still. 3 Ws should be enough to kill a Vayne. So you can no longer just run like 1 threat comp, because Ryze should still be able to keep someone snared up for 3 seconds, which in theory should be long enough for Nautilus to get on top of it, Elise to get on top of it, and make her life miserable. Throw it in with a Siva, who always helps gap close. Ryze can still get multiple spell rotations out. he used to be able to get 13 spells
That's
if he
a
comboed
lot.
it properly. Now he can get 5. So that's just a little bit of perspective about how many spells he's lost.
It's going to be 5 spells, but with that additional damage as well, he's going to be bursting someone down a lot quicker with those 5 spells.
Wow, there's a tree.
Yeah, there is a Maokai actually in this game. There was a second where I saw Morgana. I was like, oh, they're picking Doinby's champion. I saw Maokai, and in my head, I'm like, this could still be Doinby's champion. He's going to go over to B, though. He's done it. Don't question the man.
I would like
As
to see that tree in the mid lane again.
Looks to be the mid lane pickup. That does, of course, leave Maokai over on the QG side. And I feel like we've gone back a season almost. Spawn, 2015 LPL seems to be back. Uzi's playing well again. He's back in a lineup. We've got Maokai. We've got Siva. Ryze is apparently still good. Who knows?
At this time last year, people forget, OMG was sitting on the top of the league with their super team just formed.
Yep.
Undefeated. OMG were like wrecking kids, and everything went wrong in about 2 weeks' time just before playoffs, but that does feel a little bit like a blast from the past.
Well, hopefully Uzi hasn't carried that curse with him as he is going to start today in game number 1. You see the team compositions though. Nort, Elise, Ryze, Siva and Bard over on the HYG side with Maokai, Gragas, Lissandra, Vayne and Braum. That feels very AD carry focused to me.
Yeah, it certainly does. And, you know, on the other side of the rift, you have to say that they've given a lot of power over to Gosu and XQ as well. Hopefully, Shu can have a really fun Bard game because he is someone that we watch on Hyper Youth Gaming. And, you know, talk about winning lanes, Bard definitely someone that brings that to the table. So I like the look of Hyper Youth Gaming's roster. It's about now whether they can make it work.
Well, certainly is going to be, but we are going to get ourselves into our first game. It's time to get on to Summoner's Rift. And we're out on the Summoner's Rift for our first game of the evening. Week 6 of the LPL has now officially begun as HYG and Xiaogu will take the Rift for the first
Swift,
game.
Shout out to Spirit across the river, although that wasn't Spirit's skin.
No.
That is the Fnatic skin, and Spirit played it against him. So, you know, Swift giving a little bit of love to one of his Korean friends.
Yeah, probably remembers those matches fondly, I will say. But I do like the skin choice there over on Swift, who's Gragas. I think it's been a bit up and down, was certainly strong back again.
Polarizing.
Polarizing is fair, but did show its potential and how strong he could be on it last year once again, going with our theme of the fact that we've apparently gone through a league meta time warp with today's current picks, but it does seem like XQ is moving to the top side of the map, so it could be lane swappy time.
Lane swap time coming in for Hyper Youth Gaming. Seems like they don't want to either run into this Vayne or they want to accelerate the game a little bit, get that lane swap going. Gragas will be starting on the red side of the jungle, so we do have the potential for Bard to walk in and do a little bit of disruption.
Oh, no magical journey level 1. That could have been really stealth.
Could have really snuck in there.
Oh, both teams actually going to move on to their Raptor camp. This is what we've seen more and more out of the Chinese lineups. Means the support has to go searching to see if they can find them and gives across level 2. That's what will happen.
Does find him.
Oh, he got one.
Oh, well. More 9 gold. Nailed it.
More importantly, denies the level 2, which slows down the jungling quite a fair bit. On the other side of the rift, you can see that Swift does have a level 2. We'll be able to power through just a little bit quicker.
Meanwhile, we take a look at the mid lane. Doinby already getting a little bit of damage down onto Gosu, so putting the pressure onto Hyper Youth Gaming's mid laner quite early. As we are going to see both the junglers and the top laners go through the other side of their own jungles, clearing out as much as possible before they get into the lanes and start that really, really quick push that we're used to seeing in the lane swap.
Well, we'll have to see how quickly they do push. Siva, of course, pretty practiced at this. XQ building a wave up, but should be okay as Uzi and Mora going back. They push the wave in, but they're not going to the turret.
This is really dangerous. If they don't shove the top wave hard now, that's going to be such a huge minion stack that they're able to feed over to Uzi. He does have to survive the dive. You feel like it is going to come 4v2, but they do have a teleport on V, and this has the potential right now to go horribly wrong for Hyper Youth Gaming if they do not execute this flawlessly.
Hyper Youth Gaming are now going to move on to the red buff inside the jungle, so they're going to try and take that one game away. You're going to have to see if they do go for that dive up in the top lane, or if they're going to just send 17 down into the bottom lane. Looks like they're going to opt for the latter. Nautilus was going to recall. Simply walking back now.
So that's actually huge for Uzi. He has just picked up so much free gold that should have run into a turret. You know, you can see they're still milling around a little bit. Nautilus actually did come back to the top side. And they're going to insist on a lane swap here.
And this is going to be free gold going on over to a Vayne. Definitely the champion from the side of Xiaogu that you want to get that gold onto. And you want to get him farming up. Hyper Gaming now just going to be running all over the map, it seems. Bard's moved into the mid lane. Elise is roaming around the jungle. Sivir is going to head back to base. And now Nautilus. He's going to be snuck up in that top lane. So they're insisting on the lane source. Seems like they don't want to throw the 2-on-2 lane against each other.
Yeah, and it's just because, you know, the Vayne will come out ahead. So they're trying to get an advantage around macro play. However, in the meanwhile, it's actually cost them about 500 gold. So you have to give credit to QG. Swift is farming up very, very nicely. You know, top lane and AD carry, pretty much everywhere that isn't mid lane right now has an advantage.
Well, you can see Uzi getting a nice bit of poke down there onto the knot, but he is going to start pushing in relatively aggressively now that he does have the dagger on the Vayne. And this is a sight I haven't seen in a while. Uzi farming a lane solo in a lane swap. It's not freezing at this time, though. It's more, he's on guard duty. He's not even hanging out, getting some experience.
So the good thing about Moore's positioning is that he will be able to, you know, stand behind a minion, something like that, to be able to get out of dodge. But he also isn't taking experience. That gives it all over to the Vayne and will mean that Uzi powers up even quicker because of catch-up mechanics. Moore should be fine, still get to level 6 in not that long of a time, as we do have a brief pause.
They're funneling gold onto Vayne. They're funneling experience onto Vayne. And who better than Uzi to funnel all of this on? And what better champion than Vayne to funnel all of this on? Seems like Xiaogu really, really wants Uzi to get going, especially on this champion.
Yeah, it certainly does. And, you know, that's actually just smart movement because they saw that the wave was being stacked up. Uzi had already shoved his to turret. He's like, I can go into that lane without diving. Hyper Youth Gaming don't even try and risk the dive in the end, which I think is a massive misplay. They should have been a lot of gold. They should have been able to force him off at least. And yeah, so in the end, QG get a huge lead.
I'm really curious to see how this impacts the laning phase coming in from Hyper Youth Gaming as well, because they're traditionally known as a team that wants to stay in those traditional lanes. They want to get their traditional lane matchups and snowball ahead from the laning phase. Now that Uzi's running them all around the map, making sure that he can go and farm all the red dots.
No, they're running Uzi around the map. They initiate the swap. Uzi matches it. So he's like, give me standard lanes. This is Hyper Youth Gaming's specialty. Uzi's like, okay, put me in the lane versus him. Once again, they recall run away. This isn't Uzi running them around the map. They're running themselves around the map, trying to avoid a Vayne of all champions. And you know what? Eventually, she's going to find you because she's a hyper-scaling AD carry. So I actually think that, you know, Hyper Youth Gaming, as soon as the first swap goes through, you just shove out the wave. You're like, you know what? He's found us. Stay the standard lanes. We're going to burn the teleport into the bottom lane. Instead, they get S17 so far behind now. Like, he's nowhere near V. The mid lane's well and truly isolated. Even Chimin in the jungle has lost his whole jungle because now Swift is on the weak side of the map farming instead of being on the strong side of the map. And you have to just really question how Hyper Youth Gaming played that lane. So that was not good.
That was the other thing I wanted to ask you was that, is there something wrong with how Swift was playing that? Because I thought they were going to dive topside, and Swift was jungling on the other side of the jungle. Obviously, he needs to take that side. They're trying to jungle vertically. But I feel like I just didn't know he was there. Because they're like, he must be in top lane.
Yeah, so you saw that V actually warded the Raptor camp when they went back because he was trying to spot out where the jungler was, and he warded the opposite camp of where Swift was. So that was a really nice ward. They knew he wasn't there. And at the same time, V still had teleport and he's a Maokai, so a lot of CC. Dive would have been difficult, but I feel it was the right call.
Well, makes sense here, but we are in this situation now as Swift and V actually going to group up and meet this wave as XQ and Shu continuing to dodge the Vayne. That does, of course, mean that Moore's moved down as well. So it did spy that Uzi was solo by himself. Level 5 Vayne versus a level 2 tank, Nautilus. Good luck, S17.
Yeah, this actually gets horrible. In fact, Vayne's a really good top laner, apart from the fact that, you know, if you get ganked, it's going to be difficult. But when you know where Chimin is, the 1v1 should go in Vayne's direction all day long. So we'll see whether that continues to be the case.
This just feels like it's gone from bad to worse, because Xiaogu have a 800 gold lead ahead of Hyper Youth Gaming. It's only 5 minutes into the game, but you look at all the CS, 10 to 24 from the top laner. The jungler is double ahead. Swift is double onto Chimin right now. Vayne is slightly ahead on CS as well. It's only the mid lane here between HYG and Xiaogu that is currently even. So Hyper Youth Gaming...
And worse than anything, Uzi's actually stacked up the wave, and it's going to push against S17. So, you know, there is pretty much no hope that he's going to be able to get any form of farm at this stage of the game.
And you can see XQ I think, trying to replicate this, but Wave is going to push in, and V's going to happily continue to collect farm and experience. He's a Maokai, everything should be A-OK. Level 4 right now with more in the back pocket just in case. The Swift is even coming topside now.
Yeah, he's just giving good jungle presence for Uzi, who once again has made sure that that wave's reversing. It will eventually push back now because of some unlucky cannon mechanics. As Chimin also on this top side of the map, you know, he's not too far behind Swift, is the same level, has taken primarily jungle camps while Swift very greedy, took some lane ones for himself.
Taxi the lane, but his lane is still coming ahead on that CS. Now, finally, the top lane wave is going to bounce back. So 17
They're actually pinging out onto Swift right now.
looking for a magical journey gets popped. They take that one a little bit late, Hyper Youth Gaming. It's Gosu going a little bit aggressive, trying to turn the tables onto Doinby. But finally, 17 picking up a little bit of farm for himself up in the top lane. He actually has Bard up in the top lane to help the top lane Nautilus out. Jimin's going to find Swift.
This is interesting, but could be problematic. 2v3 currently as Chimin starting to get jumped on. Uzi's wanting to threaten, but the TP is going to come in as well from V. Lock up there does come up, but the repel from Elise is going to keep her safe for now. That's going to be Chimin trying to flash out of it, but Uzi gets stunned on the back end as well. They are going to keep chasing. They want to look for the first blood, but Doinby now locked up. He's going to get CC'd, and Bard, of all champions, is going to claim first blood. Uzi needs the Night Hunter passive to do a little bit more work, but he's blind right now. He'll get himself cocooned, and Chimin maybe can make it for the execute. He's going to go under. He does get executed.
And that's actually really good for Hyper Youth Gaming. That play right there has actually evened out the farm because V teleported. In the meanwhile, you know, XQ stays in the bottom lane, equalizes that massive CS advantage, and they're able to pick up a kill. QG playing the early game well, but as time and time again we saw at Katowice, they just fumble it a little bit.
This was really good. They locked down Chimin for quite some time, but watch how he gets out of this. He'll come down, immediately flash Cocoon Uzi. So he's like, no, you're not getting anywhere close, just runs around the map, and this means the AD carry's gone. So Xiaogu have no way to defend underneath this turret. They lock down Doinby, pick up first blood. And Hyper Youth Gaming, they have now equalized that gold lead that Xiaogu had after the interesting lane swaps that we saw take place in the early stages of the game with that first blood.
Now with that, V going to continue his farming quest. Does free up a little bit of space still, but of course used that teleport. Doinby in the meantime is going to collect his blue buff. Swift going to go ahead and donate that one over. There's more. He's continuing to roam. He's only level 4 right now, but again, not too much of an issue here as the AD carries are getting some bit of extra gold and experience as we are sticking to the lane swap. Currently is Gosu also going to get that blue.
And you see that XQ has picked up a cull for his trouble as well at this stage of the game. So the longer we stay in non-aggressive lanes, the further this Civil will continue to scale up, get ahead of the Vayne. A little bit of a jungle invade on the weak side of the map right now for Swift. Needs to be careful here, actually.
He's actually standing on top of a ward. So HYG know that he's trying to take this one away.
Here comes the Rise and the bottom lane.
And they're going to try and rotate up. Swift is able to clear the camp and is now running deeper into Hyper Youth Gaming territory. They have 4 people trying to collapse on Disgragus.
He has to think that they can't see him. He's actually going to go straight into the base. I think he's going to have to look for the execute, which unfortunately makes the buff steal a little bit awkward, but we'll see what he can get done. He wanted to recall, but the little sneaky cannon minion saw him. Bard's going to flash in, and that's his second kill of the game.
And he's got a red buff. He's now an obnoxious laner as well. So in the end, definitely not worthwhile for the Xiaogu jungler. This is what we say about Swift, you know, polarizing. When that works, he looks like a genius. Right now, he just looks like a little bit of a mad scientist.
He does look like a mad scientist. This looks like an angry tree as well. V trying to engage onto the Amazonian woman. This Chimin now going to walk down into the bottom lane.
Members coming as well. That's going to be a turret dive. Swift trying to get down in time, but V probably going to have to get the heck out of dodge.
That execute might cost him a little bit. Chimin instead going to try and take down Gromp first, so Rise just happy feeding across the river for now. But meanwhile on the top lane, Moore, he's going to get locked underneath the turret. 17 gets a 2-on-1 kill.
And they're trying to go for it, but Uzi actually can't finish that one off, even with the ultimate. I feel like they called for an aggressive dive, and S17 now level 7. Had the ulti, used it, and got out of that easily. Didn't even have to burn the flash. Let's go, Su. He's going to continue farming up, but Xiaogu feels like the early game looked really good, and then all of a sudden, really not so good as Swift takes his own red buff this time. Uzi is working on this turret. He's not going to get it just yet, because Shu, the 2-0 bug with red buff, is playing Gatekeeper.
Yeah, exactly right. You know, you got to say that Uzi, he got himself ahead. Disaster strikes around the rest of the map. You know, some good map movement out of HYG. Fantastic vision above all else. Spots out a couple of aggressive invades, and now QG starting at square one. This is what they're known for, you know, inconsistent early games. This is why they have to team fight so well, because they just put themselves in weird deficits.
Weird deficits they have put themselves in for now. And Hyper Youth Gaming, they're known for their early laning phase. And despite all of the interesting map moves we saw, they are going to get that early laning phase advantage as they do pull ahead slightly. They do have a 500 gold leader here against Xiaogu after they've picked up three kills in this game. And they are going to be able to pick up one Dragon, but it's Xiaogu who pick up the Rift Herald. And the top lane Uzi is going to return up there with that buff to try and take down the first tower of the match.
Yeah, but meanwhile, Hyper Youth Gaming picked up the turret for themselves. So, you know, probably going to be the second one. There's a lot more jungle pressure now on this side of Summoner's Rift. Swift trying to get aggressive one more time. You have to say that V has been the big beneficiary of this against Sivir, who has really no kill pressure. Has built himself up a CS lead. Would have been even further, you know, if Moore hadn't have suicided against S17. But you can't always get what you want, Fish. You can't always get what you want.
Certainly not. And A20 also got the Dragon in that last exchange. So Xiaogu are going to answer this turret. They're actually going to try and deny off some of these creeps. But they attack pretty fast. Uzi's looking for that last hit. He doesn't get it just yet. The minions, though, are going to help him out. And we will trade those turrets now. So gold pretty close here in this one. As Doinby and Gosu, they've been isolated for a while, just hanging out. But Doinby already found himself up that Abyssal Scepter despite the death.
And you have to say that even though Rise was, to all extents and purposes, gutted, still looks like he's doing relatively well in that mid lane. So Gosu definitely on the right track with this champion. See how quickly he can get that Rod of Ages up and start scaling into a mid-game point. Really do think Rise is a little bit more of a mid-game carry now rather than a late game. But we'll see what build comes out. Really actually like Luden's Echo now on him, just because of the movement speed. I used to hate the item on him and be very vocal about that. But right now, because you need to be able to weave in and out of fights and get multiple runs of your passive on, seems to be a pretty good item.
We'll have to see what items he does pick up because he is sitting on that tier and looking for the Rod of Ages next. So we are going to take a look at Chimin here. The impressive jungle of Hyper Youth Gaming, his third game for the team. He's going to be walking around the jungle a little bit on Xiaogu's side, trying to clear that one up. We do have standard lanes once again. The AD carries and supports will be up in the top lane, but this time it's going to be Swift trying to get a gank onto 17. He's going to get locked down. He does have his flash available. He's taken down incredibly low. He's going to hook onto the turret, but the Maokai is going to follow him with the twisted advance. Knocked back from Gragas. Picks up the first kill for Xiaogu.
Yeah, really nicely played there out of V and Swift. In the meanwhile, top lane turret will be taken by the Bard Sivir combo. Bard just way too strong at this point in the game with his 2 kills.
Swiftness boots.
I'm not even joking.
I agree.
He'll hit you like a truck. He's got his ulti and everything.
Swiftness boots, just going to walk around, try and find some chimes, snack those meeps up.
Well, you can see Chimin also there on the top side. So V's going to work on this tower in the bottom as we are going to continue trading structures cross-map here. But HYG, again, getting that first tower. They have the Sivir power.
I've been a proponent for a very long time that supports actually dictate whether it's a winning or losing lane in the bottom lane. Bard, only strengthens my philosophy with that because you can put Bard with anything, anyone's lane. Bard Twitch has, ridiculous level 2 power. And, when would you ever expect to say that about a Twitch?
Bard's great. Well, Uzi is going to hold the wave in that top side. Again, continuing the trend of trying to get farm where he can. V got locked up, and there's the Cook out of S17. Bard's going to follow with it. More CC. V's going to try and flash out, but the magical journey was preset there. Didn't take him too far, but far enough to get over the ledge and onto V. As Doinby's also trying to threaten the Maokai, though, a little too tanky. As Sivir did burn that ultimate. V, though, kind of shrugs it all off.
Yeah, and the problem was that Sivir didn't get there for a very long time, and Spirit Visage already completed, so that was a lot of magic damage trying to chop down this big tree. XQ wasn't able to get there in time. You feel if he was able to, that would have been a much different tale. But this is why Maokai was so popular last year. When you're running primarily magic damage with one AD dealer, Maokai is a huge solo tank in a game. Very, very hard to take down for a Sivir.
That's a really good item path build as well. Picking up the Spirit Vicious synergizes so well with his passive. Gives that regeneration he needs as well. And V, he has been doing pretty well in this game. 99 CS picked up in comparison to 17, who only has 56. So he's been the benefactor of this massive CS lead. So we are going to take a look in the top lane once again. Oh, look at who it is. Suzy. Seems like he's been up here for a while.
He lives here now. He's still 3 levels ahead of S17 as well. So he's even going to try and have a go at that turret. You can see Silver Bolt's damage now maxed out. Starting to do some work with the Blade of the Ruined King as well. And S17 can't really stay here 1v1.
I am the top laner now.
Well, certainly is.
And told him, I don't need you. Go help Swift or someone. Get out of my
Go
lane.
be a mid laner more.
I mean, I think Moore's done a fair amount of mid laning at this point. He's level 6 though, so we'll have the ultimate to bring if anything does break out. Although, we mentioned it already, the sort of going back in time feel that this game does have to it. This is a lot of how Uzi Vane's used to play. You just get him farm, get him his initial items, and then eventually he takes over the mid to late game and crushes people.
Yeah, give him boots 2 and a Zeal item right now, and he'll go absolutely bonkers. Completely agree with you. Needs to be careful of Gosu's rise, but apart from that, should be able to run over the top of the other team. So see whether that is a self-fulfilling prophecy or whether Gosu can pull his team over the line in this match.
Well, he is working towards that slowly. He has his Blade of the Ruined King, picked up a Zeal on his back just then. And there's a dagger on top of that, so slowly completing that Zeal item.
And they have good wave clear here because, you know, Spirit's gone with, not Luden's Echo. Jungle item.
Runic Echo.
Runic Echo.
That's the one.
So should be able to help out with some wave clear, you know, as well as Doinby. So I wouldn't be surprised if it's a Phantom Dancer, actually. A little bit more dueling potentially against a Rise in a split push situation. Help him out there. So see whether that is the pickup.
People starting to really cotton onto that item as well. So be curious to see what Uzi's current Vayne preferences are. Dragon's up though. HYG already have one. Xiaogu going to look to start this one.
Cost of Phantom Dancer was reduced slightly as well, so a little bit cheaper too.
Yeah, we changed the passive around a little bit more movement speed when you're running towards someone, a little bit. Wow, actually stole it.
Elise is going to steal that. Doinby is now going to try and dive into the back lines. Only gets the damage down onto the Bard, who gets a nice Step of Fate onto the support. 17's getting into position. The Riptide not going to slow anyone, but Uzi's now been locked down. He's desperately trying to take down as many people as he can. Doinby working on the back line, but it's not going to be enough. Uzi is just powering through this HYG front line. Doinby now going to have to flash out, gets the heal from Uzi, but now it's going to be that Vayne that's walking towards the front line. Xiaogu coming out on top here. They have 3 kills, but they still want more. V desperately looking for it, as the Boomerang Blade is not going to be able to take down the low health members.
What a team fight, honestly, out of QG. You know, very good steal out of Chimin there, but then able to turn it on. They trade 3 for 1 in the end. Uzi nearly fell down at the very end of it, but only Swift the casualty. And you'll have to say that they'll take that because whilst they're down in objectives, they're up in gold.
You can see here, Doinby is zoning them all away. But watch when this fight splits, how Uzi starts playing the terrain.
Yeah, he's able to get towards the brush, gets himself out of the snare, then is able to kite back incredibly well. Stuns up the Nautilus because he's all the CC, dishes damage out to everyone else in the fight. And you have to say that majority of the flashes in that team fight were burnt trying to escape from the Vayne. Same time, in live, Elise has just picked up a kill on the Braum.
Chimin just keeps doing good things for his team. Again, does pick up a kill, just stole the Dragon there as well. HYG still find themselves ahead in this game, but the gold lead is pretty much irrelevant given how small it is at this point. We're still early on here. As HYG do have some things to hold on to, but it does feel like Xiaogu starting to get towards that powerful mid game that this team and this team comp in particular is often known for. There's 17. He's going to be busy clearing out some waves. Still behind pretty far in gold from the earlier lane swaps, and V, he's just riding high on the Maokai still. Now got a Chain Vest building in towards that second item. And we've got the Rod of Ages now for Doinby as well. After it completed Abyssal, that's quite a delayed build, but he'll be nice and strong when that charges up fully.
Yeah, and the thing is, you know, when you have a Vayne, when you have a Maokai, you're not in a rush with the game anyway. So, Rod of Ages second, not going to be a huge deal. As Swift steals away another red buff. Will retain his life this time, however, so that is a positive trade.
No longer wandering into the wrong base. Hyper-Youth Gaming moving into this Baron pit. It looks like they want to go and try for a sneaky Baron play. I don't think they've been spotted by any of these
have
wards.
Absolutely no idea.
Hyper-Youth Gaming are going to be able to pick up a 20-minute Baron. That literally just spawned, and nobody from the side of QG is close enough.
No,
they did put some pings down, but this Baron's going down. That's 1,500 health. Hyper-Youth Gaming just picked up a 20-minute Baron.
And this is something that Rise used to be able to do, and seems like can still do on this patch. You know, throw in an Elise for good measure that can take it up with the Spiderlings. Doesn't necessarily need armor. That's a huge lead at this point of the game. And QG are like, oh,
we need to pause. Baron shouldn't be alive yet. Still Rift Herald, please.
Maybe that's a tactical pause.
It looks like it's HYG's pause. So it actually might be like, you know, we got Baron. Does that mean we win? Excuse me. Why is the game still going?
Laning phase is over? How are we still in this match?
Well, they are. It seems like Xiaogu are going to be able to take a turret relatively soon. So the goal's actually surprisingly even. given that we just saw a 20-minute... I'm still in shock that we saw a 20-minute Baron, but I guess it's after the pause, what can they do with the Baron that they've picked up?
Yeah, and that's a big question. You know, they're a very medium-range composition. Siva, not known for her long range and her siege potential. We'll see whether she is able to pull it together and start knocking down these structures. Great wave clear. That's what we keep going back to. But can you actually get it done on Summoner's Rift? So see how much of a gold lead this does allow them to pick up.
So you did mention, Spawn, that they picked up the Rod of Ages on Lissandra, and they don't really have to rush anything. They don't mind sitting back and relaxing since they have the Maokai, they have the Vayne scaling. But now that Baron buff is on Hyper Youth Gaming, do they have to be a little bit more proactive?
They need to just, like, you know, batten down the hatches a little bit and just weather the storm, because no one plans to get 20-minute Barons, right? That definitely wasn't in the playbook, but we'll see whether they're able to just wave clear out. We mentioned, you know, Lissandra, Gragas, even the Maokai can help out in that regard. Allow Uzi to split push, because there's still no one that can really 1v1 him at the moment. So I think that they do have the ability to weather this storm.
Well, we are back in again, as Uzi does take that bottom outer turret and get the gold pretty much within 1,000. It's just, again, what HYG can get done with their newly acquired Baron buff. I do like the call, very ballsy from HYG. But Xiaogu, again, happy to play patiently as Uzi does get a Hextra again, also finish that Static Shiv. So no Boots 2 just yet, but does not go for the PD we thought he maybe was interested in.
So he does have his Seal item completed along with that Hex Drink to try and survive some of the magic damage that the top side of Hyper Youth Gaming can deal to the AD carry. But we are going to see HYG group up in the mid lane with their Baron buff. They do have the Cannon Minion chipping away at the outer turret in the mid lane. The rest of Xiaogu are going to group up as well, desperately trying to defend as one member. Surprise, surprise, Uzi is not going to be grouped up, instead opting to try and farm out the remaining jungle camps on the map, trying to pick up as much gold as possible. And look at this, that is a massive minion that is going to be battering down this turret.
That guy's a beast.
Banner of Command being picked up as the second item on the least.
I like it. I mean, definitely pairs in nicely with the Baron. Unfortunately for HYG, Uzi was ready there with the true damage to spoil that particular party. But again, they do get one turret. They're starting to get a little further ahead in gold as they're now 2k up. Xiaogu, though, just going to try and hold the fort. Only really have to stop this for a couple of minutes. Vayne should be able to deal with the creeps relatively easily. And I feel like if HYG don't get massive damage done with the Baron, it is, again, a good play to keep themselves afloat in gold and at least even slightly ahead. But you really want to start breaking down a lot of structures with a Baron, even an early one. And I feel like if they can't do that, what's the early Baron worth other than the gold it gave you?
Yeah, exactly right. Right now they've gone, I guess, 1-1 in turrets with the Baron because Uzi took bottom lane whilst they were taking it. So they've got a turret with it and the gold of the Baron, which was about 1,000. So right now, not using it very effectively at all. We'll see whether they are able to turn it on. V currently in the top lane, letting the wave push back towards him a little bit. He's going to pick up a lot of farm. And QG, honestly, even though they lost the Baron, everything's still going to plan. They're still scaling into the late game. They still have a brilliant team comp. And the pressure is on HYG to move around this map and start to out-macro the QG squad.
So with the Baron buff running out on the side of HYG, it might have just even felt like a little bit of a hiccup almost for QG. Not too impactful just yet, but they are still trying to work onto this bottom lane inner turret. They've taken that down incredibly low. The Baron buff is out on the side of Hyper Youth Gaming, so Xiaogu can now try and defend the siege as they would normally. But they still do have a Sivir that's going to be able to push the lanes incredibly fast. Hyper Youth Gaming, knowing the Dragon's going to respawn, trying to rotate to pick up Dragon number 3 for themselves.
Yeah, and number 3 is a big call here. You know, that's even more movement speed for the Ryze, allows them to get around. We'll see if they want to fight here in a choke point.
Oh, that's his flash in onto the Ghost, who's going to try and take out the Ryze, but could be problems there as Doinby. Massive snare into ulti, gets him off, but Uzi eats a Tempered Fate in the backlines. HYG, though, sort of running around the place as the front lines are just going to chase them down. S17 gets stunned up. He should fall here if he can make it through the magical journey, but Uzi makes sure to shut that down.
Yeah, and in the end, Uzi goes absolutely bonkers in the backline. A good ultimate out of Shu, but nothing else really matters there. Doinby starts that all off with a beautiful ultimate, though. That was really well played. Third Dragon will go over to HYG, but one team fight there for QG.
It just seems like history's repeating itself in this match. Hyper Youth Gaming, they get the Dragon, so they get another objective from themselves, but it's Xiaogu that fight in the Dragon Pit, and they pick up another team fight for themselves, and on top of that, they're now moving towards the mid lane. Doinby and Uzi are going to be able to take down the mid lane outer turret as well.
And that is equal gold. Let's take another look. Good flash body slam. Gosu caught out of position. But this really isn't enough. Bad ulti out of Swift. Then Doinby saves the team fight. Flies in, stuns everyone up. Uzi gets tempered faded by himself, but V's in on the backline, and they're able to work over what is a squishier backline right now. Remember, we said S17 stuck in that lane swap for a very long time. He didn't get the same amount of farm as what V did. See, V pretty much a component as well as combine ahead of his top laner. And that just means that every single time he runs at Sivir, she has to respect him, whereas S17 cannot do the same to Vayne.
And I like that you mentioned that it was a good ultimate from Sue here. As 17 just going to try and chase the tree out of the lane. He does have his members chasing him down. Oh no, they're not even going to try and chase him down. They're going for it. Under Hunt has been popped because Nautilus is close by. He's going to put that 5 million CC that we were talking about onto them. But the tree, he's trying to desperately stay alive here. V is going to run away. He's only at half health. The casket were coming from Swift, and Chao Gu just stop a 4-man dive onto V.
And all of a sudden, they're on the wrong side of the map. Uzi is back in this top lane, pushing in. Chimin's the only member there. He can't stop him by himself. He's going to make short work of this turret. Actually decides to back away, maybe looking for a blue buff. QG are like obsessed with jungle camps at the moment.
They really are. Doing a lot of counter jungling here as Chimin's going to move in to defend his buff. The rest of HYG were coming back though, so cross-map play was nice from them, but HYG respond in time to stop that push, although V is still back in this particular lane. Again, it's kind of a weird way to get to this point for Xiaogu, but it does feel like a very, very stable, very strong late game comp where they're just happy to take it easy, collect farm in their side lanes while they can, and then win team fights whenever they present themselves. We sort of mentioned it at the top of the champ select, but this is a very Uzi-centric draft, and with the way the game's playing out, it's a very Uzi-centric game as well.
Yeah, it certainly is. He's doing what he wants to, jockeying for position, looking for 1v1s. When a team fight breaks out, it's only if Uzi is there. So I completely agree with you. This is what you expect when you're seeing Uzi team come together. And we'll see whether this is something that can consistently work for QG.
It just feels like they're trying to ride out the storm the whole game, and they've been doing that fantastically, picking up team fights left, right, and center. Even when the Temper Fate landed onto the Vayne, he was just like, yep, oh wait, no problem.
Yeah, free Zonias, man. Yeah. Awesome.
Thanks for the Zonias. 2 seconds of stasis, come out, destroy your front line, back to top lane, go back to the farm.
And this is a thing that people don't realize about Uzi. They're like, he sits in side lanes. He's a very, very solo-centric AD carry. Look what it's actually done for Doinby and V. Because you have to send so much resources to shut down the Vayne. She's a time bomb, right? If Uzi's farming solo, 1v1 against the Nautilus, you're like, that is bad. So you start sending people into his lane. All of a sudden, Swift's stealing away jungle camps. V's just farming up an absolute storm. Doinby has an isolated lane. That's what he's always wanted. He's got a lane bully in Lysandra. And now the whole team's huge. So even though people say, Uzi's sitting in side lane, like he's just trying to farm till late game, that creates an inherent pressure in itself. And the rest of QG has been able to capitalize.
And they've done a great job using all those pressure points as well, although HYG are attempting to group one more time.
They're starting to get desperate. Really, this game, we already mentioned it. Ryze is much more mid-game centric now than late game because of how many spells he can chain together. HYG need to pull the trigger in the next couple of minutes, otherwise they're in trouble.
They were trying to here, so they're going to look for a fight. It's going to be Gosu that gets locked down and absolutely obliterated. It's now on 4 and 5 as Uzi. He doesn't care about the Tempered Fate coming. He's going to flash forward and move towards the back lines of Hyper-Youth Gaming. The magical journey may just be enough for Sue as more. He's going to be the bloodthirsty support that flashes forward. 4 kills picked up for Chao Gu.
And this is why Uzi is a great AD carry. Look at the moves as he flashes out of the Tempered Fate, able to get maximum damage down onto the enemy team. The rest of the team is there. Doinby is still playing brilliantly. Swift starts that all off with a great cast. It leads to a Baron, and QG now in firm control of the game.
And certainly are as they get themselves a Baron, get themselves a gold lead. Let's just watch Uzi do this again.
Yeah, so Swift goes in and starts this off really nicely. And don't get me wrong, Doinby does the right thing, blows something up. But look at how Uzi skirts the fight. He's able to always hit the priority target. Flashes out of the Tempered Fate, still putting down maximum damage onto XQ. The rest of the team is there playing support, but I'm going to say, you can't teach that. That's just, you're either that good or you're not that good, and he's that good.
To me, it just feels like Chao Gu's team comp. They have so many threats, not just their team comp, but the players themselves.
Yeah.
And Hyper-Youth Gaming, they're trying to respond with the answers, but sometimes it's just not enough.
And this is the thing. QG should still be Doinby-centric. Doinby is a person that starts a lot of the good things for this team, and honestly has started to make his name for a brilliant mid laner in the LPL, which a lot of people didn't see coming. So QG with Uzi should not move away from that fact. It's just that they have another weapon. Now, earlier in the game, Pekka was great at late game. Uzi's just great all the time.
Yep, he's looking great so far in this game. And so the rest of Xiaogu, as they will use their Baron buff and start really hammering down the structures. 4-3 now as QG finally take the turret lead in this game. Doinby, though, going to fight Ghost, who's actually going to go in. No, ults himself. V actually going to move in for a potential dive, but the rest of QG are here. Decent ult there from Swift trying to knock people in. And Uzi's still 1v1ing a tank.
And we have gone back in time. That is a Righteous Glory pickup.
Oh my god.
I have not seen one of them in yonder year.
I think it's almost been a year. It feels like a year.
Feels almost like a Maokai signature item, but they're going to try and engage onto Uzi here. The ultimate will come and knock him up. For Hype Youth Gaming, even with a great ulti onto the Vayne, they don't want to go for it. Temper Fate is only going to be landing onto Moore, so he's in stasis for a while. Just simply jumps away.
Whoa.
But there goes Doinby into the back lines. He's going to deal massive damage to the carries, but it will be Rise that takes him down. Now, they actually have to try and disengage here. As Uzi trying to move towards the fight, does get snared up by Rise. It will be Ghosted that goes down. Uzi picks up that kill. The Spider's going to repel up. The rest of Hype Youth Gaming are trying to run away. Uzi now moving towards the back lines. But they are going to just take down the inhibitor turret instead.
That was a ballsy engage out of Doinby. I think he thought that V was going to be there, but without the ultimate, can't follow up on the play. HYG will still want to fight.
Still going though, the inhibitor is going to fall down, but Swift is awfully low. S17 going to try and lock them down as the exhaust has been used onto the Vayne. V is trying to disrupt them in the backlines, but Uzi, he'll keep cutting. X-Stringer procs, he actually might live. Chimon's going to dive in from him. Elise is going to get the shutdown. Swift will also fall on the other end. 4 members of Xiaogu dead. V, the only one left alive.
They can't kill him.
But he's going to take so long to die.
They honestly have to use too many spells to kill him.
Oh, Baron Minion's helping out as well. V going to keep going. He finds one onto Shu, perhaps on a nice hook from S17. Could deny it. V, he wants it. He takes the journey, but Bard gets another bloodthirsty kill.
That's almost comical to watch. 3 AP champions just trying to slap down a Maokai. In the end, it is auto attacks that get it done. V is massive in this game, 3-1-7. So a rare misstep in this game, at least for QG. Bottom inhibitor was taken, but they do overall lose that team fight. Is 4,000 gold. And HYG now streaming towards Dragon number 4. That's probably their last win condition.
I mean, consolation prize for Hyper Youth Gaming. They're able to take down everyone from Xiaogu, so they do remove the Baron buff, but that was going to run out anyway. Hyper Youth Gaming, they're really trying to rely on this Dragon buff to pick up the game for them. They're going for number 4. They should be able to get it with relative ease. Now the question is, can they hold out another 6 minutes and actually fight for the 5th?
Yeah, it certainly will be the case. Uzi has picked up his 4th item, so is super strong at this point. It is a
Lord
Dominic's regard, so going to be putting in work now, shredding through a lot of that armor that has been picked up. And you just have to say that he's a full item ahead of XQ. XQ's got the QSS, but hasn't got the upgraded component. And this was just, once again, HYG played this well, but Uzi's target prioritization was really good. Just kiting back, able to change targets onto the Sivir, whatever he wanted to, make sure that he takes him out along with V. In the end, he was overwhelmed by numbers, and Swift does die. V will follow in about...
I like that they fast
still
forward
going to take like 20 seconds to fast forward time, guys.
Watching Uzi play Vayne almost feels like he's not playing Vayne. Look at this. Almost gets the slap. I don't know.
I'm glad I got to check that, because V got 500 health back from his passive when he slapped Bard, who finally took him out. As Xiaogu take another tower. That sounds like a Bard ulti. Shoot. Finds Doinby. That could be the target. He does have a Zhonya's, so ults himself up, but here comes S17. Going to sit right on top of it. Zhonya's there. As QG are going to try and re-engage the fight. Swift, he's going to move in. As now S17's going to lock down Uzi, who's trying to fire away, but a massive Brawl multi is going to combo in with the help of Gragas and Uzi. They've already taken out Ghostu again. S17 should melt here on the front lines as the damage is just far too much. Uzi going to get himself a triple. Chimon going to be the next target. That's going to be the quadra. Can Uzi get a penta on Vayne? Shu, he's been locked up. It will be. Uzi gets himself a pentakill.
And once again, the target prioritization is on point. You say he's going to shred through S17. He doesn't. He just kills XQ first. Able to take out the threats on the team. Moves into the front line. QG going to take game 1 versus HYG. And Uzi got the penta.
Got the penta on his signature Vayne as Xiaogu knocked down the last remaining structures of HYG's base. The Nexus will fall. Maybe a little sloppy here and there. but a fun Xiaogu game, and Uzi really does seem like he's arrived in the lineup.
Yeah, it certainly does. And you see the smirk on Doinby. That is why you don't engage onto Lissandra. Stasis from the ultimate, stasis out of the Zhonya's hourglass. It was never going to go right. The rest of the team arrives in time and they clean up.
Well, it's almost like Bard's like, yeah, we got the Lissandra, guys. Let's go. Lissandra goes, I can do this too. Does it twice. Ults herself, uses the Zhonya's as well. And then Youth Gaming just go, okay, we've got to abort mission, run. And Uzi just shows up.
The classic triple stasis gets him through that team fight with a nice assist there from Shaw on the bar. Certainly not. But again, just such a fun game there. And it's so weird to see Xiaogu play this way. It did feel like their early game, they went for the lane swap. They wanted to prioritize farm. And it's just like they put things in kind of the specific places, right? But again, very Uzi-centric. He's playing Vayne. They're playing for him as far as lane swap and macro play goes. It's a different look, Xiaogu.
Yeah, it certainly is. And, you know, you have to say that even though Hyper Youth Gaming are going to have a lot of early highlights, that lane swap put them behind a little bit. They had to claw their way back in. And by that time, the Vayne was just absolutely massive. Doinby did his part in the team as well.
And it felt like Hyper Youth Gaming were clawing back into the game nicely as well, using the strong laning phase that the team is hyped up to have. But it just wasn't enough. As soon as Uzi left his camp up in the top lane, he was just wrecking through Hyper Youth Gaming, team fight after team fight, and put so much pressure on them with that fantastic positioning.
Yeah, he certainly was. And, you know, he's able to pick up a pentakill to round out the game. That just has to feel good. And this QG lineup, we keep saying it, individual talent, they're really, really strong. They even have some great people on the bench. I mean, Dade is still somewhere in this team. But right now, I honestly think that is the best lineup they can put together. You know, Doinby still looks very, very good. Swift looks comfortable with Uzi. That was a big question. Moore is starting to get more comfortable with Uzi. So we'll see whether they're able to iron out that relationship. Of course, when you've loved someone like Pekka, it is hard to change. But we'll see whether that is the case. And, you know, V just benefits so much because he has always free lanes to farm. Like, can't stress this enough. If you're a top laner, you want your bottom lane to be as strong as possible so the jungler never goes near you, and that's what V's got now in his bottom lane.
And I did mention it almost feels like Xiaogu have all these threats, and I feel like threats are better than the answers because you can never have a wrong threat, but you always need the right answer to deal with one. And it almost feels like Uzi now is a deterrent. Like, you can't just pick a lane into him that's just going to allow this guy to farm up as much as he wants to. You can't just pick Sivir into him. He's just going to lock in the Vayne, go run around the map, pick up 1,000 farm in the top lane as well, take the jungle camps away from Swift as well.
That is a lot of farm. I just want to warn you.
And the thing is that I want to point out that QG aren't doing this for their regular season. They had a good regular season in summer when they came second. But go watch the final. Go watch Pekka and Moore lane against Imp and PYL. And every single game, even the games that QG won, Imp was up by 50 CS. That's why they've picked up someone like Uzi. So that doesn't happen in a best-of-5 series. So the fact that it is coming together for regular season is even better for Xiaogu. And
I think for me, the thing that informs so much of how QG approach the game, especially when, again, they're clearly playing around Uzi and his Vayne in that pick, is the tempo of the game. QG play really fast and loose games a lot of the time. Even when they fall behind, they can use their strong team fighting to pull them out of sticky situations. That was a very measured Xiaogu game, and I'm not quite used to seeing that yet.
Yeah, it was really eerie. You know, there were some times where you were like, Swift is going to pull the trigger, and he just doesn't go for it. So completely agree with you. It's a new look Xiaogu when they play that style of League of Legends. And
I think you mentioned it already, the amount of threats they play. Well, I guess we can talk about it later, because we are going to get ourselves off to a break. Nice first game there for Xiaogu. Can they continue, or H1G fire back? Don't go too far. We'll find out right after this. Welcome back, everyone, to the LPL. Xiaogu just took out HYG. It is Uzi and his Vayne pentakill at 8-1-7 that will pick up our MVP.
Could not have gone to anyone else.
It warms my heart to see this being back.
Yeah, it certainly does. 94% kill contribution. That is absolutely massive out of the AD carry, and it just proves what we were talking about. They wanted to fight when Uzi was ready to fight. And this is something that teams haven't done in the past. They've fought around Uzi, but not necessarily always with him there. And this time, QG did not pull the trigger unless Uzi was there to clean up the team fight. And it just showed time and time again with how they approached the map.
And their damage, the damage participation on Uzi really shows that they did opt to fight with Uzi more than did without. He had 38% of the damage share from his team in that game. Even though he was playing Vayne, that is still a massive number.
To be honest, I kind of just want to see the gold share because the way they distributed gold around that game was really interesting. Again, kind of a curious lane swap. HYG do well to pick up a few early kills in that situation, but it feels like an Uzi game evolved. This used to be an old winning strategy for the team when he picked Vayne on other teams like Royal that he used to be on. Just put him in a side lane, farm up, and QG just never felt like it looked the way they were playing, it just felt like they never felt pressured. They were just calmly farming away, even when they were taking losses.
Even when the Baron went across.
Yeah.
It was like, all they have to do is stall out with their wave clear. Uzi started split pushing again. Even with Baron buff, it was like, not like you could send someone to deal with the Vayne still. So there was still that inherent pressure around the map. And I can't stress this enough. When you see a Vayne in the side lane farming freely, you're like, we need to do something soon to stop this. Otherwise, it's going to become unbearable. When you see Uzi's Vayne in the side lane farming, you pretty much crap your pants.
to be fair, to Hypeyouth Gaming, they tried to do something with that sneaky 20-minute Baron, but that's all that happened. They didn't do anything with that Baron. They didn't get any massive gold lead from it, and it was just done.
Well, we'll see if things can change up here as we are going to get the champ select for our second game. QG, going to ban Kalista, going to ban
They
Corki.
ban Kalista again. Wow.
There's HYG going to ban the Nidalee. There's Lulu ban from HYG, but I share that sentiment. I think Uzi is an excellent Kalista player. So I'm a touch sad to not see him play it, but clearly respecting the power of the champion on both sides of the rift, as there's a Gragas ban, so also respecting that jungler. And again, I guess wanting to deny it from Chimin.
Yeah, banning the Gragas ban, they don't want Chimin to pick that one. He did have two really phenomenal games on that champion previously with Hypeyouth Gaming. I felt that he was the catalyst, so to speak, for Hypeyouth Gaming and picking up their first win in this split of the LPL. Gonna have to see what champion he's going to play out this time and see whether he gets his Elise once again. But they're going to go through their final ban now. It seems like Hypeyouth Gaming don't want to give Braum away, so that would normally be the ban that we see being thrown towards Alistar. Now Braum rising through the power pick ranks, they're actually going to ban that one away.
So there wasn't an Alistar ban game one either, and he just fell completely through. So we are seeing teams learn how to play around Alistar. Alistar was a huge pick, especially with Kalista. It's more like the Kalista-Alistar combo. So I feel if you take Kalista off the board, you don't really need to take the Alistar off.
Well, logic seems to hold there as Xiaogu are thinking about their first pick. I kind of like the Braum ban from HYG, but I guess I want to see how the rest of the draft is affected. Nautilus, though, is going to be the first pick. It was the blue side first pick on both sides. S17 had it in game one. Now V's going to take it and see what he can show HYG.
Yeah, but arguably just as good a tank is Poppy, so S17 will go straight away to hovering that. Want to talk about the Braum a little bit. There are two trains of thought. Actually, three. You either ban strong champions, strong players, or weak players. If you ban away weak players because they're weaker than you already and you take away the best champions, then you make them play outside of their comfort zone, hopefully make some mistakes. We saw this a lot at MSI when Wolf was considered by and large the weakest player on SKT, and EDG targeted him time and time again. I feel like that is what you do with Maul. He's not a bad player, but when you look down the class that is in the QG lineup, he probably is the weakest QG player, one of the most important. So taking away his best champion in the Braum has to be a good choice if you are HYG.
Hypeyouth Gaming, after targeting that ban of Braum towards Maul, are going to be able to pick up Poppy and Alistar in their first rotation of picks. So they have their top laner lined up, and what is most likely going to be Xiu's support champion picked up as well. So seems like they're going to try and hide away probably their mid laner with their last pick. We'll have to see what their next two drafts are, but now it's Xiaogu who gets to respond.
And the alley makes sense as well because that's probably his second best champion. So does he default to something like a Janna? Like what else has Maul got in store for us? Janna Vayne is a very good lane. You do have to bear in mind. So definitely would not be something outside of QG's comfort zone. but not their S tier of support picks this game at least.
I'm trying to think what other supports are even really being played at the moment. I think Thresh is maybe in there.
Bud.
There is Bud. Bud's the other one that just sneaks in there. And it is going to be the hover for Xiaogu.
He saw quite a bit of play at IEM.
That's true.
Xiaogu might have been taking a few notes after playing against a few of the teams from IEM.
Oh my god, this lane is awesome.
Yeah, it's like the strongest
Wow.
lane ever. As far as 2v2 lane goes, that lane is ridiculous.
Well, Lucian Bud is going to be the lane we are speaking of, and Uzi's main is something of a legend. Did play a lot of it in Katowice in IEM to, I'm going to say, mixed success, but it's certainly not his personal skill in the champion that's necessarily the problem, that he is so good at this AD carry. And honestly, not a lot of other players are still really playing it, because it feels like a lot of the bottom lanes started to move into more utility, so Kalista, or more damage late game. Things like, obviously, like Kog'Maw. Lucian's kind of in the middle, so you know that Uzi just wants to be aggressive in a 2v2.
Yeah, and this is something that, you know, Uzi, Name, they're probably the two, like, more polarizing Chinese AD carries that, you know, they play one style, which is scale up to the late game, but their Lucian is very much, I want to bully a lane. So we'll see whether they do really search out that 2v2 one more time and just try and put XQ and Shu in a huge hole they can't climb out of.
Hype Gaming going to look for their next two picks, so they are going to go with Kindred and Siva as their two picks. So we are going to see Chumin on a carry-like jungler, being Kindred here. XQ will pick up that Siva to go with Alistar in the bottom lane, so they are hiding their mid lane pick.
I'm really interested to see Chimin's build. Watch out for it. Is it going to be the Sated Devourer? We've actually clearly brought it into meta. It started to be played in LCK as well, so I thought it was a horrible build. They obviously know something we don't. Reapply as a passive. Like, it's something that we knew, but we just didn't think it was the strongest part of the kit. Gives up a lot of early game power where Kindred was strong. So I want to see whether Chimin also goes towards this later game, teamfight oriented Kindred.
Well, could be dangerous, certainly given the pedigree of Xiaogu's team fight. They already demonstrated in the first game versus HYG, but we're going to have to finish their side of the draft. Swift might be going for a throwback here.
He just wants to be Spirit Man. That's all he wants right now.
He plays the Gragas Fnatic skin now, hovering over Lee Sin. Seems like it. That might have been the biggest note he took away from IEM.
And it's not like Swift is necessarily the worst player ever to impersonate Spirit. Not only is Spirit a great player to try and act like if you're an aspiring jungler, Swift and Spirit I felt like were very surprisingly similar players when they played in Korea, not together on a team, but together in the same region.
Yeah, they're in CJ and Blue, you know, a little bit different teams, but I do agree with the sentiment. Had similar champion pools. Swift went towards more carry-oriented, and Spirit was happy to be Mr. Utility on his team at least, but we'll see whether that is something that Swift continues with the Lee Sin. Does he go something aggressive like a Hex Drinker at the start of the game after the Warrior, or does he just go pure tank?
Similar champion pools, both really good junglers, both start with S and with T and have 5 letters in their name as we look to see what
Perfect.
Hype
And never
Gaming.
seen in the same room at the same time.
I see what you're saying, as there is going to be last pick Rise again for Gosu. The same matchup he picked into before. I feel like he's confident on the Rise. Gosu is a player that always plays his comfort picks, it feels like. That's why his champion selection in the LPL has just been very up and down.
And I feel like it's a similar theory, right? You've got Siva to get you in there. You've got follow-up damage and CC to lock it down. Lucian, mid-range AD carry, fly in there on the Rise, get the fight started, and then someone else has to kill it. You'll do 75% of the work, but someone else has to do the 25. Last game, that 25 wasn't there. We'll see if this game is different.
This game, they even have the Kindred ultimate as well, so the extra survivability from that massive spell may provide them that extra 25% of damage that you're looking for, Spawn. And now that Siva does have the crits on her bouncing blades, it might be enough.
Yeah, I feel like that's a nightmare ready to happen, you know, just Beyblade zone. Everyone's in the ultimate, super low health, and then Siva just lets it rip and destroys everyone.
Well, I'm always a big fan of mid-range carries plus Kindred. I'll have to see if that combination is going to be a winning one here for HOGs. It is time for game number 2. And we're out onto Summoners Rift for our second game of the evening as Xiaogu won up against Hyper Youth Gaming. Swift going to continue his spirit impression after his, I'm going to call it vacation at IM Katowice, playing some League of Legends on the side. But Swift's Lee Sin, certainly something where when he wants to get aggressive, Swift tends to get over-aggressive. We'll see if he can make a montage today.
Oh, get in there.
He's got Fnatic colors as well, black and yellow.
Yeah, as close as he could get, I think.
That's
with Lee Sin.
actually you can tweet at me if I'm wrong, but I am 90% sure that is also the Spirit skin, so, you know.
I like it. Again, an homage, if nothing else, but certainly a successful first game as QG are going to group up and look to get some invade happening. Probably no kills forthcoming, but are getting some good vision down.
They don't want to be lane swapped on, you know. They want to be able to keep these standard lanes. Swift is very aggressive at the earliest stage of the game, as now Doinby in some trouble.
He's going to get flashed on by Siu, who gets that pulverized down. He's going to get locked down into the roof. That last auto attack might just be enough. No, as he does get the heal from Uzi, and they will be able to get away with a sliver of health.
Yeah, they certainly are. So in the end, double summoner spells burnt there, but 3 on the side of Hyper Youth Gaming, so you have to say that's a pretty even trade. They won't get back to lane in time for the wave, so that is a big deal, at least for Doinby in the mid lane. We'll see whether that does impact how this map plays out.
And he wanted it so bad as well. Chimin did a very cute thing. Mark Doinby going in for that little bit of cheese, but didn't get the kill. And now Uzi
Here we
and more
go.
are going to try and stop some jungle. Blue buff, it's going to
He
get...
got the little one.
But he's going to deny again some more XP. God, S17, sorry, he's going to have to run himself away. And that's them kicked out of the jungle.
Certainly is, and we'll see whether Uzi takes the wolves for himself. No, he's just making sure that they're gone. Run away, Simba, and never come back. So he boots him out of there. We'll go into the bottom lane, and we'll see whether they get the fast push happening.
So we are going to
Come
get...
on, control
That was
yourself. here.
Excellent. We are going to get the late swap coming out from Hyper Youth Gaming this time. So they are the team that don't want to go for the standard lanes. They've seen what Uzi can do here. Definitely won't want to fight that one out. This time it's not going to just be the support that goes in to try and knock the jungler out of their side of the jungle. It's going to be both Uzi and the
Still don't
support.
agree with this. So we're still trying to break the lane swap here. Z
Xiaogu?
still goes up there. You know, Swift is actually shadowing him right now to make sure he doesn't get dove. They're sending up the Bard as well. This isn't just Xiaogu. This is like LPL as a whole. We think we're better than the lane swap. I don't know why. And it's proven time and time again on the international stage that it just purely bites us in the arse. So we'll see whether that is something that does come back right now to haunt them, because V, he's hanging out and they're sending up the other member.
Yep. Chimin is going to make his way in, so it's 3v2 right now, about to be 3v3 as Swift is also making sure he stays in the area, but
they sent S17 back. So now all of a sudden S17, and we've already mentioned this, in a 1v2 lane, Nautilus is one of the best laners. I would say Cho'Gath is probably better than him, followed by Nautilus. AP Nasus is in there somewhere, but actually isn't a lane, it's just cheese. So we'll see whether it is a Poppy that can go with a Lucian, who is a lane bully and should be able to get a lot of work done.
Speaking of lane bullies, Hyper Youth Gaming almost sending 3 people towards mid lane to bully Doinby. We took a look at the Keystone Mastery graphic there, which does show that Gosu's picking up Strength of Ages on his rise. I find that to be a little bit interesting pickup.
we did it last game as well. I was trying to figure out what it was for, but I guess we'll find out later. Maybe it's for lane. Sorry, that doesn't make sense. Never mind. I'll explain it later because of the... Never mind. Swift is going to take the red buff, though. I'll let you ponder that one for a second there, Spawn.
He's just tankier. Like, that's all it gives him, right? So, like, he gets an extra 300 health at about 12 minutes of the game if you're a mid laner, which isn't great, to be honest. So, yeah, I don't agree with the pickup at all. I definitely think that if you're going to trade in lane, Deathfire's Touch would be really good. But then again, it scales with AP, not mana. So, you know, beggars can't be choosers. As S17 in a lot of trouble now.
Now he's stuck inside of this
Do they
dive.
just go into Kindred? Because Kindred is making her way down. Was not underneath turret. In the end, they'll just decide to take away some camp.
They're going to Gromp. That's who they're looking for, really. That is the prize for Xiaogu.
Oh,
They're not even going to get it.
Chimin took it.
Chimin gets it. Gets the smite off, so the Kindred is going to be able to deny the pseudo-dive / Gromp steal. Hyper Youth Gaming still have 3 people down on this side of the map. Sorry, Hyper Youth Gaming only have 2. It's going to be Xiaogu that do have 3 in this side of the map. So it's kind of like a 2-1-2 setup right now for Hyper Youth Gaming. They have the support and AD carry up in the top lane. Kindred and Poppy holding out the bottom lane.
And I saw this threat. Like, I think it was a couple of days ago. Like, will there ever be a stage of League of Legends that isn't 1-1-2? Well, I think we've answered that today. 2-1-2 is now coming into meta. But don't know if I agree with it. I think standard lane swapping still would have been a little bit better, especially for Hyper Youth Gaming this time. Just stack 4 in the top lane, force down the turret, open the map up for the Sivir. Instead, now Uzi's starting to farm up a Storm and deny some CS away. And as I said, this just suits V to a T. You feel like he's the person that gets ahead because of this.
We are 5 minutes into the game. Gold is even, no turret's been taken, no other objectives have been taken down by either of these two teams. Taking a look at the CS right now, relatively even across the board. Slight discrepancies here and there by about 5 or 6 CS in between.
But the difference is, look how low S17 went. He had to recall. V's just going to stay in the lane. He's going to continue to get what CS he can. He's just going to sit there and try and farm up and get himself that 10 CS advantage that in a lane swap is absolutely massive. He'll have a couple of Doran's ringers. He's getting frustrated. He's hitting the ground now, and that turret will fall down.
On top of that, that's right. Uzi almost able to take down that turret, but 17, he might be in trouble here. Teleport is coming out from Nautilus. He actually completes the teleport. He's going to flash in. Forces the flash from 17 as they did have Swift. Goodness sake. We're comparing him so much that I got confused with his name there. Swift was actually around the backside trying to look for the gank as well.
So that's the second time they've gone for that Q play. As the turret's just about to fall, go for a gank. This time it doesn't result in any kills going against them, but it will mean that they pick up the turret gold. It will bounce. Nautilus already back down there. Will be answered in the top lane and just flashes burnt as he drinks some cocoa, and he's going to be very, very healthy afterwards.
That is awesome.
That is what Bard taught me in this game. Cocoa makes you better.
Well, certainly helping out V there as he's now level 6. Would have liked it in that little dive, but couldn't quite get it done. Blue up also going to get stolen away as Doinby's able to take that.
One more time.
And I haven't seen Doinby, but they do see Swift. Could be trouble here for S17, but there's the ulti out of Lissandra. Snare going to follow in, and you're absolutely dead, Poppy. First blood goes to Liss.
And you could see that Nautilus throws the anchor out. He's like, give me an assist. In the end, does not get one. It's just going to be Swift and Doinby once again, now more in trouble.
They're looking for it. Bard is going to get locked down with some CC. Ghost is on the other side of the magical journey. That's not that magical for more. It's Hyper Youth Gaming, return a kill on the top side of the map.
Yeah, really actually nicely done there for Hyper Youth Gaming. I don't know what Moore was thinking, but in the end, blue buff.
Reset.
He's tired of your things. He'll go back to home.
He's a strong, independent blue buff.
Well, it looks like he's going to get donated over to Gosu. So the steal will just result in a trade as the mid laners will swap blue buffs at Swift. Again, we saw this in the last game. HYG getting an early dragon because of the cross-map plays. This time, though, QG start on the bottom side.
This is
They'll
really
get the dragon.
interesting. Actually, Uzi looks like he's freezing out the lane, and it looks like it is also going to occur on the top side of the rift, bottom side of the rift. But they're actually giving it over to the top laner. They're not giving it over the AD carry. So Uzi is the beneficiary here, and S17 is the beneficiary on the other side of the map. That means that XQ just has nowhere to farm right now. You're denying your Sivir farm in hopes that the Poppy gets big enough to deal with the Lucian.
And it shows here as XQ, he's actually walking towards the mid lane. Sivir's got no side lanes to move on towards. Gonna have to see if that's gonna impact Hyper Youth Gaming.
And now Gosu's just like, get out of my lane.
Look at that, Sivir just walked from the bottom lane. It's kind of like River Sivir right now. Just walking up and down this river. Gosu, like you said, just tells him to get out. That's what they're going to do. Hyper Youth Gaming are going to send Sivir still in the river. I just wanted to say top lane, but she's just happy feeting around. Has nowhere to go.
Yeah, the lane is now starting to push back out as they do get some deep vision. Once again, spotting out more, who needs to be careful here. Eventually, they will be able to farm that lane. The disaster now is if they die going for it. You can see Swift's there. They haven't got the ulti out of more, so no long range engage. We'll see exactly what goes down.
Doinby and Gosu, they're going to have a battle. Doinby can't complete, but he's going to move in for that ulti. Anchor's not good as Gosu will flash out of the way.
Okay, so now you understand it. Doinby cannot take the claw. 3 stands is still long enough to stop Lissandra taking the claw. So denies the engage out of the Lissandra. So maybe a little bit of a pseudo counter pick there for the Rise.
They're going a little bit aggressive up in the top lane. Uzi gets a full channel culling and will flash forward.
And I mentioned the biggest disaster is if you lose that wave. Because that is a wave that has started at Xiaogu's tier 2 turret and is like 2.5 creep waves. And now it is going to rocket. Chimin is going to pick up a lot of gold, or maybe even die himself. Xiaogu will back away, but the damage is done. That's 20 CS now up for Uzi.
Uzi was the man that was able to do it himself. Just channels the full culling. XQ
and that is the shorter culling. Like, that is the tickling, like, shortened a little bit.
And XQ saved his flash. He thought that he'd be fine in that situation. So not opting to burn the Summoner Cell to get out safely and pick up the CS later. As we do take a look at the mid lane, Doinby, he's just going to be farming up against these minions. Gosu has done a good job of keeping him pressured in this game, but it's still Doinby that does have a slight CS lead of about 10 minions. He has picked up his blasting one, and taking a look at Gosu, has his Catalyst, and now going back to base.
And you feel like last game, it was like, okay, unfortunately at 17, we don't have anywhere for you to farm. We're going to allow you to fall behind. We're going to keep XQ even. This game, it was like, well, that didn't work last game. So S17, you now get the farm lane. Go get farm. XQ, unfortunately, you don't have anywhere to go, and it's still not working. Like, neither answer is a good answer. You have to somehow figure out how to match all three waves farming. Because once again, S17 and V going at it in the bottom lane.
Both junglers, I think, have a sense of what's happening. There's a ward on top of Chimin, but he does see it now.
Oh, quick Chimin. Oh, nailed it.
Does get it.
Went with Warrior as well, so, you know, not a hipster like Clear Love.
Not today, at least. As you can see, once again, Xiaogu playing a much slower pace of game and does still revolve around Uzi. I had a thought. Keep with me.
Yep.
Feel like I've solved it. QG, when they play like this, it's just reverse Snake. Except instead of Flandre freezing lanes, it's Uzi freezing lanes.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. I was like, can't lane swap, but can team fight. Yeah, that makes sense. But
that works too.
So, you know, just on multiple levels reverse Snake. But no, I do like where you're going because it is the focal point of each team. And as I said, I really do feel like Doinby is a beneficiary here because he just gets a one-on-one lane every single game now. If Uzi plays this way and QG plays this way, mid lane will be isolated. It's kind of like the Pawn effect, right?
Yep.
Where Pawn just runs around and does so much weird stuff that his side lanes can do whatever the heck they want because Pawn is just honestly the best diversion that's ever played League of Legends.
I mean, it's funny because they're both weird mid laners as well. But
Pawn is Captain Jack Sparrow.
Yeah.
He's the guy that's running around stealing pirate ships, you know. He's going off tap. And EDG are like, I don't know, the weird admirable that's trying to keep him under control.
Well, we'll see what happens at EDG play later in the week. But
What
for
was
now,
Orlando Bloom's name in that movie?
Will Turner.
Will Turner.
There you go.
That's deft.
That's who's Kira Knightley then? It must be Clear Love, right?
Must be clear, though. Very
the
serious.
Rift is going to go over to Uzi once again, continuing the trend of applying power to Xiaogu's AD carry. Goldo still looking pretty even. It's just Xiaogu farming up nice and safely. And it still feels like the mid-game issue could be here for HYG as Swift is looking for something.
He's looking for a kick.
Very bold.
You know, Doinby's over that wall. This is like the typical, we're setting up for a big kick in the mid lane. All of us are out of vision, but they didn't realize that the blue handoff was happening at the same time. So now Swift, he just backs away. Top turret will go over to QG.
Xiaogu are able to take down that turret, so they currently lead 2 turrets to 1 against Hyper Youth Gaming. Gives them a slight goal lead of about 500, but it's still early in this game. 13 minutes in. This time there is no Vayne to super scale. So Hyper Youth Gaming do have that slight breathing
Berserker
room.
Greaves. On both. This is the first time in a very long time I've seen Berserker Greaves. They're overpriced and frankly not as good as their Boost of Sweetness counterparts. And, you know, I feel like shoes, runners especially, are advertised to make you run faster. And when there are actually a shoe that statistically makes you run faster, you should just pick them up. But instead, they go with the dodgier counterparts. Good mid-game power spike, you have to say, out of Berserker Greaves. So you understand where it is coming from. But in a movement speed meta, Swifties certainly are popular.
That guy
Stay
feels,
with us, buddy.
That guy feels.
Stay, hang in there.
The lane swap.
Something will happen as we are going to see Sealed jump in as soon as the guy wakes up. So Uzi now, he's going to be the target, but it's not enough damage being put out onto the AD carry. Hyper Youth Gaming look to try and pick up the kill onto the AD carry, but not going to get it.
Yeah, so in the end, teleport is burnt from both top laners. One will be completed, the other will not. As Swift, looking for a kick, does not find it. So it will just be Uzi using that max recall, getting back to base and going towards what looks to be a Zeal item. But I feel like Hyper Youth Gaming, they heard the cries of the crowd. They were like, we can make stuff happen. Uzi actually walked out of his own Bard ult as well. So, you know, it was just weird all around.
Well, does have an Essence for even now and those 2 daggers, so things looking okay. Dragon also up, and QG did get the first as Chimin is trying to get a look in. See what he can do here. Uzi looking alive, and Gosu again is the first target. and they're just going to go onto him. Swift's able to take him out. Doimi going to move his way back in. Kindred ulti has been popped. Chimin is going to live for a little while longer, but a double kill there for Swift. XQ is so
Here we go. It's
horrendously
going to be
low.
a triple. No one else is going to catch him. It's Swift all over here.
And there he goes. Q lands. That's a triple. It's almost like Spawn.
I play a lot of Lee Sin. I know when Lee Sin is the only person on the map that can catch someone, and that was a Lee Sin moment. Swift actually played that team fight really nicely, you have to say, after a good initiation. One more time for Doinby. You know, Uzi playing a little bit more of the facilitator role this time around, and Swift able to clean up the fight. As we take another look, Gosu just gets tied up, and that's pretty inexcusable. Swift goes in there, kick and execute. Doinby once again keeps this going, and Swift, you know, he's in the front of the fight, and he's just hitting priority targets. You know, the Rise into the Kindred. Now he zones out the Sivir, able to get the execute one more time. And that's just really nice Lee Sin play.
Really nice play all around. It just seems like history is repeating itself in these team fights. Gosu always locked down by Doinby. Uzi always on top of him when he is locked down, dealing the damage that he needs to. And Xiaogu pick up another impressive team fight in the second game this time.
And that was the biggest thing about game one, you know. You're looking at it and you're like, Uzi can hit the closest person to him and do heaps of damage. But he doesn't do that. He's not your everyday 80 carry player. He hits the closest, safest target. So when it is Rise that has been CC'd up, he will target Rise. He'll go into that danger zone and come out ahead in the fight. When it is the Sivir, he's willing to go for that as well. And you really have to applaud how he picks out his targets in these team fights.
It's kind of why I felt like in the last game when Uzi plays Vayne, it doesn't feel like he's playing Vayne because he doesn't go front to back, you know, work his way towards that back line. He picks and chooses who he wants to kill first. Like, yep, I'm going to kill this guy because I can, and I'm just going to do that instead. I'm going to play Vayne like she's a tank. It's quite interesting to watch.
Like Assassin Vayne, I feel like.
Assassin Vayne almost.
The Xiaogu are looking good here in this game. Again, continuing the trend of winning those team fights, up a few thousand gold, and maybe starting a snowball here. 2 dragons up to 0 as well.
His Vayne is like if Fiora had 500 range.
Yes. That is a
Good way to
very
put it.
good way to put it. What's his Lucian like then? We'll have to brainstorm that one.
Oh no, he's a put your face in it, Lucian. Like, he is 100. He's
So he's Lucian?
yeah,
Lee Sin Lucian.
he is
Melee?
a better version of Wulight.
Master Yi? Lucian? Right in
Doesn't
there?
go that quick.
Okay. Well,
Have to go fast, but not fast enough. They do have those Berserker Greaves, not those Boots of Swiftness, but we're going to take a look at this bottom lane. It's going to be Doinby that this time is going to be able to deny the Gromp
He
away.
actually didn't. Chimman
didn't?
still got it.
yeah.
Chimin. Got it, Smolting right, but look at this. Swift is going to try and jump onto 17. There's a little bit of damage, just being a little bit of a nuisance to the Poppy up in
And
the
this
top
is a
lane.
really cool build as XQ. Oh, that range really
Yep.
does hurt it. But he's going for Deadman Plate, probably into Sterix, as he might have been caught out a little bit. It gives you the healthy mix between an aggressive build and survivability. The good thing is, if you're getting bursted out by magic damage afterwards, you could also go a Hex Drinker, and it is like perfect Bruiser Lee Sin. It's not as aggressive as getting like an early serrated Dirk or something like that for some assassination potential, but does give you a healthy mix of that damage. As Uzi actually takes a blue buff while doing there. That's, you know, you do you.
Uzi-centric. I keep telling you guys, as QG are going to push in for this tier 2 in bottom side. HYG going to struggle to defend this.
Uzi tells Moore to get out of his lane. Tells Doinby that the blue buff is his. Uzi just doesn't care right now, but look at this. They're going to try and catch on the seal. Epic teamwork from Xiaogu, though.
Well, it's all going to be for naught, unfortunately.
V actually thought that Moore was going to miss the ulti. He had no faith in him. He was like, you know what, that's missed. I'm going to hook him instead. Moore's like, dude, I got him. Just listen to the call.
Taking blue buffs away, you know, not relying on your support's ultimate. Xiaogu's falling apart, I swear. They might be 5,000 gold ahead of Hyper Youth Gaming, but watch out. Communication is going to be a huge problem as we get towards the late game. 20 minutes into the match, like we mentioned, 5,000 gold ahead. Xiaogu just all over the map right now. They're looking to try and jump onto Gosu here. Doinby posturing really aggressively as they do have Swift just behind that turret, but Rift Herald is going to get taken down by Xiaogu.
Oh, you're going to have to tank it for him.
No,
Oh, look at
let
that.
him die.
The synergy is there.
Okay, that's nice.
If that was anyone else, oh, I thought he actually just died. I was going to laugh my
He
head
got
off.
the Rift Herald.
I would have let him die.
Yeah.
You would?
Yeah.
I would.
This is why
That's
we
all
don't
like-
If
play.
that was Spawn and he was tanking it for me, I would have just left.
Well,
I wouldn't even have killed the
That's
Rift Herald
probably why
afterwards.
you guys don't play solo queue together anymore.
Yeah, I would also not have... Oh, no, he doesn't. Oh, he has a Sightstone. So I wouldn't have a Sightstone. So, you know, I wouldn't have died.
You'd also probably be playing Lee Sin rather than Bard. Still in the support role.
Yeah, I know. That's legit. Don't you, me and Red Pants, got
I
that covered.
have no suggestions there. As Xiaogu are going to just reset. Looks like they went in for a few buys. Zeal up for Uzi. Toynbee almost up for that Zhonya's Hourglass now as well. And a very tanky V stacking that armor. Looks like could be frozen hard after that. And I guess against Kindred and Siva, they keep targeting Gosu, so why not?
Yeah, it certainly makes a lot of sense. I like the pickup there. You know, we've seen a lot more Iceborne Gauntlet because of the 20% cooldown reduction being also added to that item. But Frozen Heart still has a very good place, especially on mana-intensive champions.
I'm really curious as what these caretaker shrines are for.
When-
These are very specific locations.
When the sugar cube hits the cocoa, it spawns a straw.
Yes.
That is the most magical thing that
Oh, you haven't
Bard
seen
could
that
ever
yet?
have.
You haven't seen that yet? Oh, it's so good.
It is
That's when you know it's ready. For those of you at home, when
Your cocoa's
when
not
your,
ready,
when
yeah.
your cocoa magically spawns a straw, that's how you know. It's true. Is actually looking for this one. Did cleanse out of that initial stun from Bard as Doimby. He's going to go back and blows up XQ. And now Gosu has to face tank Alusha, but he's going to get the slam into the wall. Uzi, though, he's going to get Lobo to flash out at just the last second. Gets out of everything else and then runs away. He'll finally die to Shu on the end, getting a little too greedy. But Xiaogu running a train on this team fight. Shu's going to finally go down. Chimon's going to get chased down by Swift, and that will completely a Swift playing with his food, but he does get the kill.
Yeah, able to pick up a double on the back end. Doimby gets the other three, I believe. Uzi nearly even survived. What good team fighting out of Xiaogu. Doimby turns around, blows up a member, and at only 21 minutes in, 7,000 gold. This is probably close to the game. As you just have a look, he just turns around, goes in, and absolutely decimates the Siva. Chimon can't get the ult down in time. And Uzi, you thought he was going to die here, able to flash out, get some good damage out in the end. And Shu really cleans him up with a good headbutt pulse combo, but it was already too late. And Swift just able to pick up more kills on the back end of the fight.
That was just mechanically brilliant coming out from Doimi there. Flashed forward, took the time to reposition to get the Q off before he used his ultimate. Brilliant play from him in a very tense situation. It was Hyper Youth Gaming that tried to start that one off, engaging onto Moore. And engaging onto Bard might not be the wise decision coming in from Hyper Youth Gaming when you were 5,000
But who do you
gold
engage on then? Like a really mobile illusion? Like that doesn't seem to be the answer either. Someone with 2 forms of stasis. We've already seen that that sucks real bad. And then you got the 2 tanks in the top lane. Like if you can't pick the Bard off, like I just don't see much hope for this team composition that has been placed around the Siva. And you see Hyper Youth Gaming just continue to struggle.
Yeah, Doimby really doing work in back-to-back games here on Lissandra. As Xiaogu continue to power up, Frozen Heart done for V. Static Shiv done for Uzi. And of course the Zonies, which I don't think he needed in that last fight, but there for Doimby as well.
And
also got themselves a dragon in the last 16, so do have 3.
Uzi was really like, he was very particular about his builds. He always used to go IE, like Static Shiv, into QSS. He would never build the Vamp Scepter because he just relied on his positioning so heavily. Looks like he has a similar train of thought this time around. Instead goes with the Hex Drinker for a little bit of an extra shield. Still not relying on that lifesteal to keep himself healthy. Doran's Blade is enough. And I like that. You know, it's confident play, gets a little bit more damage. I always say if you go a defensive item when you're ahead, it's okay because you don't really lose out on much. If you go with these aggressive items, you just get further and further ahead.
And the blue buff again does go to Uzi as the fight's broken out.
Hyper Youth Gaming looking to engage this one. We did see Rise actually waiting, but a great Tempered Faith locks down 2 members of Hyper Youth Gaming. Alistar's ultimate has been used here, and they're still chasing aggressively.
V's in the top lane. That's why they have to chase. Right now, they've committed so much to it. V's not going to get there.
But they're going to go for the fight. Swift is going to be the first one that jumps in. It's going to be 17 that engages onto this Lee Sin. Doimby once again jumping in. Gosu is the target to lock down. He's out of that stasis. But look at this. Uzi dashing in and out. Picks up a single kill. This is a 4-on-5 for Xiaogu that they're picking up and coming out strong. They finally managed to take down the Star 80 carry from the side of Xiaogu, but it's not going to be enough. Ghost is the next person to go down. Poppy is just behind everybody, getting soloed out by Swift. He may eventually go down, but Bard is there to save him. And Xiaogu, they turn around a 4-on-5.
And they actually go like 4 for 1. Swift in the meanwhile, he's just split pushing turrets. Don't let the build fool you. He doesn't want a team fight at all. And I feel at this stage of the game, Hyper Youth Gaming, they've tried everything, but have just been outclassed across the board. Shu says, get the heck out of my base. But it's not really going to mean that much. And let's take another look. Swift able to get in there, and Uzi's target prioritization. You know, as soon as the ult goes down, he just buys his time. He's getting free hits where he can. As soon as it comes out, swoops in, takes out the low target health. Then you see that he chases forward. As soon as the stun goes down, he's onto the Sivir already. He does in the end get tied up by all the CC that comes out of Gosu, but the problem with Gosu's Rise now, you can only choose to kill the Lissandra or the Lucian. You can't kill them both. Doinby cleans up the back end of the team fight, and QG look like they're rolling off the back end of IEM.
Mo did so much work in that fight as well on Bard, hitting snare after snare as Swift, even adds insult to injury, is going to steal the Wolf Camp away, as Uzi apparently has a monopoly on the blue buffs. They are giving this to him, knowing he can do well with it.
Step aside, Doinby. Uzi is the new mid laner in town. He's also your top laner in AD carry, it seems. He's taking farm from that lane, playing the AD carry position and taking your blue
Swift
buffs.
is actually higher level than the mid laner on the side of Hyper Youth Gaming. That's how well he's playing. 5-0 on 4. What a lease in performance. And you know, I feel like someone just needs to point out boots of lucidity in the shop. Be like, they give you 10% cooldown reduction. You know, pick them up in the future. But they're giving it to him and it's working out for them as right now. He's picked up another BF sword. I said he won't go towards lifesteal until he absolutely must. Pumps out another culling that's a little bit short one more time.
Feels like he's used to the old range, perhaps, as they are going to siege up this turret. They're 11,000 gold ahead and only continue to get further and further ahead as HYG really up against the ropes here, 26.5 minutes in. Baron not up. Actually, it is up, excuse me. No one's looked at it yet. That was the last game where someone took a Baron at 20 minutes, and they are going to go for it. HYG have no good choices here, but Xiaogu going to force them to make a decision.
That was like the perfect claw there, because they knew that they didn't have vision, and it just came out of Fog of War and landed on the other side of the wall. If he had taken that, they would not have had time to react. Instead, it looks like they are prioritizing the Baron, trying to bait this one out. They do it incredibly quickly. And it's the little things about QG right now. All their item builds are 100% efficient. They're so smart in how they pick them up. They're all ahead of their opponents, and now they're just looking for a last fight.
Yeah, it looked like they were going to try and desperately fend this one off. It's Hyper Youth Gaming that are caught out here. Suri's going to take a lot of damage, but Chimid, he's the first one to get chunked out. Pops his ultimate to keep his team alive, but look at this. Xiaogu, even though they get Uzi knocked out of the fight, they are still looking for kills as Swift picks up a double kill. 17, desperately trying to hold out in the back lines as the anchor will connect, and only Chimid is left alive.
And one more time, QG clean up another team fight. Doinby, Swift, Uzi all going massive. Moore and V joining the party this time around. They look unstoppable. V's just going to start taking up base turrets. And QG really rolling. Doinby one more time. Gets into the middle of everyone. And then, actually, surrender vote. Wow.
No time for that last replay.
We're done.
Because we're done. HYG tap the mat and surrender game 2 to Xiaogu, who take 2, I'm going to say different games, but very clean-looking games there as well.
Game 2 was a clinic. That was really impressive how they played that. You know, to the lane swap, pushing out the lanes, defending top turret for long enough, the dive in the bottom lane, the control they had around the map, how well Swift played in conjunction with Doinby. That's a very impressive QG, playing primarily with Uzi.
Swift was a monster. He was a little bit more of a utility role in that first game, but that second game, pulling out the Lee Sin, he looked like an absolute monster.
I'm telling you, if they get any more people on their bench, I'm going to run out of hands to start counting threats on this team. Everyone on this team is a threat as Xiaogu take a well-deserved bow in that particular game. And my only question has to be, 2 impressive games, yes, against the team they likely expected to win, but can they continue playing this way? And will they? Because two games, 2 very clean games, especially the second one, Uzi-centric, and it feels like they're adding weapons to their arsenal, but are they going to stay on this one, or are they going to start to mix things up a bit more?
It's the right first step.
Yes.
Because I completely agree. They went into these games and it was like, we're against Hyper Youth Gaming, so we should be able to play the map, look for our standard laning phase, look for, I guess, the correct lanes in each matchup and get ahead. Don't play against Hyper Youth Gaming, the player. Play against Summoner's Rift and win the game very, very cleanly. Because the last thing you want to do is go into standard lanes, pick strong lanes, don't pick for your team comp and then just try and run over a team and it backfires. So I like the way they played against Hyper Youth Gaming. The question is, can they do it to an RNG? Can they do it to an IG or an EDG? Because that is a big question right now for this QG lineup.
I think that looked great for QG, and things can only get better for them now. They didn't get a break after IEM, so they didn't have that going for them. But now, after this first game back in the LPL, they now have that time to set back into the regular season that they have here. Now they have the time to use the experience they gained from IEM, all the things that they learned from IEM, and all the time they had to prepare for the LPL as well.
And for me, it just feels like they've figured out that they don't have to just put all of the eggs in the Doinby Swift basket. They have another carry they can rely on. They can give V a little bit more space. Like, again, it's still early for this team, especially if they're starting to add Uzi more frequently, but it feels like they are moving in the right direction. My only thing is, if the meta changes, if they need to, can they swap things up? And I think history should indicate yes, but we haven't quite seen it yet. Because honestly, we just haven't had enough Uzi games.
Yeah, we certainly haven't. And I'm really interested to see what the map play looks like with them, because we've said that, Uzi likes free lane farm. It should free up a lot of V as well to get extra gold. I really want to stress that V should get more gold with Uzi on the map than he gets with Peko, because the team fights that were happening in the bottom lane, people aren't going to answer the split push that he's putting on. They're going to chase Uzi around the map. So I really want to see how V Uzi goes, because if that is a winning combination, then I feel like Xiaogu got a lot better.
I guess the other thing for me is the team fighting still intact? Xiaogu, infamous for the team fighting. We saw Swift and Doinby go off in multiple times in both of those games. It feels like Uzi, he's getting his farm, he's getting his requisite items, and then just rolling over people. Fits into the team perfectly almost.
I still feel like Xiaogu's team fighting is absolutely solid. They had a few misplays in the early skirmishes, especially in Game 1 against Hyper Youth Gaming, but their team fighting looked phenomenal. Even in the team fights where Hyper Youth Gaming, they're the ones that started up. They were the ones that got the ideal positioning. Xiaogu were always able to fight back and find the right positioning for their damage dealers to lock down priority targets.
Xiaogu are a front-to-back team. Proscurin says it all the time. They run tanks that have initiation. They run mid-range, long-range, and they literally fight front-to-back. Picture that you've got your spearmen, then, your bowmen, then you guys with your rifles. That's how Xiaogu fight. They're not a team like LGD. LGD were really, really double teleport that would run multiple flanks. Even EDG that would run Coro around, or Flandre on Snake, where they would play complicated team fights. QG actually play very, very simple team fights. So I feel like Uzi, Peko, they'll both play team fights very, very well. And this is why I really like the change one more time, because I feel like they can both team fights. Yes, Peko is arguably a better resourceless AD carry in team fights, but Uzi is never, in the game that he wants to play, going to be without those resources.
And I completely agree with that. When you have two really great AD carries of Peko and Uzi, it makes a lot of sense to play this front-to-back team composition lineups that Xiaogu have been playing quite frequently, especially because that allows the AD keys to just focus on whoever's in front of them, focus on just destroying whoever's in front of you. You don't have to worry about diving back into the backlines, but time and time again, it feels like Uzi is doing that anyway.
Well, we do have the MVP, and it is Doinby. A well-deserved performance there. 5-0 and 10, just going off in 2 games, but especially in that second one.
I thought he was going to get it game 1.
Yeah.
Even though Uzi got the pentakill, I actually thought Uzi deserved it, because the thing about this is, Doinby, if you play macro League of Legends, the only person that actually has to play their lane well is Doinby. He's the only one with any pressure on him. Everyone else is laning against creeps and just rotating around the map. Doinby is the guy that actually has to take the 1v1 and win it. He did it in 2 games, went up against the Rise. It's a counter pick, and that we saw that the Rise was winning the 1v1s when it came to it. Doinby was able to set up a lot of the team fights and create zones of pressure that Uzi could operate in. So really, 2 very impressive games from Doinby. Second game, he just had the scoreboard to go with it, so the MVP judges were kind enough to give him the award.
I mean, Swift did had a great game in that match, but what I really liked about Doinby in the game, besides the macro play, was the fact that it felt like Gosu was irrelevant. Every single team fight, it made it feel like Lissandra was locking down Rise and just had no impact. And at the same time, had a couple of big highlight reels where he had fantastic mechanical play. So I think it was a good decision to give him the MVP.
And for me, to be honest, if Uzi and his Lucian puts his face in everything, Doinby constantly puts his face in stuff. And he didn't die that game. That's probably the most impressive stat, is that he started team fights. He was constantly going in. To not die in a game like that is just an awesome Lissandra game.
Triple stasis. That's all it is.
That's
really
the secret.
Just stay in stasis the whole time. You can't die.
I think even further than that, it's the itemization. Roller into Zhonya's, into Void Staff, not going for a greedy item build, going for the team fighting item build, understanding where the win conditions are around the map. This is something that we've always complimented QG on. Today was no different. QG should have won this game. They won it in very clean fashion, and that's the impressive thing. It's not that they beat HYG, it's how they beat them in game 2. A very, very clean performance.
I agree, and I think with how well Doinby is playing, I guess I have a more fun question for you guys. How badly does Doinby have to play to get Dade off the bench? Because Doinby's playing awesome, and I feel like Dade's a great player, but I just don't know if Dade will ever get a chance now.
So split 1, EDG ran Pawn and you.
Yep.
And Pawn hurt his back.
Yep.
You got to play some games of League of Legends. Dade would have to hurt his back and probably break a hand before Dade. Doinby would have to do that before Dade comes off the bench. Doinby right now is a premier mid laner in the LPL, and I say that with all respect to Dade, who, if anyone knows me, is my favorite mid laner of all time. His team fight play on Assassins is like second to none if you go back 2 years. But he did fall off at the end of the LPL last year. And Doinby right now is just a better mid laner, especially for Xiaogu.
And that's impressive given the pedigree of mid laners that are currently in the LPL. But again, I have to agree. Xiaogu, they have threats everywhere. It feels like V can play tanks, even though he had 3 Fiora games in that match history before this series. They just have pressure everywhere. And for me, I think the most impressive thing is that QG, yes, they play their style, but they can adapt as well.
Yeah, they certainly can. And the impressive thing is, right, if disaster does strike and like Doinby does need a break, they have a premier mid laner to step in. If Peko slumps, if Uzi slumps, the other is there to take position, right? Heck, I'm sure Uzi can still play mid lane. It was a dark time in the LPL, but I'm sure he still can. So, you know, they've just got options is what I'm trying to say.
Mean, from what we saw today, he took all the blue buffs and he was farming in the top lane. So it seems like could be a decent solo laner.
I just love that you mentioned that, because do you know which AD carry was
Peko,
playing? Yeah. It was Peko. Peko was the AD carry that replaced Uzi when Uzi decided to have an adventure in the mid lane.
Yeah.
So like maybe they could get the old Royal Club strat going.
Yeah, and you know, this is something that you have to look at. Like, this shows good infrastructure around a team, and it's something that we don't necessarily talk about a lot with QG. We mentioned a lot with Edward Gaming, but they're starting to ramp that up. They've got a solid bench behind them now. You know, their coaching staff. That was a very good draft. Their macro game looks better. This wasn't a team that like ran at you 5-man unit and just beat you to death. Like, this was solid map play from QG. I still don't agree with the lane swap philosophy. I think we need to learn how to Euro lane swap. Otherwise, it will be the death of us again. But that was, after 7 minutes mark, very well executed game.
And just to touch on something you said at the start about them having multiple players that can fill those shoes, having Dade on the bench, having Peko on the bench as well, not only does it give Xiaogu the opportunity to explore other strategies by pulling these players in if they wanted to, but at the same time, they have this insurance if anything does happen. They have those world-class players to replace them and seemingly fit into the team
and
too.
Motivation. If there's one thing we've heard about the LPL is at times it's a very long season. Players can become unmotivated. Having Dade, having Uzi on your bench, that's pretty good motivation for Doinby and Peko to play good League of Legends.
And I think just quickly on kind of the lane swap conversation there as well, because I do agree, we definitely saw from IEM that Chinese lane swapping definitely has its own unique style. When I'm watching those Xiaogu games, thinking back about them, I joked about Reverse Snake and how Uzi was sort of playing like Flandre would like to on a lot of his scaling champions, like Gangplank as an example. Snake are, of course, the team that does lane swap effectively, so kind of interesting. But I feel like the way they played to disrupt the lane swap was to give Uzi an advantage. Is that just a Xiaogu wanting like an Uzi-specific thing, or is it I actually don't know how to do this thing?
I'm in two minds about it, right? Because when we saw it in MSI, EDG used that exact strategy and won the tournament. So it's not that it never works. It's that it's higher risk, higher reward. What a Euro lane swap is zero risk. Like, there is no risk. You leave 4 people in the lane, you shove down the lane, you get the turret, bounce the wave, go to the other lane, do it. You pick up 2k gold at the very start of the game, accelerate the pace of the game. So what that is very, very low risk, medium reward. What China just doesn't like to conform to this style of League of Legends. They always want to be not the team that has a strategy. They want to have the strategy that beats the popular strategy. So when they go internationally, it looks better. But they just haven't been able to come up with it on a consistent basis. At MSI, EDG did it. They were used to push through 2 turrets, if you remember, with Deft on Jinx, go absolutely nuts, actually get big advantages. That's what QG was kind of emulating this time around. Send your big tank with your support there, get more farm onto your AD carry, get him more levels. He'll be bigger in the mid-game teamfights. But there's just not those mid-game teamfights right now, and it continually bites them.
It is a high-risk, high-reward strategy, and I don't think it's the most optimal one, but you do have the players of the likes of Swift, of the likes of Doinby, of the likes of Uzi and Peko, and this massive lineup who can potentially execute those high-risk, high-reward high-reward plays, and if it does work, it's like the name implies, high reward for them, and it often can win you games.
Yeah, but the problem is, and I'm going to repeat this, when you're playing against S17 and Chimin, like, the likes of Swift, the likes of Doinby, that sounds really impressive. When you run into Myron, Faker, and Bengi at Worlds, it just doesn't seem impressive anymore. So you have to play the way the game was proven to be very strong. So that's what actually was the problem.
Well, I guess I'll have to find out, but a strong win there for Xiaogu. Nonetheless, really nice stuff as they do take the 2-0, but don't go too far. We'll have a break, but when we return, OMG are going to be taking on LGD. And welcome back, everyone, to the English coverage of the Chinese LPL. We're about to get into our second best of three of the evening as LGD will shortly take on OMG. My name is Julian Pastry Time Carl. Joining me on the casting desk still is Matthew Fitch Stewart and Jake Spawn Tiberi. We just saw Xiaogu with a very convincing 2-0 versus HYG. Now the HYG of their group, LGD, will take on OMG, who seem to be on the rise lately.
Yeah, they certainly do. OMG seem to have gone back to some of their old form, a very team fight heavy team. You know, Icon in the mid lane started to take names. We'll see if he gets another one in Wayless today, because LGD, they haven't looked good all split long. Let's be honest. Like, since summer finals, they've just been, you know, people keep saying to me that like they're slowly getting better, which to me just makes no sense because they were the best team in the LPL last year. But you know what? I guess it's true. They're slowly improving on what is a very poor early season.
Well, you have mentioned one thing that stuck with me, which is they are one game away from playoffs.
Yeah.
Still.
Still one
What a
game away
group.
from playoff.
One game away from playoffs. And LGD really just feels like the team that's slowly
Just shows
falling
the
apart.
relative strength of Group A. You know, when you're one game away from playoffs at one victory, 1-7, ladies and gentlemen. LGD right now, they just. I honestly have no words. I've tried to figure everything out. Like, was it Myron? No, they put Acorn back in the lane. Was it Amy? No, they went back to Xiaoxi. Was it Xiaoxi? No, they went back to Yu, who's their new jungler. Like, is it Wayless? I just have no idea what's going on with that, man. Imp and PYL still look good on Summoner's Rift, but what's happening off Summoner's Rift? Because PYL is their captain and shot caller. Like, I have a dartboard of LGD at home that just has like reasons they aren't playing well, and I just throw a dart before every broadcast because I don't even know who to blame anymore.
This honestly feels like the chalk and cheese matchup as well, because LGD feel like they're slowly falling apart here, whereas OMG just slowly getting stronger and coming together as a team. So it's going to be an interesting one.
Yeah, and I'm going to say not even slowly coming together as a team. OMG did the right thing. They were like, cool, it's not working. We love you. Go on holidays. And we haven't seen him since. Like, Icon's been in the mid lane. Oh, is he back?
Yeah, it looks like he might be back here. Interesting. Well, we'll have a look at the OMG.
Oh, he is back. He's so handsome.
Can't miss that jawline. It is just wonderful.
I was talking to you. I missed it.
Oh.
Yeah, but yeah. All right, cool. Now I have nothing because I was going to be like, and since Icon's been there, they've had success. We'll see if they still have it.
I agree with you, which is why Cool being back, at least for this first game, is very curious. But let's take a look at OMG's team, as they are going to wield Cool here for the first match. Xiang, Chuan, Cool, SMLZ, and 5. Holidays over, apparently, at least for this game. Let's start the top lane. Xiang, the veteran now, I guess, of the team, maybe Cool being back.
Does a lot of their shot calling.
Yeah.
Like, that's the cool thing about Xiang. He's such a young player. He's played mid support, now top lane. He's a shot caller and gets a lot of good things happening.
And here is the man that I really want to be looking out for today. Trent used to be from LGD, so a little bit of grudge and rivalry coming into this game.
Barbecue visits his whole team. We'll see whether he's able to get it going because you're right. That is the change they made after an unsuccessful Worlds campaign. Cool. The man with one of the best shorelines, hairstyles. When I met him, like, oh, I've never fanned myself so furiously.
Well, he is back in the lineup. We'll see how he does today. As SMLZ also been a little up and down, but certainly his good games have made him look very good. I think it's just a matter of consistency for the bottom side. As 5, their support, I will say, on those two champions, once he really feels comfortable on, he does make the big plays.
Yeah, 5's actually a really good engaged support. Can he go backwards very well? Not necessarily, but can OMG as an organization? I'm going to say no, so 5, perfect support for them.
His last Alistar game played it almost perfectly, and true to his name, got a huge 5-man pulverized as well.
Well, we'll pop over to the LGD side now, because as we've said, it has not been a good start to this season. I was going to say early start, but we're at week 6 now. So starting to run out of early in that particular title. But it seems like they are going to field the lineup that we expect from them at this point. And again, it's a long con. Make sure the team adjusts together, get Myron comfortable. I know it's not been a pretty look for LGD to start their season, but if they get what they want to eventually, they'll probably call it a win. But let's have a look at their lineup.
Yeah, they've been very vocal. This is a team put together to win Worlds. That's what they've said from the outset. And it is still going to be Yu in the jungle. So that is the new Worlds recipe.
Yep, Myron, Yu, Wayless, Imp, and PYL. We'll see how they do today against OMGs. We'll start on the top side. Myron had a curious start into the LPL, but certainly looks like still the decent player that we know he is.
Yeah.
Not the superstar player that we've seen him be.
He's a good laner at the moment.
Yes.
And then here's the unknown guy from LGD, Yu, the new
jungler. Oh, no, I saw him twice. I know all about him. Did not impress me, Yu.
That's not
his performance against Kid was, in a word, abysmal. Like, he was 4 levels behind Kid's jungle. And, people throw shade at Kid. Like, that is a big criticism of Yu.
And then we have Wayless in the mid lane as well. This is a guy that we thought would be, the signature matchup here. Wayless going up against Icon, and not going to happen now. It's going to be Cool, so we're not going to see the Korean Slayer come in as Imp and PYL are going to round out the team composition.
And again, this has definitely been the successful part of LGD, has been that bottom side. Imp, PYL, still strong landing. The landing in general seems mostly fine from LGD, but they absolutely cannot get it together whenever they have to do anything as a 5-man unit.
I really feel like, although they're playing so well in this bottom lane, Imp just has this switch that when you flick it on, he does these random things and just decides he wants to walk in a really dangerous part of Summoner's Rift.
So people say that about Imp all the time, and his previous interviews used to say it the best. When Imp feels like he has to play the game, he will just go recklessly aggressive. When he is like, at the moment, if he does not win the game for the team doesn't win the game. So your acts of like random, like, he just walks around the rift. He's actually just trying to do something that will like carry the game. Like, it's way too much pressure for one person to hold. In fact, he's the one person out of 5 that's playing well on his team.
Yep. Well, he has to pull something out because if he's just going to be walking around, he has to pick up something for LGD. Only picked up 1 game for themselves so far as we are into picks and bans between OMG and LGD. And immediately, Kog'Maw is going to be banned out by OMG. They don't want Imp to have that, and they do not want Tran to get his Lee Sin.
I feel like LGD kind of know the other side of the jungle matchup pretty well here.
I think they've played, against or with this guy before. Sometime. Maybe. They might know a thing or two about this Tran guy.
Well, I like the Twitch ban there as well, actually, from OMG. Because that's been a champion that Imp is known for, and I think he can do a lot of heavy lifting on it. So we'll get that off the board for this go around.
They also showed the Ardent Sensor Lulu mid lane last time they played LGD. Wayless picked that up in the mid lane. It was an interesting pickup. We'll see if he goes back to it.
Well, there's Lysandra out for LGD. There's Gangplank banned away by OMG. And now LGD with only 1 ban left. 2 AD carry bans and a flex ban from OMG. We'll see what LGD want to do with their final ban here, because by the looks of things, we're going to have a lot of picks open.
And I feel like SMLZ has to be willing to pick Kalista first here. Like, the fact that you ban Kog'Maw, ban Twitch, if you're not willing to pick Kalista, I just feel like the pick ban phase falls down a little bit. Unless he's got the sneaky Jhin, obviously.
Ooh. Well, there's Gragas banned away, so Kalista is the most obvious pick. It's also good to take it away from Imp. I don't think that's going to be the first pick, Xiang, but I do admire your panache. As there is Kalista.
It makes a lot of sense to pick up Kalista as well because it just enables 5 to be an even better engaging support.
I was just going to go, it makes sense to pick up Kalista because he's his best champions and you ban number 2 and 3. So if you're going to ban 2 and 3, you generally pick up number 1, right?
I still like the Kalista ulti giving 5 the ability to go backwards. Maybe not by choice.
You're ganged up by player-play casters here right now. Your opinion might be great, but you're outnumbered.
I just feel like my logic stands on its own, gentlemen.
I agree with you. It's Lulu and Italy were the picks there for LGD. So we'll see if you can get nice and aggressive with this pick. And Lulu, always a strong pick. We know Mara can play it. We've seen Wayless play it recently.
I don't want to see Wayless play it ever again.
So you're hoping Marin picks this one
I
up?
hope this is a top lane Lulu.
So what
Acorn used to play it.
What if Marin builds Ardent Sensor? Is that done for LGD and Lulu?
Maybe.
No, Acorn's still on their bench. She's a very good Lulu player.
Well, there's Poppy and Thresh, so 5 going to stick to what he knows. Alistar was available, but decides to take the, I think, better lane support. And a very strong 2v2 already set up for OMG. I like the Poppy as well. Xiang does work on it. It's generally good against teams when they're trying to kill an AD carry as well. And Imp is easily the player with the biggest target on his head. It's Justana Brom's going to be the pickup here for them.
5 just seems like he's alternating between Thresh and Alistar. It even showed in this recent picks. And look at the most picked champions for the side of OMG as well. Thresh and Alistar are both in there. So, rotating that one around for 5. Brom and Tristana are going to be the 2 carries picked up by LGD. So they do have a hyper carry and a Lulu in the same team, along with a very, very strong support.
And this will be interesting. Cool's Twisted. Fate is being hovered right now. Very old school champion for OMG. Played the map incredibly well with it. And you feel that they do have a lot of catch potential down in the bottom lane with the Kalista Thresh combination. So I would like to see him go towards it. And it's also a big question mark for Wayless. Can you beat a Twisted Fate in lane? Something Wayless was very famous for against EDG. We'll see whether he can still do it.
Well, there's the talent hover again that LGD love.
So the reason they love this hover, I like telling this story, is Wayless was having a good chat to Koro, and he was like, we're going to play you guys. And Koro was like, yeah, good luck, man. Like, really looking forward to the game. And Wayless was just like, I'm going to pick Talon and kill Pawn. And Koro just didn't write back. And then EDG obviously ran a train over the top of LGD, and Talon was not picked. So I've been waiting for it a very long time, Wayless. And it's still not going to be today. Not
yet, at least. There's Rek'Sai TF for those picks for OMG, so plenty of globals out for them. But they're looking at top laners by the looks of things here at LGD, which does mean the Wayless Lulu could be making a comeback.
They still have 10 seconds here. They do have the option to go for the flex pick instead because they did pick up Lulu. Could be thrown into the top lane and grant Spawn his wish of not having Wayless play that champion. They are going to give that one back to Wayless. It's going to be Marin on that Nautilus, and it's going to be Wayless. Hopefully not with that Ardent Sensor in the mid lane on Lulu.
So the funniest thing is, and like everyone's going to be like, oh, Spawn, you're such a hypocrite. Next patch, I like Ardent Sensor with Pokeball because of the changes to his W giving him magic damage. Ardent Sensor also gives magic damage, so it makes a little bit more sense. On this patch, Ardent Sensor Lulu is not good.
I don't think so either. We'll see if Wayless corrects the item build perhaps from last week. But I think for me, the most curious thing looking from last week is that last time we saw OMG play, Icon was playing. And we talked about the break, giving teams a chance to, sort of revitalize and refresh. And these two teams have both had that break. But have they had enough time to integrate Cool back into the lineup? Because he's going to have to really put on a clinic today with TF.
Especially because OMG had just got on top of Ichi Gaming. They were looking to make that playoff run. A lot of pressure on Cool now stepping back into the lineup.
Well, you can see the team comps there. Poppy, Rek'Sai, Twisted Fate, Callista, and Thresh there for OMG versus Nautilus, Nidalee, Lulu, Trist, and Braum. Feels like OMG just got comfort everywhere.
Certainly does, and we'll see whether they're able to get together a strong early game. You feel that's all they really need to do against LGD, who mid-late have struggled. A lot of pressure on Imp, Nidalee buff, as well as a Braum. And Lulu there to help out his Tristana. See whether he can get it done.
Certainly will. I wonder if it's enough help. I guess we're going to find out here. So we're going to get ourselves on the Summoner's Rift for our first game. And here we are for the opening of our second best of three as OMG can see if they can claim a match versus LGD. Both teams have had a brief reprieve, with IM Katowice being last week. We saw Xiaogu, a team that attended the event, just win their series 2-0. And OMG have certainly been on the rise. We'll see if they can take down a struggling LGD, especially given that Cool will be our biggest wildcard here. He's actually back in the mid lane on a signature pick.
He's back!
Cool's performance last season, I will say, was left wanting, especially for OMG fans, even at the start of this season. So he's had a break. He's had some time to recharge. We'll see if he's honed those skills during the time he's been away.
Especially because his substitute was performing so admirably. Icon was starting to turn heads in that mid lane. We'll see whether it's able to make work, as SMLZ hasn't bought an item. It's an interesting strategy. We'll see whether he's able to make it work for himself.
Farm 800 gold, go back and get a BF sword. That has to be what he's going for right now.
I mean, he has the Black Spear as well. So, but do you start with it? You do.
Yes,
okay, I was going to say he might have
Black Spear.
I was going to say he bought it, so he must not have missed the shot. But I have to assume it's intentional.
This group's going to be really difficult.
He's not going to heal. SMLZ might have made a very, very critical mistake here.
And he's going into a 2v2 lane. So we're going to actually see how strong Callista is in her base kit. Like the age-old question. People say her kit is very strong. Well, SMLZ seems to agree because he is that confident he hasn't taken items.
I can tell you he's looking for the scaling. He's looking to get that pickaxe or that BF sword as soon as possible. POL's laughing. He knows.
I think everyone knows at this point. Probably even SMLZ. 5 and SMLZ do hit level 2 first. They're going to start to get some pressure down.
Oh, that's what it is. It's the fervor. You don't need an item. You're scaling already with those continued autos.
That must be it. Xiang and Marin can have a tussle. Xiang, he's going to get the nice early trade. Marin, he's a Nautilus. He doesn't really have too much to worry about.
New is going to, once again, jungle on very low health. This is something that all Nidalee players do. They jungle on freakishly low health. He has got the smite, so he's going to be able to get back up there. He'll kite this one around. Go back for a completed recall afterwards. So don't you worry about him. They're still looking to be an aggressive in a lane where you have no items.
Probably
This
showing.
would really be insult to injury if they lose this game.
He does have 1,000 gold now, so has the opportunity to go back and pick up that pickaxe. If he stays for a little bit longer, that BF sword is just a little bit
What
closer.
does pickaxe build towards, Fish? You've mentioned it a couple of times. Now I'm really curious.
That's right. Kalissa's not going to be picking that one up.
Yeah, so...
Rageblade, I've seen that on Kalissa somewhere.
Oh, please. don't.
Meanwhile, we are going to see Trent come down into the bottom lane. Myron is forced to flash away. Chiang going to put a little bit of damage back
Hey,
down
Myron,
to
remember me? Myron's like, no, who are you? Oh, yeah, you went on the team. Catch you later.
Well, it's probably not the last visit there, as Myron did burn that flash. So we'll see if the revisit is on the cards here. Speaking of, Cool's going to pop his way back into mid. Did put a ward out on his blue buff, I believe, but not looking too rusty here on the old Twisted Fate. Keeping up nicely against Wayless as the wave does come towards him, as SMLZ continues to show the power of Kalista. Still looking good with no items.
And they're still continuing to look to fight. I really do feel like this is just, if I will say it one more time, if OMG win this game, LGD are in a very bad spot. The fact that you can come to one of your lanes without items is beat a team.
And it's the one lane where you don't really want to do that.
Arguably the stronger lane for LGD as well.
No, strongest.
Like actual players-wise, or
Players-wise.
Yeah, okay, cool. I thought you were just calling Braum Tristana stronger than Kalista.
No.
I was ready to leave.
Player-wise. As you can see, still
I was ready to leave when I saw SMLZ walk out of the base with
I'm
nothing.
just curious about what the first item's going to be. But we can talk at least about some early itemization. Cool has gone for a Sheen first, actually.
So I actually really like Sheen first on Twisted Fate right now. It gives you that cooldown reduction out of your build that he likes so much when he hits level 6, as well as some added damage. Queued up with your stack deck does good things, so you know I can see exactly where it's coming from. And Myron, once again, very greedy top laner, has used that teleport to get back into the bottom lane. See if he can start bullying around. Xiang calls you in for some support. He wants to pick up some golems on his way.
I like the Dark Seal there as well for a bit of extra potion help. It does have refillable also, but Xiang, of course, with the corrupting potion.
That's interesting.
Ooh. We'll see how it works out, I suppose. And Xiang is going to bat away these creeps into that bottom side. Does use the dash to make sure it secures that one. That's cool, level 5, pretty quickly approaching level 6. See if he fancies leaving the lane and maybe looking for that top side.
Yeah, certainly would be the option, you know, get him even further ahead. He has 500 gold that everyone else on the map does not have because he didn't spend it. That's banking for you. It doesn't actually, League of Legends is not real life. You don't get interest if it's left in the bank. Although it would be an interesting game mode. And we'll see whether that is where Cool elects to go. Of course, they're a little bit weaker. Approximately a full Doran's Blade than you would expect your bottom lane to be at this stage of the game.
Full Doran's Blade and a potion, but they are heading back to base. SMLZ does have 2,200 gold. It is about 6 minutes into this game, relatively even. OMG
He doesn't even pick up lifesteal. He does not conform to your humanly rules.
Just straight up recurve bow and upgraded boots.
And this is just quintessential SMLZ.
Oh,
He has the most ambitious item builds of any AD carry I think I've ever seen play the game, particularly in the LPL. And that's why you look at the items and you're like, oh, he made a mistake. So no, he knows. He knows the choices he's making.
Yeah, he's blown my mind. I am... What is it?
Well, let's check in with him later, because his lane seems to be going quite well.
Kalissas have been confusing me lately. I've seen a Rageblade Kalista. I've seen one not build an item, just go straight up recurve, but I don't know what's going on anymore.
Gank
but
in the
this
mid lane.
is what's going to happen in the mid lane. Whaley, he's going to get knighted, has to flash away. As OMG send 3 people to put some pressure onto LGD's mid laner.
Yeah, you have to say double summoner spells used out of 5. Definitely the right decision to flash. Does not burn the ultimate. So Wayless is relatively healthy in this lane. Doing a good job, actually, up against Cool's Twisted Fate. Now we'll see whether the return gank comes in on the other side of Summoner's Rift.
PLL and you looking for something here are going to collapse the tunnel and try and do a bit of counter jungling. They find a Gromp, as SMLZ could be the target here. He's actually level 6 now. It's Cool. It's awfully low in that mid lane. Wayless able to poke him out. And he's going to force Cool back. Does have teleport though, so it should be just fine to get back safely if he needs to.
Yeah, it certainly will be. If he cancels this recall, very real chance of being dove. So we'll complete it, probably teleport back to that turret. There he goes. And Wayless, 11 CS up in this mid lane, doing a very good job. Forces out a Negatron, in fact.
Comes back to what we talked about before. Felt like this game was going to be the Korean Slayer going up against the Chinese mid laner, but now it's cool. And so far, Wayless not faltering to the mid lane Twisted Fate, holding his own. In fact, a little bit ahead in that CS. If we take a look in the top lane, now that SMLZ has his items, still continuing that pressure, but albeit a little bit safer this time. You going for a little bit of a red buff taking. I thought he was counter jungling for a second, realized that is LGZ's side of the jungle, not taking away from anyone other than himself.
But has been able to keep up this time around on Italy, so much better performance so far against Chuen, who is on his tier 3 champion, you have to say, in Rek'Sai. They took Lee Sin and Gragas off him in the draft. And you can see that Imp kind of feeling the same amount of love. In fact, he's probably on his 4th pick right now because they took away Twitch, took away Cogbor, picked away Kalista, and left him with lonely Tristana. You can see that they're starting to really bully this lane around.
Yeah, SMLZ is pretty curious. Early start to the game has at least netted them a CS lead here in the 2v2. The interesting item builds continue, though, with Xiang and Marin are going to have a bout.
And Wayless is going to pick up a Stinger, I thought you were going to say.
That was where I was going. I mean, we have a Dark Sail on top lane Nautilus as well, so there's plenty of stuff going on right now. Not Ardent Sensor, thankfully, but...
Oh, you don't know that yet.
This is Stinger into Ardent Sensor special, and Magi's Nautilus.
And actually, no, so now you mentioned that, that's actually where I was going to go. You said it jokingly. Attack speed, magic damage from the Nash's Tooth. You put a shield on yourself with Ardent Sensor, it gives you 30 extra bonus damage every single time.
Well, we've got no time for that as OMG. They're going to try and tower dive this top lane. They're sending all 5 members up there. They want to try and take down LGD's bottom lane duo. They will, and they're probably going to get the tower after that as well.
Yeah, and it depends how much they get after that. You know, they can push through if they so choose. Chuen also going to be able to get back towards that mid lane with one of his Rek'Sai tunnels. So, not even a turret response in return for LGD, and early game not looking good one more time.
And I just love it. OMG never changed. 5 people into the top lane just in case. As even Xiang committed to teleport. He will get the tower gold as well as SMLZ is going to go down to the bottom side of the map now with a fresh Bilgewater Cutlass. OMG with the early aggression make a big play and come out about 2,500 gold up.
Yeah, and it was a really good play. Their lanes were already naturally winning, especially that bottom lane that was Xiang versus Marin. So the teleport works out very, very nicely. They now swap the lanes back into the bottom side of the map, where there's a huge advantage right now for SMLZ. 20 creeps, he's got a kill, he's got an assist, as well as that turret gold. Imp can't do anything down here.
He's got the Bilgewater Cutlass too, so he does have the extra trade potential if Imp and PYL try to fight him. And he does have the really, really strong lane, and with 5 on that engaging support, poses a threat at this LGD bottom lane, despite the fact that they are Imp and PYL, the hyped up bottom lane duo for LGD. They do have the hyper-scaling team comp here with the Lulu, with the Nidalee to buff up Tristana even more and also dive in on her own. So we are going to take a look at that player, Yu, who has just been farming for majority of this game. Hasn't put too many ganks out just yet. But as a Nidalee, that's kind of what you really want to be doing in this jungle.
There's 2 ways. Nidalee's like Graves, right? You can either farm super heavy or you can gank super heavy. Going for a farming route, Rek'Sai does farm incredibly well, especially if you go with a warrior enchant, as Chuen has in this game. So, you know, he's chosen the right thing. It's just that big 5-man gank definitely went OMG's way.
Well, that exchange did as well, because Chuen, I believe, did pick up the Raptor there. SMLZ in 5, though, continuing to clear things out. Blade of the Ruined King is going to be online very quickly for this Kalista, and a Spirit Visage already for Xiang. Can make Marin's life a little tricky. He's got a long lane to try and farm safely from.
500.
Everyone down into the bottom lane. This is going to be a 4-man gank here. We'll see whether they're able to survive it.
Let's see if they can do that. Immediately, 5 is going to flash away. SMLZ takes the Lantern to safety, so they blow 1 summoner spell to get back. LGD will probably be able to take that turret, but OMG have 2 men in the mid lane pushing for the middle turret.
And they're not even going to get the turret in the bottom lane. They didn't do enough damage to it. In the end, they can't stick around because... Oh, teleport actually burnt. This is weird.
Yeah, Marin, Sean's going to get his way out. Xiang stayed top as Marin TP'd in to try and make a play mid. And LGD, again, just feel so scattered around the map. They lost everything and got nothing.
I now completely agree with Spawn. OMG are not slowly getting better. They have massively improved and they just look great.
You are so glass half full. I love you, Fish. You are you are a very positive fellow. That was bizarre, and now a teleport.
Oh, that hook was sick. Imp in trouble. Good Fate's called a combo in, and Cool sweeps in for the first kill. Pileo's going to die to the Ren for the second.
So this is another good example. Flash first, jump after. Flash cannot be interrupted. It is impossible to stop a Flash. Jump Tristana actually keeps you at the starting point. You can be flayed out of it. You can be hooked out of it. He gets greedy, uses the rocket jump, made pay. Another double kill for LGD, for OMG. And LGD, the week didn't do much for him. They still look very sloppy.
All the way down to summoner spell usage. This match looks like chalk and cheese. 5 burnt his flash immediately when he saw LGD try to gank him bottom lane with 4 men. Like you said, Imp not prioritizing that flash, but Cool, he might be in a little bit of trouble as Yu's going to jump on him as neatly. Wayless was able to get the knockoff with his ultimate, but Yu, he may go down in return, gets the heal off at the last second. Tren is not able to get that final attack off to take down the Needly.
Yeah, so in the end, a shield will save him. You will go back to base. First kill picked up for LGD. They're still 4,500 gold behind at 14 minutes. So that's where the good news ends. See how much ahead SMLZ is over Imp right now. It is 20 CS, a couple of kills and assists, as well as those turrets. And Twent comes back into the mid lane, making sure that Wayless cannot take this down, although he will get it eventually.
Yeah. Slow and steady here for Wayless with that stinger, but not quite enough
Rotation
autos.
out of Xiong is actually going to deter him. And you can see that time and time again, OMG is just that step ahead.
Yeah, and it just feels like, again, they're playing the same proactive, aggressive 5-man league that they were always known for. Twisted Fate, you mentioned Spawn, it's a classic pick for Cool for a reason. Because they just do so much work around the map with it. OMG are very much a snowball-dependent team. Feels like Cool, at least on a signature pick for him, fitting right back into the lineup.
Yeah, it certainly looks to be that way. Very good first gank that came out in the top lane. It really set the tone for this game. LGD always been playing from the back foot. Looks like maybe a Zarok portal going to be started off for Myron here, as Nash's Tooth is finished by Wayless. Starting to hit his mid-game stride. It's only an Ardent Sensor away from being the coolest on-hit build ever.
Unfortunately, that's not really going to help Imp and the whole hyper carry situation, because those shields are going to be pretty tiny.
Yeah, you know, sometimes it isn't about that, man. Sometimes Lulu just has to take the game in her own control.
If you can't help the hyper carry, become one yourself. Get all that attack speed.
He's the hyper carry LGD deserves.
Yep,
So
the Dark
is
Knight of
Imp
hyper
the one they
carries.
need?
Yeah.
Well, OMG continuing the aggression here. Cool with a gold card locked. Was looking to use the Destiny, level 11, so pretty good ulti available right now, but... Ooh,
Here we go one more time. Nash's Tooth is in there.
Getting those
Not
attacks
enough
down.
damage, but Cool actually has to keep cutting around. Does not have his flash. He's going to fall down to Wayless, as now Schwan could be the second victim. He is!
And laugh all you want, pastry time. Nash's Tooth Lulu. 3-0 and 0 on Summoner's Rift right now. Will be able to take down the mid lane turret. And LGD surging back into this game.
Wayless feels like he was going to fight the Korean Slayer today. I get to fight Cool. Well, might as well become the Slayer myself. Nash's Tooth doing work in that small skirmish. But Xiang wants a piece of this Lulu. Finally, that middle lane turret will go down in favor of LGD, their first turret of the game. But look at this, 5 and SMLZ just delete Braum. They're going to throw the Thresh at the Needle, who is in human form, can't pounce out. But look at this, MLZ has his back against the wall, will get the final spear off to get the double kill against the Needle. Xiang is still trying to chase down Wayless. Has the Whimsy available, will be able to get out of here. Hoppy's still looking for this one. 5 still looking for a hook as well, but they're just too far away.
Yeah, so in the end, they are able to pick up a couple of kills in response to what was a dragon for LGD. Bottom lane turret will also go down. So, very big profit for OMG after what was maybe the first fumble of the game as they were caught out in the mid lane. Will be about 5,000 gold one more time at about 17 minutes in. And it's going to be a Lich Burn.
Okay, so really big carry Lulu build. Wayless, we talk about LGD, you know, they feel like they want to find where their power points are.
Do you know it's his Diana build?
Yes! He's not playing Diana. I feel like he tricked his team. He's like, guys, give me Lulu.
He must.
Because he's like, give me Diana. They're like, no. And they're like, give me Lulu. It's like, okay, you can have Lulu. It's like, got you. Built the same item.
He must have had some major retreat or some major boot camp after he built that Ardent Sensor, completely going 180. Now he's the carry Lulu. What's going on?
Well, you know what? I'm not sure we'll find out today, but we'll at least try.
Well, he's up 30 CS.
Yeah, look.
And 2 kills. So as far as it goes, it's
working.
working.
Well, Working so far. Xiang is trying to work on that drop portal, but Marin is going to deny that.
Nah, get away from me.
Pretty effective there. Xiang.
Super Rhino.
I think he has Bandit. He's actually collecting gold from them. I think. Yeah. Oh, no.
You get one every time they do.
Yeah,
Yep.
that's what I thought. Adorable. Synergy. As in, he's going to take out that bottom outer turret as well. LGD starting to get some objectives back into this game and shorten that gold lead, but Schwan is lurking. Does get some good vision down with that tremor sense. Feels like OMG, they always get a little antsy when they haven't made a proactive play in a while, so I feel like they're due to get aggressive. LGD, though, have done a decent job slowing things down.
Slow it down they have. 18 minutes into this game. But look at this. OMG, they're not going to take any of this slow play. Marin now going to get caught out by 3 people. Pops the ultimate to try and knock her. But Xiang flushes forward aggressively. Cool will casually pick up another stun card. They get another pick onto LGD. That's their 7th kill.
Yeah, it certainly is. So they burn a lot in the top lane. Mid lane is going to be wide open, however. That is a lot of damage on Tristana. Lulu to help knock this one down. Teleport coming in on the back end. It looks like OMG want to fight.
Yep, they do have to fight to try and protect it. 5 looking for a box, finds Wayless, who's going to pop the wild growth on himself. Schwan trying to CC them up there as SMLZ's taking an awful lot of damage, but Xiang does move in for the assassination. Tristana's dead to the TF. Nidalee does slay Rek'Sai on the back end, but that's a 5-for-1 team fight win going OMG's
and
way.
like a house of cards, it all comes crashing down one more time for LGD. They overstay, they get greedy. Good teleport collapse. Don't respect the rotations coming out of this OMG lineup. 5 is able to get everyone in that play. He even got Imp one more time in the rocket jump. And it just means that LGD cannot get away quick enough. They give over multiple kills, and now the mid lane tier 2 turret.
5 is an absolute monster on his engaging supports. He played that fight brilliantly once again. And OMG, now 11-4 in kills. 6,000 gold ahead of LGD 20 minutes into this game. LGD, I mean, they've been falling apart since the start of the season, maybe even a bit before that, but it's just not looking any better after the break from IEM.
Certainly is not. Time does not seem to be the cure of this wound right now. Imp will be able to pick himself up another red buff, so that is good in their favor. Also a big creep wave in the top lane, but he is... Wow. Like an item and a half at this point, down 6-0-3 to 0-3-1. That is not the hyper carry you are looking for.
No, and OMG just making that Tristana power trough even worse as they're continuing to play nice proactive League of Legends. Cool, you can see he's got the Lich Bane now and the Need to See Large Rod plus some CDR boots, so he is just doing so much work at this stage of the game. Xiang continuing to get tankier. SMLZ just building whatever he wants at this point. He's got a Hex Drinker, a longsword, and a BF sword after the Hurricane and the Blade of the Ruined King. It's just a massive goal lead here for OMG, and as we've seen in previous games from them, even with Cool being back on the lineup, when the snowball starts rolling, it usually does not stop.
And when you're against a Nautilus, a Braum, and a Lulu, and you don't have to prioritize QSS because you are that confident that you're ahead, that you're going to go for your Bloodthirster, just speaks volumes to how confident SMLZ is right now in his team. It's because they're always going forward. He never has to use those items defensively, so why not just heap on the damage? Imp finally does have 2 items. So we'll see if that is a turning point in this game. Although it's you that is picking up a lot of the gold right now.
It did look like an almost shaky start from SMLZ as well. Not picking up any items at the start of the game, but has worked out for him. 6-0-3, has an 0-9 support on 5-2. 2 lockets being picked up by their team. 1 on Tren and 1 on 5. And there's the man himself. Used to be on LGD, now getting a little bit of revenge, so to speak. Or payback from the time he used to be on the team. But Tren now taking a little bit of damage from this attack speed. Lulu, here comes Twisted Fate. Cool does get the stun down. 5 will land the hook, but that's a teleport that will come in from Marin into the bottom lane. We'll stop that engage.
Yeah, and no one's there to collapse in time, so in the end it is just a teleport burnt for nothing. Is able to save his mid laner, but you have to think that Wayless probably was out of that situation already, and just nothing gained across the map for LGD. Meanwhile, OMG continue to grow this lead. It doesn't get any easier. They scale pretty well into the late game, and PYL's caught.
Yeah, they found him there. They are going to collapse onto it. Cool's going to make the ulti from Nautilus, but PYL already going to go down. Yu dives into the middle of the team, trying to make something happen, but Cool's going to shut that down instantly as 5. Now can look for a hook, does not land one onto Wayless, as Xiang gets creative with a dash there to try and pick up a third, but OMG will take 2 clean kills.
Yeah, you can dash into a creep. It takes you a little bit further. Use your ulti as a knock-up, then the rest of your team catches up. He was just looking for another pick. In the end, they will turn their eyes towards Baron. LGD have to fight because it's a Kalista. And honestly, at a 6,000 gold deficit with 2 members dead, this is not a great fight to take, but they have to do it anyway.
And they're looking to try and fight this one. They don't even have you to get the smite off, but look at this. Immediately, OMG going to try and turn. Marin has to flash out. Wow, LGD actually come out on top and force OMG to get off the Baron.
Yeah, so they stop the Baron. Top lane turret will go down to the Zrot portal that have been placed in that lane. So a little bit of reprieve for LGD, and maybe this is the last thing that they can do. You know, we always talk about it. Their macro play has always been pretty good. Just try and get the lanes pushing in your favor. Move them around the map with this Zrot portal. Get yourself a banner of command. Do the same thing. Hopefully Cool can't handle that. And try and grow any form of advantage, because right now in a 5v5 team fight, OMG will rip them apart.
And this is going to take a while for Xiang to get down. In fact, he meets the mending wave first because he starts, you know, wants to get some farm. Over prioritizing, I think, 15 gold, 25 gold that the portal gives you when you kill it.
Yeah, 15. It is not enough reward.
What is it? It's like a blue trinket?
Yeah.
Like a really big blue trinket. Xiang, he might even give up at this point. I don't think he's having too much fun. Probably doesn't do that much damage, especially to a portal. But
It's 25.
It is 25.
Wait.
Okay, totally worth it.
Was Xiang letting the Zrot portal hold the wave up?
Stack it up a little bit. Yeah, it looked like it.
It looked like he was intentionally letting the minion wave get stronger and stronger.
Portal mechanics, love it. As SMLZ has got the Maw of Malmortius completed. He'll hop his way down to that bottom side and continue clearing out waves. As Wayless, no Lich Bane yet. He has kind of the components, but he decided on the Abyssal Scepter Audible. So he's got that completed now, which is just fine there on the Lulu. And Rotovate is also done for you. Things could be looking up for LGD, but they are still very far behind in this game. 6,500 gold down with OMG, starting to mount some pressure again.
Yeah, certainly are. And you can see that right now, really all LGD have is waves. Like, try and manipulate them around the map. Try and get any form of advantage. As Imp hops over that wall with the cutest W ever. Looked like he rolled on the ground and appeared on the other side, but I don't question it. And really, once this game gets to 4 items for Imp, everything's back to an even playing field because it's still Tristana with a Lulu. Problem is that SMLZ is going to beat him there by 2 items. So he needs to just hold on for dear life and hope that they get to 40 minutes into this game, because otherwise things will not be going in their favor.
And 15 minutes away from reaching that goal, but it is 25 minutes into the match. 13-4 on the scoreboard. OMG with that 6,000 gold leader looking to try and take even more objectives, that they do have 3 members grouped up in this bottom lane, looking for the inner turret, which they will be able to take down with ease. LGD not even go close to that tower to try and defend it from being taken down by the freight train that OMG are throwing at LGD right now.
And it certainly is a freight train here for OMG. The players never changed. As Dragon not up yet. Baron's still there, but Cool with the TP is able to do some split pushing. So it seems like OMG are going to spread themselves out, try and pressure multiple lanes. They only have 1 tier 2 to deal with. That's in the middle lane, no, top lane, excuse me. As you can see, Xiang's going to start some pressure here, and eventually LGD will run out of...
actually just burnt the teleport to get towards the top side of the map. Maybe he was looking for a pick, but in the end, we'll just use it to shove out that wave. And you can see that Wayless, he's actually ahead, but he's been called off 2 creep waves. Imp's taken this one. Myron took the last one. So Wayless, the one member that is technically ahead of his lane opponent, is just time and time again being forced back.
Oh!
He
He
found
got
him.
him! Cool's dead, I think. Yep, cleanse out. Auto attacks, we got it! Lantern not there in time.
And this build is like
damage.
a weird kind of genius. Like, this is, like, I understand cooldown reduction. I understand the on-hit. Lulu does a lot of attack speed damage with picks on herself. And he's just able to get it done, you know, with Lich Bane. If he goes towards a death cap and avoid stuff, I'll say this is a legitimate build.
Well,
Not another sensor though?
No.
that one's not allowed. As LGD, again, still scaling. I agree with you. If Wayless can become another legitimate threat instead of just a utility champion, he can take over the game with Lulu if Imp is also there as well.
And he's 4-1-1 and 50 CS up in a 7,000 gold deficit game. That's impressive. So hats off to Wayless. He is performing this time around.
And isn't that scary? A performing Wayless is usually the sign that LG are starting to return to some form of life. It'll take more than that. But in this game in particular, it would be quite a feat if Wayless could get his team back over the deficit that they're currently in.
And 0-8 bottom lane out of LGD. Imp and PYL were bullied early on in this game by a very, very strong lane assignment. Going actually towards the last Whisper item, trying to deal with some of the armor that's coming out of the carries. Is cost efficient, so I like what Imp is going for. As I said, if he can just get 4 items, the game looks different, but it's such a long way away.
Well, he has 3 now, or 2.5 technically, until he upgrades that last Whisper. But on the flip side of the bottom lane duo, SMLZ, he's 6-0-4, 320 farm. Has his Bloodthirster, Blade of the Ruined King, Hurricane, more of Mortias. He's 1 item away from a complete build on this Kalista. And 5, he's doing just as good. He has 11 assists, but look at this. Tusa Fate's coming to the top lane. They're trying to take down you. He gets the Lulu ultimate. Look at that from 5. Flashes forward, gets a fantastic hook onto the Lulu as well. They get 2 kills for that Seyoung now. He's going to get caught out by PYL and Imp. But OMG, they're going to be able to collapse and help him out. They're looking for the Baron pickup.
Yeah, the problem is how much can you really catch a Lulu? We're about to find out. Tristan, Poppy. We're about to find out.
Yordles, man.
Yordles everywhere.
Well, we are going to start a fight for this Baron. LG going to try and stop it. I think OMG committed to try and get it as Imp's going to get jumped on. Cool going to move in, does find the stun. The Baron goes over to OMG as well, and it's just carnage now. Marin going to get himself knocked up. PYL gets smacked into the side of a ridge. This is going to be OMG cleaning house as they get the 5 kills and the Baron.
Yeah, clean ace. Baron buff goes across. Who cares who the Yordle is in the top lane? OMG. 11,000 gold up as we take another look. It was Poppy, and she's incredibly tanky, Pastry Time. Able to just weather the damage. They try and commit on this fight. And, you know, once again, it's just all about the OMG lineup. The re-engage onto Imp means he can't jump out anywhere. Xiang cleans him up on the backside with Cool. They run over the rest of the team, and now they're pushing into the base.
They are pushing into the base using that Baron buff, but what a fight coming in from OMG. They do get the inhibitor turret, not able to take down that inhibitor. They are working on the inner turret on the top lane. They got a little bit of damage on the bot lane inhibitor turret as well. But with that, they are now over 10,000 gold ahead of LGD. 13,000 gold if my math is correct here. And that's a huge lead for 30 minutes into the game. I don't even think the 40-minute mark would be able to save LGD anymore if this is the rate that OMG are going to pick up a snowball lead.
Well, the thing is, right, eventually gold does become irrelevant. So, like, whether it's 40 minutes, whether it's 45 minutes, LGD, now that an inhibitor is going to, will be knocked down eventually, is going to have creeps forced into their base. They're going to be able to farm up, and eventually items will even out. It's about where they're standing mentally at that stage of the game. OMG have to close out quickly because, once again, this is a protect the Tristana comp that will ramp up into the later stages. It's about whether it ever gets to that late stage of the game.
Well, items have to even out some way or another here because Imp, he's still sitting on 3 items. Finally upgraded his last Whisper. But if you look at the other side of the table, SMLZ, he now has that QSS, the item that you said he wasn't going to pick up early. He didn't and was just battering through the rest of LGD. Didn't need to use that cleanse. Now finally going for that defensive item. He's close to completing his 6-item build.
Yeah, and it's triple lifesteal as well. Like, you cannot stress how hard it is to kill this Kalista because if she cleanses off one of the stumps and continues to hop through, there's just no way you ever can deal with her. And you see that you just does not do damage right now, and LGD have no way to kick him out of the base.
Yeah, OMG are also going to try and start this siege up. Cool's back down bottom side with the blue buffs that he just stole. OMG going to apply pressure here to this middle section of the map. The box up there from 5. I think trying to buy a bit of time. Maybe a misclick, but Cool's melting this turret in the bottom side, and it's going to go down.
I was going to give 5 MVP there, but that box play just ruined it.
You know, so he went for the hook play combo into it. Missed the hook just by a little bit, but I like the confidence because, you know, he's hit everything so far as they start off the fight.
They are going to start off the fight here. Poppy uses the ultimate, not able to connect with everyone. OMG still looking to be rather aggressive after kiting backwards slightly. They will be able to get the inhibitor turret slowly. Mara now looking for the engage. The ultimate will come out from Brom. SMLZ will pull 5 backwards. OMG have now grouped up as 5 as they're going to try and take down Mara and Force. A lot of spears be put into the frontline tank, but they get Imp, who was carelessly in the front lines. Now it's Mara that goes down. OMG are just going to clean up the rest of LGD's lineup. That's 4 kills going on over to OMG. They're looking at the base. OMG are looking to pick up game number 1.
Yeah, and they certainly will be able to. 4 for nothing. Wayless preserves some of that KDA. He's going to sit on top of the fountain. Really the only member that performed game 1 for LGD, and OMG, with Cool in the lineup, continue to roll through the LPL.
Yep, no Assassin to like him, but Twisted Fate, a cool classic, is going to give them the victory there. Seems like the story's still the same. Change the lineup however you want. OMG is still going to play the same way. It is good to see Cool back. And unfortunately for LGD, this feels like Highlander League of Legends. There can only be one good player in any LGD game at one time.
Yeah, it certainly seems to be that case, and I just OMG style League of Legends. Get 5 people into that top lane. I like the fact that you said through a freight train, not drove it, because when you drive a freight train, there's a small risk that you hit something really, really hard and then like it hurts you in response. If you throw it, there's absolutely nothing that can go wrong. I mean, you just pick it up, throw it. It's a freight train. It's going to do damage no matter what it hits. And because you're not in the train anymore, Fish, you can't get hurt.
It does take an awful lot of arm strength, though, I think, is the issue. But
they had
all the arm strength just for bottom
lane.
lane.
They've definitely got the strength there. And SMLZ, again, just doing SMLZ things, but it just works.
I mean, SMLZ played fantastically, but I thought 5 was a mechanical god.
Oh, 5's awesome.
5 was fantastic in their game. His engages were absolutely brilliant, I feel.
Let's just go back to the fact that you took no Doran's Blade into a lane and won it. That I'm not even going to compliment 5 or SMLZ. I'm just going to say, what the heck, Imp and PYL. That is very, very close to not acceptable. And, you know, LGD, they just keep inventing ways to lose games of League of Legends.
And again, on the other side, it feels like the jungle matchup, we kind of expected it to be Schwan favored. He has been playing well. Didn't get his Lee Sin. Didn't get a super aggressive jungler this time around. I honestly think his Rek'Sai has been quite hit or miss, but he had a great Rek'Sai game. And you just had no pressure.
Once again, I just can't see the impact that you has brought to the side of LGD. Yes, he was playing Nidalee, and yes, he was trying to farm up as much as possible, but I just don't see what you has impacted LGD at all in this game.
Well, LGD are going to need to start to look for some answers because they didn't find any in that first game. OMG run the throw train, throw it straight at them, and do take game number 1. Don't go too far away, though. Game 2 is just around the corner. And we're back here as we're going to look at our MVP from the last game. OMG did win, and it was 5. 1-0 and 20. Going ballistic on Thresh, making plays for days.
I agree with you, mystical MVP selection, people. 5, I believe, deserves that MVP.
They do feel quite mystical at some points there as well. Sometimes we can't determine the MVP logic, but I feel like Fish nailed it this time.
Yeah, I feel like when you carry a game, you probably deserve it, and that was a really that was a well-deserved performance out of 5. You know, multiple times canceling the rocket jump, time and time again in the right position, being thrown into the enemy team, getting priority targets, locked down with all that CC. Had the one mishap where he put down the box for no particular reason, but you know we can forgive that because 1-0 and 20 is nearly a flawless game of League of Legends.
And honestly, that's what a lot of that game felt like for OMG, was just relatively a flawless League of Legends, excuse me. They play the style they know they want to play. They get the champions they want to play with. Cool's back in the lineup, and it feels like nothing's changed. OMG do exactly what OMG always want to do.
Yeah, 5-man dive top lane turret.
Yep.
Like, that's honestly what they wanted to do. You know, go to the duo lane, get an aggressive duo lane, get a Poppy that can join, get a Twisted Fate. You know, Rex, like, great at diving turrets early game with all that CC. They get up there, they execute. Like, I kind of, like, if you're LGD, I honestly don't know how you don't see that coming. And it sounds really, really weird, but you've been shoved in all game in a top lane. You're trying to peacefully farm under your turret. Your jungler is not showing anywhere aggressively, not ganking the teleport, not ganking the Twisted Fate, who took teleport and is a Twisted Fate. Like, I just don't understand how you don't expect that to dive into the top lane.
Poor communication from LGD all round and just not
But
understanding.
that's not even communication. If I was in a solo queue game and I was Imp, I would be like, I'm about to be 5-man dove. That is not communication. That is just bad awareness of League of Legends. Like, you get on the top side of the map. Myron, actually teleport, help out your duo lane. Like, these are things that you shouldn't need to talk about. They should just happen in a professional team that do not happen in LGD.
And it didn't happen for them. OMG executed that flawlessly, played their win condition, and demolished LGD in the early game.
I mean, I can understand the frustration because LGD have I just don't even know what game they're playing at this point anymore, it feels like. And it's tough to see them lose game after game after game. But OMG, I have to say, a team that's on the rise might be able to pick up an easy sweep here. And we can only keep singing their praises because they might play the same way, but it seems to be very effective.
100%. OMG's successful because they don't actually have to, like, their game plan is very, very telegraphed, but very, very, like, unless you play correctly, you can't counter that. Unless you are on point, on top of the jungle, unless you got good deep vision, unless you spot the Twisted Fates early rotation, get your teleport in there early, there's no way you can really, like, that is a telegraph move, but it's going to be successful majority of the time. The problem with LGD is I don't understand how a team goes from winning Summer Split in pretty emphatic fashion, I mean, getting over the top of EDG, getting over the top of QG, looking very, very good, picking up a world champion MVP, picking up Amy, who in his rookie season as a jungler was phenomenal, by the way, and then just playing like this. Like, that is the thing that I don't understand. Good on OMG for executing on their game plan and really stepping up in this series, but LGD are just confusing.
And I really want to touch on what Spawn mentioned about OMG and how they're playing. It just really feels like they're playing effective, so to speak. They're really effective when it comes to these games, and it's almost clinical the way they execute their team composition. It's working out really well for them, and it's just getting better and better with every week.
And you saw time and time again, like, Wayless was stronger than Cool in that game. At one point, Myron was even stronger than Xiong because he stayed home and built up a CS advantage, had the Zarot portal. Who wasn't stronger was Imp and PYL. What did they do time and time again? Repetitively gank them, get them down. That was 0 and 8 between them at one point in that game.
They couldn't even kill a duo lane whose AD carry didn't pick up Dorans and a health potion at level 1. But enough of that. Hopefully you won't see this again in Summoner's Rift because that is just an absolute disaster. We are going to go into game number 2. And picks and bans have started between these two teams. Twisted Fate has immediately been removed from the Rift as OMG are still fielding Cool in their lineup. Cogmore is once again going to be taken away from Imp. Thresh has been banned away and another AD carry ban targeted at their star AD carry with, it's going to be the little rat, Twitch, that gets taken away.
And look at this difference in ban strategies. They swap sides. LGD do a 180 on their ban strategy. Ban 2 champions that OMG played very well, I might add, in game number 1. And OMG just like, nah, ban the 2 Imp champions. See what else they can play. Give him the Tristana again if he wants it. They might have to ban Kalista. That could be the adaptation. There's a Kalista ban. There's the Poppy ban. LGD feels like very reactive bans, to be perfectly honest. The Lulu's open again if they want to take it. But OMG, they have a plan. Just that nice big target they painted on Imp's forehead, just keep hitting it.
It's not going anywhere. Like, in fact, it got bigger. They threw a Kalista on top of it as well. because they took it last time. And, you know, LGD, you can't really blame them. You know, their tactic is, honestly, in this game, make them beat us with what they didn't beat us with last game. Like, Chuan, you've been playing really, really well. If you can pick up Lee Sin and beat us, we will respect that, but we will not lose the same game of League of Legends twice.
It feels really similar to what you were talking about in the first match that we had today, Spawn, where you can ban out a weak player, you can ban out a strong player, you can just go for the powerful bans here. 3 bans being thrown at him shows how much OMG know that LGD need him to step up in these games.
And there's Nidalee taken away, so Lee Sin open, of course, if they want it, but they can save it for later. There's Xiang going to be taking that Nautilus. Alistar, the pick there for 5, so nothing really changes here. And 5, actually, I was going to say continues his trend of swapping between Thresh and Alistar, but Thresh was banned, of course, so he's going to go to the other champion, we know.
Typical 5 things, just... I don't have Thresh, it's okay. I play the cow, it's fine.
I honestly want LGD right now to pick, like, Fiora, Diana, Lucian, Bard.
Yep.
And just run threats everywhere.
Well, you might get part of your wish fulfilled. It would make sense to go, again, strong laners, picks they can outplay on, give them comfort champions. There's the Bard locked in for PYL. We might see Marin on a carry champion. We saw how good his Fiora was at Worlds, as Lucian's also getting hovered. Spawn's a prophet. Look at this.
I like where Spawn's going with this, but I don't know if I can take 2 teams throwing freight trains at one another. Sounds like explosions are going to take place all over Summoner's Rift. It will be the Lucian and the Bard that does get locked in. So you get 3 out of 5 so far, Spawn. They did hover Fiora, so potentially 4. OMG now looking to try and see what they can respond with their next 2 picks.
He would be a Jhin player as well.
Yeah, Leslie Sin locked in. There is Jhin locked in for SMLZ. Jhin Alistar, not the combination we usually see. I think 5 would have liked the Thresh, but it's banned, so he's going to take what he can get. But I agree with you. SMLZ would be a Jhin player.
Trends on Lee Sin. It wasn't banned out this time.
No, they can't ban it. They banned 3 other champions they played last game.
They didn't ban it out, so he's going to get Lee Sin in this match. We're going to see Trends Lee Sin in the jungle. He's going to be playing that against his former team, LGD.
Well, we'll have to see what happens here for the rest of LGD's draft, as Marin seems like he's pretty serious about that Fiora commitment. There's no Diana hover there, though, so I'm going to remain slightly upset. But PYL, he looked at the Victor last game, went for the Lulu instead. I feel like he's going to ignore the potential give me Lulu, take Lulu this time around. So we'll see how this all works out. I have to think that, again, they're just going to take comfort picks. Picks they feel like they can carry on. There's Cassidy. That is going to be Fiora for Marin as well. So scaling everywhere. LGD, they have so much power in these lanes. Can they convert that into a win versus OMG this time around?
Yeah, the worry is no CC, right? But at the same time, just catch someone, kill them. That is what it is. Like, Bard, throw out your ultimate. We are highly mobile. Nail that one person, kill them, snowball advantages. That is all LGD is going with. This is a team comp that really does not require coordination. Like, group is 5, just kill one person and see what you can get.
OMG are going to round up their team composition with a Corki pickup, so we will be seeing that in the mid lane for OMG. And Spawn, you mentioned you got 4 out of those 5 picks. Cassidy,
Similar vein.
Similar, but is it quite the Diana you were looking for?
Well, the reason I wanted Diana is, like, I just want strong 1-3-1 and then the ability to group and take over games. And I feel like that's exactly what LGD have in their team comp right now. So I'm happy with what they've come together with. This is something that they would run in Summer Split very, very often. They made Cassidy a popular pick. And it's not a bad matchup against Corki by any extensive purposes, so we'll see whether they're able to make it work. Jhin is something I do want to talk about. The Infinity Edge into Static Shiv is what we're seeing. A lot of Deathfire touch Jhins because he gets a heck of a lot of AD and can hit you once, and it does a lot of damage. So really excited to see what SMLZ brings to the table with this new carry.
Well, you can see the team comps feels like pretty similar vein as LGD do go back to comfort. Fiora, Nidalee, Cassidy, Lucian, and Bard. As OMG, they've mixed it up a bit, I will say. Not quite the same style of comp, but the key components are there. Nautilus, Lee Sin, Corki, Jhin, which should be great here for SMLZ. And 5 running things out on the Alistar, of course.
And the good thing about Jhin is it follows up CC really well.
Well, we'll have to see if they can get that 6 CC train rolling, because it's time for the freight train to enter game number 2. Alrighty, we're here for what could be our final game of the evening. LGD going to have to run it back 2 straight if they are going to take this series win versus a rising OMG and SMLZ. What an exciting way to get back into the LPL. Jin has arrived in the LPL. I believe it's going to be his first appearance, and Spawn said it in the draft. It would be SMLZ that plays Jin.
Yeah, it just matches his playstyle incredibly well, right? He's a little bit of a lane bully. Jin brings that to the table, wants to position well around team fights. Jin definitely brings that to the table. Use it 4 bullets wisely, then unload with that ultimate. We'll see whether SMLZ comes up with a funky build. He's got a Dorans this time around.
He got it. He managed to find out how to buy items at level 1. And both these two teams are now onto the Rift here. We are going to see both the AD carries and support on the bottom side of the map, so no funky lane swaps coming out from either of these two teams. Trent is going to be starting at the double golems up in the top side of the map. Mara is going to be sitting on blue buff, whereas we're going to have to see where Nidalee decides to start here. Still wandering around Summoner's Rift, not quite close to a camp. It does look like
they're
going to
take a magical journey through.
Magical journey time for LGD.
Hover PYL, please. Show me his summoner spell, his first rank spell.
There it is.
Go.
Really nice play. Going to sneak into this tri-bush. And they can see the Gromp. 3v2 right now. Oh, SMLZ. They might even let him wait and take the Gromp. This is very mean.
A walk up and Smite might be coming in here. They're waiting for that Gromp to get lower and lower. Here they go.
Oh.
Spear's going to come down. They do get the Smite. Ignite even went down onto SMLZ, who has to flash over. Even use his heal.
Yep, so double summoner spells used on SMLZ. PYL will only burn that Ignite. As we said, you will get the early... it is good. It's Deathfire's Touch. I was just checking.
Yep.
We'll get the early level 2 as well as a blue buff steal. And the other team leashed it for him. I mean, nice guys.
Very nice there. Schwan is going to get his red. I imagine he's going to try and run to LGD's blue side of the map, but nice little lead here for LGD's dual lane now. We saw the 2v2 go very well for OMG in game 1. POL on the lane bully Bud. And of course, Imp on a very aggressive laning champion in Lucian. If there was ever a time for Imp YL to really show off what they're made of, it's going to be this one.
Yeah, it certainly is. And, you know, Twent with a really nice invade here because both top and mid are going to naturally push into their opponents. Puro, no AoE. Same thing with Cassin in the mid lane. So, goes and picks himself up a free blue buff. However, it still will be you with a very nice start to this game.
Taking a look at the top lane now. Marin up against Seong, so no funky lane spots for him this time. He's going to be able to go toe-to-toe with this Nautilus. Slightly behind right now in CS, but he does have a wave crashing into his turret. And it's Wayless in the mid lane on Cassin, farming it up against a Corki. Look at this, already trading some blows with the Nautilus up in the top lane. You know, just casually trading back and forth. He did start with Doran's Blade, so has that extra lifesteal, but not going to be able to match the double potions that Seong has for now.
And the other thing is that Fiora actually really struggles at the early stages of this laning. Just needs to farm up as much as possible, as it's 20-0 in the bottom lane.
I just noticed that. SMLZ has no CS. There's the first one.
And he didn't even get it.
No, that was Shu. As SMLZ really on struggle street early on in this lane. The Lucian Bard doing great work here for LG early on from a very cheeky Magical Journey level 1. SMLZ is finally going to pick up a bit of CS here, but Impoyel's done a great job to get the lane into this position.
Yeah, certainly have. They're going to be about 10-25 at this stage of the game. And Yu is still on the bottom side of the map, making sure that this pressure continues unabated. So got to really compliment LGD. The first proactive move for them puts them at their first gold advantage of this whole series.
Small gold advantage for them will be about 300 gold now against OMG. Just 4 minutes into this game. Nothing drastic taking place just yet besides an interesting magical journey and then the domination that followed in bot lane after. The Bard and Lucian putting a lot of pressure into this lane. The jungle is now looking towards going towards the mid lane. Yu is already here as Lucian is farming out. The Scuttle Crab, Yu will connect that spear down, but here comes Train. He's going to jump in. Exhaust was used onto Yu.
That's a really premature exhaust. I mean, there was no way that Cool was actually going to die there. Means that a summoner spell is burnt for absolutely nothing. So good job from you to actually burn an early summoner spell. We'll see whether he can get back into that mid lane and impact it.
Well, Schwan going to have some counter pressure here. We'll take away the Raptor camp as Wayless still staying. So it's cool though. They've gotten relatively low on
Wayless
health.
wants to flash on him.
Certainly does. Does have the Ignite as well. Did not go teleport for that utility spell. Has the aggressive summoner choice instead. And this could be very dangerous. Cool is flirting with danger because he knows Schwan's in his back pocket.
Yeah, that's all that's keeping Wayless back as well. He has enough for a full combo. You can see that he actually... Cassinan does a lot of burst damage at this stage of the game. Like, never underestimate exactly what will come out. Now that Cool doesn't have enough for the Valkyrie, you can see that Wayless every single time is walking forward. If he ever is in flash range, there it is.
He brought Thunderlords as well. He's going to get that Ignite down. Wayless may go down and gets the dangerous game. Trent now, he's going incredibly low. Will miss the Q coming out from
Wayless actually thought that Chuen was going to take another turret shot. That's why he went really aggressive. And I could just see it coming from a mile away. You do not... Lee Sin, 100% of the time now, maxes E second because it helps his jungle clear. Not that he's even anywhere near the point where that actually matters. So the W is just not going to help you out in that situation if you're cool. Big miscommunication. Chuen should be able to tell him that. And it will be a huge advantage now for LGD in that mid lane.
And again, Wayless up to another good start. But Imp is also doing well in the bottom stage here as SMLC's Jhin continuing to struggle, still about 20 CS down. And News also aggressively counter-jungling. This is the snowball that LGD need to get this game going. This is a play we expect from their strong laners. And even though Marin, yes, he's struggling, we do expect this in the matchup so far. Xuan, though, he's going to pay a visit.
This is a right call. You know, there's one lane that is left winning right now for OMG. It is top lane, so get in there, see if you can make an impact.
Not going to quite be able to do that. Ultimate is popped by Nautilus and Chun just walks straight out of the lane. No summon is burnt coming in from Marin. I'm taking a look at the mid lane now. Wayless, he's slightly behind on CS, but with that one kill pickup, does have a blasting one to go with his Corrupting Potion. The Sheen has been picked up by Cool.
And Cassinan is one of those champions, or as they go in.
Yeah, Cool takes a bit of burst, but Wayless pulled the trigger a little too early. Yu was trying to follow up for the assassination.
So Cassinan's kit is kind of designed where it's like, you should be able to keep him down in the laning phase pre-6. So you expect a CS deficit. The fact that he is anywhere near even is huge for Cassinan. That is like great news for the LGD lineup.
You can see Cool getting a little low here. Every time Wayless gets in range, Cool has to respect the Rift Walk. As Yu's at it again, that's going to be another Valkyrie forced away. Cool's just burning mana at this point.
I was going to say, that's the more important thing. Every time he Rift Walks, he has to actually use the Valkyrie to get away, and that sucks away the mana pool that Corki brings to the table. It is probably the only weakness in Corki's kit, how intensive that is, and it will mean that bottom side of the map still belongs to LGD. You able to steal away another blue buff.
It even forced Cool to go back to base, and we're taking a look at this bottom lane now. Imp and PYL are being so aggressive against the Jhin Alistar from SMLZ and 5. Nidalee is close to this bottom lane as well, so they are definitely poising for a drive.
Is still in base. Teleport coming in though.
Teleport's
going to try and make a play. Cancelled by Xiang. Did not fancy it.
Yeah, so in the end, the Joy lane too far away. Yu's down there already. You know, so very, very nicely played there. Myron actually used his to get back to lane, so if there was a play to be made, that was it. And now, big trouble.
They're looking for a Xiang. He has the Vitals procced here. Gonna get the hook onto the wall and try to defend that final Vital. Flashes forward. Myron will be able to pick it up, but he's still looking for the final ticks of damage. Doesn't proc that last Vital. Will eventually take him down. He's running away. The creeps, they might come out on top as the last few attacks are just not enough.
Yeah, so in the end, another solo kill. And LGD, we said, pick strong lanes, flex your muscles. That's exactly what they're doing right now. And they're able to come out and top in every single lane.
And Xuan's Lee Sin is not able to provide the aggression that it needs to here. He's just been a little late to the party on a few occasions. As Cool and Wayless still going at it. Cool still does damage on the Cork. You have to respect that, but Wayless has his Corrupting Potion charges. Five going to try and make a play on bottom side. PWO going to get locked up there, but a nice double bind. Actually could turn this one around. Imp might just look for it now. SMLZ is bleeding as he got ignited, but here comes the curtain call. PWO flashes instantly, and the magical journey should get him to safety. PWO eats it again. The crit, so close to taking him out, but he somehow lives.
That was just reckless from PYL. They've got a good advantage right now. You don't want to waste it. In the end, he will live. As we mentioned, that is a lot used on the side of OMG, and Imp is still full health, but PYL still hanging out in this brush, maybe looking for a surprise kill.
Definitely looking for that surprise. Piercing Light will miss from Lucian. Not able to quite get the trade he was looking for as he dashed in towards the Jhin. But SMLZ, he has been pinned down in this lane quite heavily. Imp is almost 20 CS ahead. The culling comes out, almost able to take him down and actually forces his recall to stop. So that means Jhin is going to be delayed getting back into this lane. Imp may be able to take down this bottom lane turret as well. The first turret for LGD.
Yeah, we'll see if he even wants to right now. He's just farming up the creeps. seeing how much he can get to die to the turret. Blue buff about to be transferred over to Wayless. That means he'll be able to stay in lane because it really is only mana that's restricting him in these trades. And pain should continue for OMG. They're about 2,000 gold down now.
And that's just from pure landing. LGD now going to get a tower and extend that gold lead to not quite 3,000 just yet, but 2,500 is not bad as Wayless. That was weird.
You, please?
He doesn't look very happy about it.
Yeah, no, he doesn't. It looked like they had a conversation, though. I'm really curious as to if that was a misclick or whether that was actually deliberation, because they were sitting there waiting for a very long time before they gave that over. Maybe Yu feels like he can continue to dictate the pace of the game. He needs to help Wayless shove out this lane now. No, not going to help. So Wayless stuck by himself, trying to farm up creeps with no mana.
Having a little bit of a biff, it seems. They're not quite happy with one another, maybe. And now OMG Cool, he does have the package, so the Corki is going to return to the mid lane, has that extra mobility to impact the map. SMLZ is making his way towards the top lane, so he wants nothing to do with the bottom lane, which turret has been taken down now.
I mean, given how that went, I don't think I'd want any part of it either. So it's going to see if he fares a little bit better versus the Fiora. PWL into that mid lane. We're going to try and get aggressive on a call. He puts the package down. Not bad there as the Bard ult. He is going to get a couple. PWL, though, still sort of in a precarious spot as he is going to have to try and get himself out of the way. He's going to get kicked in. He will live. The last auto was not enough from Cool. And now he's going to dive back in. Imp flashes forward aggressively, trying to take out Schwan. But two different people live on slivers of hell.
Yeah, in the end, PYL very lucky to get away. Schwen and Cool both probably lucky as well. And it's just going to mean more pressure in this mid lane now.
Wayless actually going really aggressive. Spear will connect onto 5. A teleport has been used by Seong, so he's going to join the party in the mid lane.
But he hasn't been able to push that Wayne far enough back. Now SMLZ under fire. Everyone moving up into his lane.
Looking to try and shut down this Jhin up in the top lane. Wayless is moving aggressively forward, trying to dash as much as possible. SMLZ trying to skit in between vision. He might just have enough of his juking shoes on to get away from the
they knew he was there in the end, couldn't actually dive without any CC. This is one thing we said. They don't have any CC in their comp. All they have is PYL. So if he's not there, they don't get to fight, but he's there now.
Yeah, Chuan going to get taken out as a result. Yu's able to claim that kill and pick up his first of the game. LGD continuing to push that snowball down the hill up to 3K ahead.
Yeah, and this is the thing, right? All of it hinges on PYL. That's why I like him controlling the CC on the map, because he is the shot caller and captain. Give him the go button, make everyone play around him, and otherwise, just lane. Like, that's all you have to do right now if you're LGD.
Feels like they may have found the formula. This certainly makes sense. POL, ulti used there. It's actually just for wave clear. Not a bad wave clear tool, but it's actually not going to get the whole wave down. SMLZ is going to be pressured off this turret as well. He's going to dive in for 5. 5's going to pop the ulti. He's going to maybe get back with the headbutt. Wayler's going to assist him there. But Schwan tries to make the aggressive play. Yu's going to take him out for it. And now Cool's rotated up. He's going to try and take up POL, but the latch range is there. Cool. He's going to eat so much damage. And Bar wants it, but he's not going to chase for it.
And once again, this is whilst proxying away, forcing SMLZ off even more. Or, Wayless, we didn't see that. Forcing them off even more farm. Just go back to base. Good call. And they're going to get the top lane turret. So LGD, apart from that, headbutt into the wall, looking a lot better this time around.
Definitely looking a lot better now. 4-0 up in kills. 5,000 gold ahead of OMG. 14 minutes into this game. So they do have a nice goal lead moving in towards the mid game here. OMG, they have been able to get the health bars down low, but not able to kill anyone.
And this is what people were saying about LGD. They have enough talent on their roster. Ooh, ulti just missing.
Flash from SMLZ might spell his death, though. He's going to get low. Imp's in there to take him out. PYL, though, will claim the kill. And now 5 with no ulti. Yeah, going to get chased down. Marin, he has TP'd in for this one, I believe. He's going to pop the ultimate. That's going to be a kill. Marin TP's in to collect his gold.
And LGD have enough talent on their roster that they should be able to beat mid-tier LPL teams purely off mechanics. Like, their players are that talented, And, you know, I agree with people that, like, mechanical players are not going to win your Worlds. I'm not saying this team will win Worlds, but purely off who they have on their lineup, they should be able to beat OMG. They've got better players in pretty much every single position. OMG are out team-working them at the moment, but this just shows that when LGD degrade a game, bring it back to scrappiness, a little bit of cheese at level 1, you know, go for a risky invade, that they can make it work, and they're still going for it.
They're looking for even more cheese here as they're going to try and lock down Seung. He's going to pop his ultimate to try and stop Wayless from advancing any further. He gets the smallest hook I've ever seen in my life. Tren is now going to try and kick people away to get him off of his top lane tank. Successfully saves the Nautilus.
But in the end, that's double Summoner spells burnt one more time, and a couple of ultimates, so still in favor of LGD. And they're just going to continue to roam around as this mini gang squad. You know, whoever PYL takes with him has the potential to kill someone. So as long as he's teamed up with one person, it's going to mean good things.
And all of this does mean that LMG struggling to try and find some farm. They've got Trinity Force up for Cool and Sunfire for Xiang. That's about it right now as SMLZ still farming up for that first item, Infinity Edge. Rotovator's done on Wayless though, and Rotovator's on the way for you. Titanic also there for Marin, so it just feels like they've got everything they need. Plenty of pressure. Good split push out from the Fiora. Imp's even working on this mid tower. He's actually already done a decent chunk of damage.
Yeah, he certainly has. So they control everything. 1-3-1. That's what we said. Aim of the game. And then whoever goes with PYL, catch someone out of position, kill them. Fairly quick neutral control as well. So LGD, they have the recipe of a pretty good comp. And they're playing it to a successful degree right now.
6,000 gold ahead, 6 kills, 2 turrets and a dragon. So still a perfect game for LGD so far. Let's see if they can continue this trend against OMG as we are approaching 17 minutes into this game. It's not too late for a comeback for OMG, but they have to pull something out to try and close this gold lead that LGD have got for themselves. And they're now going to work on this Rift Herald. Imp is going to take a ton of damage from Cool in this mid lane. Wayless now going to get jumped on by Train. Actually gets kicked back into a headbutt pulverize coming in from Alistar. Wayless, he's living on a sliver of hell inside the stasis. Eventually goes down to the Ignite. Perfect game has stopped now. But in the back lines, we do see Tren gets taken down by Lucian. So they trade 1 for 1.
Yeah, so in the end, it still is a 1-for-1. Jungler for mid laner, you have to say, in favor of OMG. But once again, a lot burnt for that. And we'll see whether they're able to stave off this assault in the mid lane turret now. In fact, they have Myron rotating down, so maybe even a fight potentially about to break out here for LGD.
Well, PYL's still around, so the engage button is ready. PYL, they're going to get himself hooked and locked down. Cool's going to take him out. Myron is trying to find some vitals, but that's too many members of OMG to contest. So he's eating crits as he runs back towards the safety of his turret.
Yeah, so in the end, they throw themselves in there and they die. So not really what they had planned. Good response out of OMG, you know, very good job of stalling out this game. You have to feel some big shops are about to be completed for LGD, but maybe the pain stopped just for a little bit.
And I felt like PIL was role-playing Bard a little bit too seriously there, wandering around the map, just walking straight into the members of OMG. They take them down with ease. And OMG, they do get 2 kills from themselves, but it's still a big gold lead for LGD. They've taken it down by 1,000, so 5,000 gold ahead for LGD right now. They're not looking like they want to take their foot off the pedal just yet. Wayless has now been moved into the bottom lane. He didn't take teleport on his cast and has that ignite. So can't teleport up into the lanes. Looking to try and pick someone off maybe or just shove out the waves. Cool is going to be one that tries to meet him down in the bottom lane. Has the package available, so the extra mobility allows them to get around the map a little bit better. And OMG now, they're trying to stay as close together as possible. They know they have to group up. They can't just split push against this strong team.
Yeah, they're going to look one more time for a team fight in the mid lane. Teleport is available for Myron. As you mentioned, there is none on the side of Wayless, so he has to rotate now. And we'll see whether he gets there in time. Package available. Five's ulti is up. This would be the time to go if there is any for OMG. Instead, they're just going to take the turret.
Yep, they'll consolidate for the sensible objective. Imp did use the culling, but couldn't quite clear all the waves. As Myron, with his TP and the Hydra, plus a Phage, actually doing a nice bit of pressure to the top side of the map. OMG need to make some pretty important choices. Otherwise, Myron is going to do what he's kind of known for at one point, it felt like. Just split push all day with Fiora.
Yeah, it certainly is, and we'll see whether he's able to make the right call on the teleport this time. You can see that they're still looking for this flank. Five's on the side, but they will see Xiang in the top lane.
And this is go time for LGD. They have the teleport on Marin. Xiang's teleport is still down. And LGD know that. They know that now's a good time to pull the trigger and use that gold lead to their advantage. But now I'm just going to casually back away. OMG going to resort to farming up the jungle and having this Nautilus to continue split pushing up in the top lane, actually hiding from vision, trying to keep them from guessing. Imp still in this mid lane, as we are going to see the return of the actual mid laners into the bottom lane to split push it out and battle once again.
We'll do some item pickups, I think, as well. Zeal there for Imp, as I believe they all went back to shop. Black Cleaver on the way for Marin. Does have the Caulfield's Warhammer portion now. Whereas on the other side, IE done for SMLZ, but that's kind of about it at this point. And Cool's item build probably going to be IE second, maybe Essence Reaver. Starting to pick up a bit of popularity, but does have a BF sword. Regardless, though, he's going to be expensive. OMG just going to have to wait this out. And LGD will see if they can continue the good work they've done already early on into this one. As the mid tower going to be under siege again. OMG, though, grouping up to protect it.
Yeah, they certainly are, but right now it's actually LGD very effectively farming 3 lanes. So they're coming out ahead at this stage of the game. It's these little windows you see where Corki grabs a wave, where Nautilus grabs a wave, that they can actually jockey for vision that PYL has been doing so successfully. You see swept out all of the deep, the vision on the blue side of the map. Dragon will be the next objective up in a minute 20. And Imp wants to get a shot in before then. So he shoves out the wave. We'll be able to go back.
He wants to go get his shot, but it did look like Marin wanted to contest for the double golems up in the top lane. Sion still picks that one up for himself. Getting the gold wherever he can right now, and it kind of feels like what OMG have to do against this super strong lineup that you predicted them to pick up, Swan, and they've been running the freight train themselves so far, not quite throwing it at OMG just yet, but still driving it in the right direction, I feel.
Yeah, it certainly is the case. As you can see, it's actually going to be Wayless's old build coming out, so he's going to go for Zhonya's into probably Athene's Unholy Grail, you have to think. It's a build that gives you a lot of damage if you get that first kill. The reset potential is absolutely huge. We'll see if they're able to make it work. Actually jockeying for vision around Baron right now. Send Myron the teleport into the bottom lane. So giving up that dragon objective, it looks like, for the meantime. See whether they group up around it, as another package should have just been picked up. Actually wasn't. So we'll see whether Corki is able to get into one of these team fights. Actually going for the
Essence Reaver.
Essence Reaver. I don't like Essence Reaver Corki.
Why is that?
Because you feel like he doesn't really need cooldown reduction, right? What he needs is that big burst damage that blows up one carry. So just think it doesn't utilize his kit. I either like Rapid Fire Cannon if you're a little bit behind, or the IA if you're ahead. Here we go.
Play attempted by Schwan, but he kicks Pitwell into the Dragon Pit. Bartol's going to lock down 5 as Marin's TP'd in around the other side. He's on straight onto SMLZ as they're going to try and peel him off, but Marin may be able to back off from this one. Absolutely not, as Xiang is going to tie him down. Now OMG, do have a bit of a lead here. Curtain Call's good. Yu's going to eat 2 hits of it. Next bullet does go wide, but the crit lands onto Wayless, but OMG a little too low on the front side now. Xiang is going to go down to the Bard. They will keep moving in for it. SMLZ is going to go down, and Cassidy starting to reset across the entire map. Imp, he's going to stay alive and get it. Cool's now tagged with a spear as you. He's going to dive in to try and take him out. And a pretty bloody mess, but it's 2 for 2.
Yeah, so in the end, 2 for 2. Very, very good team fighting out of OMG, because they are 4,000 gold behind and still went even in that one. Overzealous from Marin. As a 2-item, Fiora diving into the backline, as we see him do here, is going to be very aggressive. You see, he feels like he has SMLZ isolated, but Cool's there. Schwan goes over the back. Now you're 1v5, mate, and it's not going to work out the best for you. Shi Young, however, also overcommits. He feels like he's a big tanky Nautilus at this stage of the game. Grabs, but really, he's actually not that tanky, and Imp tears through him. Able to pick up the first kill. That's PYL. Wayless, good flash. Rift Walk, gets a pretty big Rift Walk on the back line. Then it's all about you trying to clean up the rest of the fight. Really nice flash out of Cool, gets him to safety. But really, that is OMG playing the team fight probably the best that they could, given the cards that were dealt. Maybe could have just turned the Marin kill into a 1-for-0 and walked out with a dragon. Instead, try and push it that little bit further, get the 2 for 2 and the disengage.
Yeah.
I really liked Cool's positioning in that the later stage of that team fight as well. He was able to get the Gatling Cannon onto everybody in that small choke point, got a good Phosphorus Bomb off as well. But PYL really saved the day. He got the binding onto Cool on his Corki and stopped him from taking down Lucian and the Nidalee after that.
Yeah,
so it looked like he was going to wipe them out.
Yeah, he certainly did. But you have to also say that, you know, that was saved by Marin not fighting front to back. We talk about it all the time. Just get in front of your carries and, dive that way. He dove into everyone instead, and that should be, I keep saying it, PYL is the only one with a go button. Just let PYL set it up, hit the targets that PYL is CCing, especially when Imp is better than their AD carry. You're going to win those fights if you just fight them standard.
Yeah, and it was a 2 for 3, excuse me. Slight correction there from that one, as I did mess that one up. But I have to agree with the PYL thing. He's playing Bard. It's one of his known picks. It's a strong pick in the metagame right now. Does have lots of different go buttons that he can press. And I feel like maybe it's PYL we need to watch for as the temperature gauge for this team. Because he is playing quite well this game. And it feels like when he's playing well, the rest of the team's able to follow suit.
Yeah, I've been saying that for a long time. PYL is everything to this team. He's the reason that Imp went there. He's the reason that Wayless stays on the team. Like, PYL is a captain. He's a shot caller. He's also off the field as well, like their social counselor and stuff like that. So we'll see whether his game on Bard is enough to drag this team over the line.
He's huge off the Rift, but on the Rift in this game in particular, you've mentioned it a couple of times now. He's the one that has the go button. He's the one that has the crowd control as well. When you have all these huge hyper carries, you've got Fiora, you've got Kassadin, you've got Nidalee jumping in there as well. When you have all these huge champions, you need that enabler, and it feels like PYL right now, he's the catalyst to set up and make sure everything glues together properly for LGD.
And I love the strat here from LGD. Just go back to basics. Spawn mentioned at the top of the draft. Almost predicted a draft perfectly, but Kassadin might as well be Diana for all intents and purposes. And just play and win your lanes. I'm almost surprised it took them this long, to be honest.
Yeah. I'm actually really surprised it took this long because playoffs is everything for this team. They have to actually make it there in the end. So get it right off the Rift and then just run really strong laners on the Rift and just play standard League of Legends, try and pick up some Ws because they're 1-7 right now. I keep saying it, one game out of playoffs, but that's just not going to cut it. They need to get it done in the end.
Dynamic Q's been out for some time. This really looks like a Dynamic Q team composition that's come out of LGD, but it's working really well for them. And Spawn's mentioned a few times too, there's a team composition they would be very comfortable with, and it seems like they are. They're utilizing this. They have a 5,000 gold lead. OMG, though, are still threatening in these team fights. Every single team fight has come down to the wire. And it's been them team fighting fantastically.
But the problem is I actually don't know whether this gets any better for OMG. Like, you look at LGD's lineup, and they've got a Fiora, and they've got a Kassadin. Like, they are so good late game that you can say that, they're still team fighting well, but I don't think OMG's team comp scales as well as LGD.
And I think this may be the issue with OMG in general, is that they tend to get things going, and then players 5 well in the mid game and take over then. But now behind in that mid game, 24 and almost 25 minutes in as we pop back into this one, because the OMG could be a little too far behind. They're, 5K behind right now?
Yep.
Feels like if it gets any worse than this, the door may have closed. But for now, it remains at least a draw. We'll see what LGD can get done, though, as the other ones with initiative.
Yeah, they pick up another Dragon for their trouble. A little bit of turret burn will be eventuating there. Also have a really quick Baron right now, so we'll see if that ever becomes the decision for the team.
So OMG, they started off this series by throwing freight trains around. They've lost a train. Now it's LGD that's driving that one. They've lost the muscles to carry that train too. They can't throw it back anymore. Gonna have to see if LGD can continue this pressure. Here comes another Tempered Fate. Will miss SMLZ, but Yu doesn't care. He's jumping straight in. The Meeps are gonna slap against this guy, but it's gonna be Wayless that jumps in. Just Rift walks all over Summoner's Rift, picks up a kill. Cool picks one up in return. PYL now might be in a bit of trouble. Takes the Magical Journey out. It's a 2-for-1 trade.
What a stunning Magical Journey out of PYL. Able to bind up Cool one more time. Gets his team exactly what he needs. Imp just does so much damage at this stage of the game. They're going to look to break into the base.
And this is quite early on. OMG under a whole lot of pressure at this point. But LGD should be able to get this one. Inhibitor turret is going to fall. Marin's going to challenge Xuan to a duel. Xuan doesn't like it, but he doesn't have a choice. That's going to be Marin picking up a kill. And LGD will break the mid inhib 26 minutes in.
And LGD are running over the top of OMG. What a difference in game style that they're playing right now. Every time it's Moscow Fire, right? See hero, kill hero. As soon as they saw SMLZ under the turret, throw the Bard ulti. Did it hit? Who cares? Just kill him anyway. Like, get in there, use your mobility, and just take it to these guys. And for once, it's actually working.
And everyone's playing with that mentality. We just saw Marin there. He saw Trent, fought him, challenged him for his spot in LGD. One is now playing in that top lane. My goodness, LGD are just steamrolling this game out of control. 30-5 on the scoreboard. 7,000 gold in favor of LGD. They're slowly making this gold lead grow and grow. And their team composition is not going to turn offline at all in this game.
I don't know if you saw that graph, Fish, but it didn't look pretty slow to me as far as gold gain goes. It looks like a wave of gold that they're starting to build up here. and charge over OMG with PYL continuing to be annoying. Locks up 5 there against the wall. Oh, it could be in trouble though.
Oh,
He's
no!
going to get snared up. Curtain call combo. Oh, he's gone everywhere. And he's just got a magical journey out. Nice Bard ulti cancel. That was dope.
That almost felt like 5 accidentally clicked the magical journey and went through as he tried to headbutt pulverize the guy backwards. Worked out for him as he was able to kick him out of the journey. Flash away from PYL. It's chaotic. That was a chaotic little
I
skirmish.
don't know why SM was instead of his ultimate. That was the weirdest one to me.
Yeah. That was a
Just
very weird and wonderful interaction there. But the split pushing will continue out of Myron on the bottom side of the map. He's now got himself a QSS. 1-3-1 still as the top side of the map is controlled by Wayless. He's picked up his Zonya's Hourglass. And we'll be going towards an Athene's Unholy Grail most likely. And I just cannot stress this enough. LGD's team comp is a fine wine. It will get better with age. Nidalee does not go anywhere late game. Still does very relative damage. And we'll see whether it is... What actually is he building? Why has he got a ruby crystal?
Don't question Nidalee. Maybe a locket? He's like, yeah, I guess we need this. I have no idea.
With the rod?
Rylai's?
Ah, Rylai's. Yeah.
Of course.
Yeah, all right, cool. I like it. Team fight build coming out. PYL gets shot in the face, but yeah, you can just see that this is unrelenting pressure right now from LGD. They haven't been ahead often. We'll see whether they still know how to close.
Well, 9K up right now. I certainly think they should. Schwan is looking for a flank, but again, the vision there for PYL. Flank denied. He does pop down the pink ward. He spots what he wants, but he's going to get locked up there by the Bard, and the rest of LGD are going to go straight over the top. That's going to force the flash.
And all of a sudden, that's the only engage, right? I always say this about Lee Sin. You're never out of the game with Lee Sin if he has flash and kick, because he can always make the one play. But getting rid of a key component of that is crucial right now because it opens up Baron.
LGD are going to look towards this Baron too.
Well, I don't know if they can do it. They're not very tanky.
Didn't have Wayless over the wall. They only have that Bard to use a magical journey to run away. Like you mentioned, not very tanky, but OMG still stuck inside their base here. They have to deal with the super minions that are charging down onto these Nexus turrets after the middle inhibitor did fall earlier for LGD. They still have very sizable gold lead. 9,000 gold at hand for LGD. They've picked up items across the board. Rapid Fire Cannon along with the Essence Reel picked up by Lucian, so he has that massive cooldown reduction as well. Swiftness Boots and that BF Sword along with the QSS being picked up as well. Even Marin has a QSS up in the top
Well,
lane.
the thing about Fiora is she used to go Bloodthirster. And QSS is really cool for Fiora because it gets her out of sticky situations. And now QSS does what like Essence Reaver or Bloodthirster used to do in the Fiora build. Get rid of that survivability. So, you know, I like it going towards the Merc Scimitar as a pickup. Especially when you're against something like a Nautilus that can just lock you down for days.
Well, LGD's pressure is not stopping as Marin is now pushing out this bottom side. Baron is a threat, of course, so it makes sense for Marin to be on this particular side of the map. Cool. He's moved up to that top side. He's getting there on the build. But looks like Infinity Edge next, and again, it's quite expensive. LGD continuing to just hammer OMG from every single lane, and pretty much the formulas look good. Why really change it if it's not broken? And every time this happens, people just may be in trouble. Cool just has to back all the way away.
He's going to try and back all the way away, but Wayless is here as well. Going to jump on top of this Corki. Lock of the Iron Solari will be there, but here comes Xiang. He's going to land the hook onto the wall. Imp now getting locked down. The curtain call comes out, but it's going to land on PYL. Imp trying to run away. The final crit shot's not going to connect, but look at this. The rest of OMG still collapsing on the remaining members of LGD. They pick up a single kill for themselves.
Yeah, and I actually feel like keep Myron in the bottom lane was the right call there. Teleports in late. Yu was still in base, but Myron once again streams towards that side of the map. Now running towards what is a respawning inhibitor. Cool needs to be careful. We've already seen Myron solo people, and here comes PYL potentially. No, ignores the journey. He's just being a troll.
Classic PYL as Myron does back away from his attempt in the mid lane. LGD though. Imp is going to be back relatively soon. Oh, that's a good trap there from you. Could maybe catch someone out, but OMG maybe spring a trap for themselves. You getting low, and it's going to go down to Xiang as PYL looking for that flank, but Wayless has been locked down forever, it felt like. A lot invested for one kill, but OMG, they'll take it.
And I'm going to say it one more time. If PYL does not hit a snare or an ultimate, do not fight. Like, it is that simple at this stage of the game. Bard is the only person that can lock down a priority target. Myron wasn't there. Imp wasn't there. That's most of your damage. So there's just no reason to get in yourself in these situations. So even though LGD seriously far ahead, still leaving the door open for OMG. And I'm going to say what I said last game. You know, even though they're that far up, there's always an opportunity at 40 minutes of the game when gold is equalized to come back if you're the other side.
The gold lead has shrunk slightly, so 7,000 gold for LGD now. 2,000 gold gap being closed by OMG here. And you did mention this, Spawn. LGD, they are far ahead, but we're going to have to see if they still remember how to close out these games. That's going to be crucial for them in this second match against OMG. It's down to the wire. 1-0 to OMG right now, so they could potentially pick up the winning game for this series here. LGD still fighting to stay alive. And taking a look at the rest of these two teams here, they have 4 members grouped up for the side of OMG, moving towards that Baron pit. Nautilus is still split pushing with Marin. Both of their teleports are down, so they're going to be engaged in that bottom lane. The rest of LGD just kind of splitting up the map a little bit.
Well, Dawn may be getting a little bigger here for OMG because Cool has Infinity Edge and the package. So big amount of damage now available for this Corki. And even SMLZ starting to build towards 3 items. Just feels like OMG have the tools to maybe fight a little bit more, but it's not like LGD don't scale as far as fights go. I've seen how good OMG's team fighting can be, but this is a pretty difficult situation to team fight your way out of no matter which team you are.
Yeah, it certainly is. And I feel that if you're LGD, you never have to team fight. You just control vision and look for your picks still. But does not seem to be the case right now. We'll see whether they are able to pull it together. This is a team fight Cassinan build. That's one thing I will say. He will get multiple Rift Walks across every single person of OMG unless he's dealt with at the start of the fight. If Myron is going towards a GA, which I hope that is, he is also going to be a monster. You're going to have to kill him a couple of times. So, as I said, LGD, they don't really go anywhere late game, but OMG's just always been that team fighting team. You feel like if they're within a couple of K gold, they'll be able to go with the big guys in this one.
LGD just have so many threats in this lineup. Cassinan is going to be diving into the back line. So is Marin on Fiora. So is Nidalee. And that's just going to give Imp free reign to target whoever he wants to. And POL having the ability to lock people down. It's going to prove crucial to see if this team comp can gel together for LGD as we approach later into this game. 34 minutes now. OMG is still far behind, 7,000 gold here. Siang is still stuck in this bottom lane, clearing as many minions as possible. Both of the teleports are up for the 2 top laners, so you could potentially see that impact a play on the map from either side. The rest of OMG, they don't want to get caught out too much, so they're grouping up as 4 in the mid lane, making sure they stay close together so they can team fight if they choose to, and make sure that they're not getting picked off.
Yeah, they're looking for a catch on Myron, and in the meanwhile, Wayless is shoved in this top lane. He's going to make short work of it. Does have a lot of AP.
He's going to take it down incredibly low here. Dragon Buff is going to help him get that turret low, but not able to take it down just yet. The rest of the members of OMG respond to that by rotating up to that top lane. Belgium just claiming the jungle as their own territory right now. They have no respect at all for OMG at all. And look at this Tren. He's trying to find a flank here. Looking to try and move in on towards the rest of LGD.
Well, Weber's going to take that turret that he did work very dutifully for. As the rebuff gets stolen away, POL gets chunked. They can't afford to have their engage chunked out. Does have the ulti ready, but POL wants to be healthy into this fight. It's OMG looking for a pick, but don't fight it just yet.
Yeah, another turret goes down. You feel like they're just waiting on a couple of items. That is nearly 100 CS lead for Myron in the top lane. He's going to have a GA very, very soon. As wow, Imp actually goes aggressive.
Look at this Temper Fate. We'll be able to lock down Tren. I don't know if that's the target they'd really be looking for, as the culling and the spear will not connect with the members of OMG. So a couple of crucial spells being used by LGD here, but it's not going to matter too much. They still have a very, very huge lead here into this game.
I feel like they were once again just trying to bait out the flash of Lee Sin. You know, here's a Temper Fate, we're going to engage on you, see if you can flash out of it. In the end, Chuen, he wins the mind game because he doesn't utilize it. 20 seconds until Dragon. It is number 4 for LGD. So an important one. You feel they want to fight this, but without the culling, without Temper Fate, this is a risky affair.
Well, it certainly is. And OMG may have found another, I'll call it window into this game if they can stop the bleeding of the Dragons, but kind of feels like they're staying afloat more than anything else. But to their credit, they are keeping in this game despite the gold deficit that's existed for a while.
GA picked up from Myron. Here he goes.
TP straight into the back. He wants to look for a fight, but he hasn't quite found the target yet. LGD trying to close the trap, but OMG might just be able to walk out. They kind of want to contest for the Dragon, though, so it's a bit awkward. They've actually caught Marin. He gets snared up. Curtain Call's going to get popped. First bullet hits, but they have to back out with that one. As now 5 going to dive and try and find the rest of LGD.
Yeah, and now there's no front line because 5's used his ultimate. That's Dragon number 4. All they were looking for off that teleport. They'll come back in 6 minutes when they're able to pick up the next one. And LGD, one step closer to closing out this game.
Brilliant play from LGD. Running OMG around that Dragon Pit, not committing to any of the engagement, forcing the crucial ultimate from Alistar and making sure they can't fight there. But look at this, they might be caught out here. Temper Fate is only going to land onto 5 here. POL takes a chunk of damage from Cool. LGD, they're looking for a fight in this close corner. Now it's going to be Cool. That's going to be jumped on by Imp. Is going to lose that duel, so Imp picks up the kill there. And now LGD looking towards the base of OMG.
Yeah, so even though he Velked and flashed away, in the end, Cool does go down. Imp flashed after him in very aggressive fashion. He picked up the kill. That means that is going to be the middle inhib turret going down. Most likely the Baron started up as well for LGD, and we'll see whether OMG can respond.
The first Baron attempt felt like it was a test here. It's going to be another one for OMG. As Imp honestly styles on Cool here.
Yeah, so he flashes over the wall and just goes deep, you know. He's able to get in there, uses the cleanse. Cool actually flashes out of the piercing light, but in the end it is going to be Imp that picks up that kill. And here we go, another team fight.
Didn't look for this fight here. SMLZ has used all his bullets here in the backline. Wayless is incredibly low, but pops the Zonius to stay alive. Not going to connect with the W coming from Jinx, from Jin here. But now look at this. Marin, he's diving onto the remaining members of OMG. Xiang is desperately trying to use that crowd control, but what a massive amount of damage being dealt by that top laner. LGD, they have a couple of low health bars, but they pick up 2 kills.
Yeah, but that is a huge wave in the top lane they have to go deal with. So OMG do successfully chase him off the Baron at least. They're pinging out that wave. Probably will go over to Wayless because he wants to finish off a death cap. And as I said, this LGD lineup arguably gets stronger as the game goes on. So the fact that they've been ahead all game and trying to close it out, they've had some shaky moments. But their comp should take care of itself. Is now Cool. He's going to have to deal with Marin.
Good luck, as Fiora is going to challenge him to a duel. The package actually will deal with the threat, but 1v1, absolutely not possible. Marin is massive at this point.
Yeah, he certainly is. Has lifesteal. Has aggressive items as well. I wonder what he goes towards with his last item, as now it looks like Baron one more time started up for LGD.
Baron is going to get started by LGD. PYL was able to sweep away that vision, so OMG don't know how low it is right now. Half health on that Baron buff. LG are going to back off. They decide not to commit to trying to take down the big purple worm.
Not enough tanks again. Kind of caused the problems, but they could have picked on the Schwan. He seemed pretty tanky though.
I'm confused by Marin. Did he just sell an item to buy nothing?
I don't know. I think he might have had a consumable. Or like a Doran's or something.
Yeah, maybe.
Corrupting Potion? I think it might have been his flask. He doesn't have anything right now. Just chilling out. Maybe needs a pink ward slot.
Yeah, maybe.
This is great. OMG's like,
League of Items.
I don't want to face check. Actually, Chuan with the Spidey sense there does not check the potential bait in the back of the pit. LGD again, they know they can't really hard commit to this Baron, so they just need to find a pick. But OMG like, we know that, so we're not coming. Have
Death
fun.
cap has just been completed for Wayless, as now they're going in.
Oh, 5 took the bait. That could be problems here for Alistar. He's getting low. Chuan are able to save him by the looks of things, but the damage is still trickling in. Imp almost gets in there, but the Twemped Fate is going to hit onto SMLZ. No follow-up though from LGD. They just weakened them.
Yeah, Wayless wasn't there, so in the end they won't actually go for it. Will they take the magical journey? They will. Teleport. It is available out of Marin, so this is it, the moment they've been waiting for.
They're looking to try and pick up this dragon here. It's down, it's down to half health. Teleports are coming in from Marin now. We did see Jin trying to get some damage down to the champ. So look at this Tren. He's being chased down incredibly low. Baron will go on over to LGD. They pick up that objective. Tren is desperately trying to run away. And here comes Marin. He's just going to dive straight into this bush. Finds the Lee Sin, is trying to jump out. The rest of his team is here to help him. We'll be able to get to safety, but OMG, they do lose the Baron buff.
Yeah, more importantly as well, they stop the recall. So right now it's Baroned up minions, no health on Chuen, who had to use his flash as well against what is a powered up LGD lineup.
Well, persistence may prove to be key here as they finally get the Baron buff, and this minion wave is monstrous.
And look at bottom lane as well. At the same time, mid lane, Marin walks it into the base. This is the LGD we were expecting to see at the start of the year. Very sloppy in the mid game, don't get me wrong, but maybe flashes of it starting to come out.
Look at this, they're going to look for that last and final team fight here. Jin running out of bullets, trying to kite backwards as much as possible. He gets taken down. Temperface going to lock down everyone as the challenge has been issued. Marin is slaughtering everybody on Summoner's Rift. They pick up the ace here, and LGD, they're going to pick up the second game of this best of 3 series.
Yeah, the full house there in the end picked up. Wayless gets a double kill. Marin gets the triple. And that was, I'm going to say, refreshing to watch for once.
Yes.
Phase through time. Very refreshing to see LGD pick winning lanes, go for an aggressive play style and come out on top.
Feels like the plans for both teams in the 2 games we've now traded were pretty clear. But LGD's plan definitely looking better there. I agree, the mid game did look a little shaky for them, but they really didn't have too much to worry about. It may be a game that, given their lead, was longer than they would have liked. But I don't think they care. A win's a win for LGD, and they made it look good.
100%. And as I said, that it wasn't like they were at any point of the game like, we're going to get outscaled. Like, that game was always, we have a Cassin, we have a Fiora, we win the split push, we win the team fight. Just, you know, keep our lead, keep slowly building it up. Sure, they would have loved it to go quicker, especially because of the blinder of a start they got up to. But they take any win, especially a win that convincing.
And you mentioned this time and time again, Spawn. LGD, they had a really, really strong lead, and they played the style that we thought they should be playing. But the true question was, can they still close out these games? And the answer is yes, they played their win condition fantastically, knew that they can't just force things, picked off OMG one by one before finally going for those objectives. It was a great play from LGD, and like you said, refreshing to watch.
And PYL, even that bottle that you just saw was sick. It almost saved Wayless's life and maybe salvaged a perfect game. Unfortunately, LGD picked up a few more deaths here and there, but again, they play sort of how we expect them to. It's not fancy. Sometimes it's not pretty, but it still wins them games. And as coming into this last game, I have to think they're just going to go for the same thing.
Yeah, I 100% agree. I think that you just don't try and out-macro the opposition. Just run yourself into them. Make sure that you pick stronger lanes across the board, get PYL on a playmaker, and set the tone of the game. I cannot stress that enough. OMG did it in game 1 with the 5-man dive on top. LGD did it this time with suffocating lanes.
And it's always great to see LGD, I think, play to the class that we expect their players to. I guess on the OMG side, again, just couldn't get the team fights going. And when they can't get them going, train looks a little slow.
They didn't have Kalista this time, so no additional engage option coming in for 5 there. But next game, they're going to have first pick. They might not have to ban an extra carry away from Imp.
Yeah, but we'll see whether it's actually LGD that do it this time, because they seem to be doing much better with the stronger AD carry.
Certainly agree. And awesome to see LGD finally pick themselves up and win and look great there in the second game. But if they want the point, they're going to need to collect the series, and that means winning our next game. Don't go too far. Our third and final game's coming right up. And welcome back, everyone, here as we are going to queue up our final game. But before we get there, PYL going to pick up another support MVP of the evening, this time for his very well-played Bard.
Yeah, you can't argue with it. What a performance out of PYL's Bard. Was just able to set up everything, I think is the easiest way to say it. Like, there was good things happening all over the Rift, but a lot of it was just because of PYL and the ability to start these fights, lock down key targets. T targets is not the word I was looking for.
T targets.
Yeah, key targets and just continue the snowball rolling. So, you know, it started at level 1 with that great magical journey to, I guess, catch out the bottom lane. But it was also a continued effort throughout the whole game.
It was, and I feel like you said it, like he was really the only CC on that team, which is sort of weird. But, I mean, if you have to do it, you have to. They picked 3 lanes. They didn't have much to see. They had a lot of damage and a lot of scaling. PYL was sort of the glue that held it all together. And I know Bard's like a good support with a lot of CC. That's still impressive to me.
I mean, PYL played great, don't get me wrong, but LGD as a whole, they were fantastic. They played according to their win condition phenomenally. They had a shaky mid-game, but other than that, it was great.
Yeah, I just think that when your win condition is play solo queue, like
Yeah.
it's pretty easy to execute on. So
LGD played dynamic queue.
yeah, you know, honestly, that wasn't like people are going to be like, oh, Spawn so harsh. That wasn't an impressive win to me. Like that was like 4 carries following 1 support around the Rift and only fighting when they were told to. That was being spoon-fed a victory. They need to be able to win on a macro level eventually. But as I said, right now, it's not about that. It's just about getting the runs on the board because LGD really need them right now.
They certainly do. Again, 1 game off from playoffs, but still need to take that point, and they'll need the series win here against OMG, who I think will have some changes to make, I imagine. Not in personnel, but maybe in drafting here, as it looks like we might be lining things up for our final game. It is Champ Select for game number 3. OMG will be on the blue side for our last one, and this is looking awfully similar. Cogmore banned by OMG. Twisted Fate banned by LGD.
I really want to see if Kallista's going to be the final ban from OMG and if LGD actually throw out that Kallista ban here because SMLZ didn't get that in the last game. Now OMG have the first pick potential, but also with target bans being thrown across the board, means that a lot of power picks are still left open for both these two teams.
Well, the double imp bans continue. Cogmore Twitch, of course, on the side of OMG is LGD. Do ban away the Kallista, so no messing around. It's Fiora, actually, the adaptation from OMG. I like it, Chiang. He kind of likes his tanks. Marin's a very good Fiora player, so it maybe opens up a little more space in that top half of the map.
Yeah, and nothing really cuts through tanks the way that Fiora does. You know, Nautilus is the logical first pick now because we've kind of taken away all the other S-tier top laners, and we'll see if whether that's something OMG go towards.
Well, Lulu's open, but I don't think anyone liked her in the last game, and she was open. So not guaranteed here is OMG. We'll see what they want to pick up here for the first one.
Gonna have to take a look and see what they prioritize as their first pick. No Kallista to pick away. No Poppy to pick away. No Twisted Fate either from OMG. But there's a lot of powerful picks. Thresh is still up, so 5 could continue his trend of alternating between Thresh and Alistar.
I think his Thresh did a lot of lifting in the game 1 as well, so
he single-handedly
not the worst
picked
first
up that
pick,
freight train.
but different hook champion. It will be the Nautilus that Xiang does love so very much. See what Marin has as the answer this time around.
I want a Maokai and a Marin. I want them to run a very simple comp. Once again, you know, get Maokai in the top lane. That's your teleport. You know, just run something very, very similar. Pick a strong laner in the mid, strong laner in AD carry, and just continue to run them around the map. Trundle, it's closer to Fiora than it is a tank, but see whether it works out.
Who knows at this point, as they're still debating their first 2 picks clearly. But Nidalee could be another game for you. He's played 2 Nidalee games so far. This will make it a 3rd in a row. So we'll see if he does stick to what he knows or if he's going to mix it up. There is the Trundle though, so no Gangplank, which was hovered.
Yeah, they both play it. Marin and
you? Wayless.
Wayless, both play it, yeah.
I know what you meant.
I don't play it
There's
at
a
all.
Nidalee
Mike,
for you as well.
have you seen my Gangplank win rate?
Yes, actually.
Yeah, it's not good.
It's not exciting. Put it that way. As OMG are looking for a couple more picks now. Chuan Shammy Paul, nice and open, but got the lead in last game. Couldn't win on it. We'll see what he wants to pick up for himself here.
Well, Gragas was left open. That's the champion he is hovering right now. He's a powerful pick that we haven't seen picked up in this series so far, but now it's going to be picked up by Trent, and Thresh is going to be picked up by 5. So he's continuing his hopping like champion picks here. So he's going to get Alistar Thresh back-to-back again. This time going with that engaged support.
Maybe he's like really good at flipping a coin. He like gets into the game and he's like, woo! Heads its Alistar, tails its Thresh, and he just happens to flip alternate sides each time.
We'll hopefully be able to see the same performance from 5 that we saw from his Thresh in game number 1, because that was phenomenal. We have to see if he can pull that up against LGD here. They're looking for their next 2 picks in this rotation. Wouldn't be surprised if they do go for the Bard and Ezreal pickup here. That does hide their mid laner, so they can throw that one out as a counter pick against OMG when they go through their next 2 picks.
I just don't see a reason why PYL wouldn't play Bard again. They need someone to get things going. He is going to play it, and he just did so much work in that game from a support position that I do like that he's playing it again. Imp, though, it's likely he's Ezreal, but as you said, Fish is a flex. I just really wonder what SMLZ is going to play, because he's got the Thresh, they've got the more aggressive support this time, although Bard is a good laning support as well. I really SMLZ wants to be aggressive in his lane, and the Jhin just wasn't doing it for me in the second game.
Yeah, I want to see also whether Cool goes back to Corki, because that was another pick that didn't really do it for me. So we'll see whether there's something... Wow, that is like an EDG team comp.
Yeah. The classic Sivalulu, but that is what they have. Not the worst actually now, I suppose, now with the Ricochet change, but they are going to go pretty far back. I mean, as far as OMG comps go, there's at least a lot of team fighting potential in this one. As far as, you know, press all your ultimates, get everyone in there. This is a perfect OMG comp to do that with.
This is a perfect press R and run at people team comp right now. That's looks exactly like what
They
OMG
are
wants
lacking
to do.
on damage. One thing I will say is they are very heavily lacking on damage, and if Marin gets big in this game and ult Xiang, they are in some
trouble.
hot water.
Yep, certainly are, as the last pick is Victor for Wayless. Hovered at the last 2 games, will finally take it here in the final one. That does leave Imp on Ezreal. But I feel like, again, SMLZ doesn't have a big carry here to really pairing with the Lulu. We're going to have to see OMG if they can get the snowball going in the mid-game. The comp will look great. But as the game goes later, LGD could cause some problems.
So the danger right now for OMG's comp is you have Iceborne Gauntlet, you have Trappy Cones, you have Victor as well, which is going to build Rylai's. You can pretty much guarantee in this game, as well as Bard. How does their comp actually get in? Like, you can say this is a perfect press R run at them team comp. Okay, like, what do they run at? Like, that is actually the biggest question right now, because there is so much kite back, so much mobility on the side of LGD. But then again, I've seen LGD try and execute similar comps in the past and hasn't gone great. So
Yeah.
see what happens.
We are going to see if OMG can run at something or perhaps drive the freight train once again. LGD took it away from them in game number 2. And have to see if anyone can do that heavy lifting and pick it up and throw it once more.
I just like to think it's like 2 little kids playing like a sandpit. They've got a little toy train thrown back at each other.
It's
and
almost
like,
a tank, mate.
LGD like stole their train. Like, now OMG want it back.
You guys are... This is what I get. I made someone upset. I got drafted with these two.
You're outnumbered.
Hey!
You can't complain.
I don't think that's how complaining works, Fish.
Well, all crappy trade metaphors aside, let's just get onto the riff for game number 3. And here we are for our final game of the night as action starting early. OMG looking for an invade. They always did this in the last few weeks, so I have missed it. But they are going to get spotted by a well-placed ward out from LGD.
They can't really press R yet, but they're already trying to run at people.
So the reason they go for the invade on a serious note is because of how well Bard disrupted their level 1 last time around. So it's key to get vision onto the LGD team. Danger is that Bard is actually really, really good at team fighting at level 1. And they left 2 members behind. Actually,
Wow, that was sneaky.
that is weird.
Well, Cool is going to make his way to the mid lane, but LGD might just try and for a very weird jungle invade. They've actually snuck their way in just outside of OMG's blue buff. And they don't know this, but there are no wards that are currently spotting LGD if they wanted to walk in towards the buff.
So LGD know that 3 members are there, right? Because they saw 3 people. They don't know that TBQ's there, which means that they probably assume that the top laner isn't there as well, who's recalled and probably heading bottom. Instead, now they'll spot out that no one is there, and they'll take away the 2 small camps, get themselves a CS advantage, but need to be able to dodge any level 2 funny shenanigans coming out of the members of OMG.
So LGD do head up into the top lane with their AD carry and support. Look at this, teleport blown.
Okay, so now they know exactly where they are. They can go aggressive.
They are going to do just that here. Look at this, Imp already down below half his health, despite the fact that he is an Ezreal at level 1 and he has a Bard in his lane. Tren, though, he is looking to try and pose a threat to LGD's top lane here. Gragas was able to take away the red buff, and he sneakily body slammed over the wall previously.
No, they knew exactly where Gragas was. Because the reason they know where Gragas is, right? You start their blue buff. Your duo goes to their blue buff. And the top laner burns teleport. You would not burn teleport from the red buff to the bottom lane. Like, that is way too low to, short of a distance to walk. So they know where Gragas started. He started on the red buff. So they had a fairly good idea, and that's actually why they lost the trade, because they had to walk the long way around. If otherwise, they would have just sat in the river and just fought them.
Yep.
2v2.
And as it turns out, we are going to vertically jungle this game. As Cool is going to be under fire. As Used Nidalee makes his way in. Doesn't quite commit to the gank yet, though. So a quick look at the Keystone Master. Sivir, actually. Warlord's Bloodlust making a reappearance. Lifesteal everywhere.
That's an interesting pickup. Maybe it's to do with the synergy of having a Lulu in the mid lane. You go down low on health. Lulu keeps you alive. You try and heal up as much as possible, but
I've just learned not to question SMLZ now.
Yeah.
I'd let him do his thing.
I mean, he's got a Doran's Blade in this game. That's all I really care about. He actually has some items to start off this match. They're actually going to be able to shove in Imp and PYL in the top lane underneath the turret. Not too much happening early on this game. Relatively even between the two teams. The most that we've seen is Seong actually blowing his teleport earlier. SMLZ will be able to use his spell shield there, so he gets a bit of mana back.
Oh, here we go. 3-man gank into the mid lane.
They want a call here. He's going to be on the right side of the map to try and get away. So LGD do send 3 people into the mid lane, not able to get anything out of it. They're trying to wipe around.
The last member you didn't expect, Cole. Takes half of his health. That's actually a very
I was going to say,
effective
apparently also the most effective is Yu is going to get caught here. Chuan could look to get aggressive, but it might just be a smite battle for this Raptor. Chuan has his smite, but Yu's going to force him off here because he's got the red buff.
PYL takes a journey, picks up a chime.
The threat's just too real, and Chuan will leave the Raptor camp alone. That's going to leave Yu to take it. I like the aggression there from Chuan. It feels like standard lane's a bit more under control this time around. SMLZ back with a bit of a CS lead, but Imp will even that up shortly. So for once, we're going to start things off on an even footing here.
Yeah, we certainly are. In fact, probably slight advantages everywhere for OMG right now, you have to say. Especially this jungle where Chuan just has been able to stay full health. This is a benefit of Gragas right now. He jungles healthier than, like, anything. Like, healthier than Elise, if possible.
Stark contrast to Nidalee, who early on doesn't have the best health.
Nidalee actually sacrifices speed for health, so you can actually perfectly kite everything as Nidalee. You know, set up your traps, you know, spear them, take no damage at all, but you clear incredibly slow. Whereas if you actually, like, fly through the jungle, you can do it at, like, sub 200 health the whole time and never come in danger of dying unless you get invaded. So actually credit to Chuan here, who's staying in his face, making sure he's not doing that.
He's been doing a good job with that, but at the same time, Yu does have a slight CS lead. 7 minions picked up extra on this Nidalee. Not going to matter too much just yet, as the gold is relatively even between these two teams.
Yeah, it doesn't really matter because it was double Raptor camp. If it was like if he was doing Gromps and stuff like that, huge. Like Gromps and double golems would have been a massive advantage. That's an extra 4 camps, but because it was just 2 Raptor camps, it's not really that huge of a deal. You're right.
And still going to be able to stick with this. 2 people up into the top lane for OG and LGD. Both the tanks still battling out in the bottom lane. Xiang's teleport's almost back up and available. So we could see the global map pressure being dished out by these 2 tanks soon from these 2 teams.
Well, Yu's going to continue farming, though. Continuing to get into OMG's jungle where appropriate and take camps away, much like Nidalee is wont to do.
Oh,
Here we go. Don't commit for it, but I like the presence they were showing. It does force 5 to use some cooldowns. He's going to ward up. He's expecting a jungler, I think, with the aggression. LG just showed, but a nice hook's going to land onto PYL. Damage is there. Heal's been burnt. Ignite is there as well, but SMLZ takes the journey, picks up first blood as now they're going to turn in onto him. The Ezreal will shift away safely, but Yu has been caught by Cool with Schwan right behind him, and Wayless is going to move in to save it, but Niddle is forced to burn the Summoner.
Yeah, can't catch the kitty cat through the brush, but they do pick up first blood and a huge CS lead, actually. As now Xiang has level 6, Myron does not. He's in trouble.
They're not done yet. OMG looking to try and put pressure throughout this map. Myron in a lot of trouble. Flash forward coming out from Xiang. Almost takes down the troll.
Yeah, I think Myron can actually stay now because Xiang used that. I actually really don't like that flash. You know, you're going to just trade it every single time. Now, as the creeps hit the turret, he's just going to ult you if he has to. So, a little bit of a wasted summoner spell there. Of course, we'll trade it. But I just feel like Nautilus is a little bit more valuable. As we see 5, once again, this Thresh God landing the hook, getting the ignite down before the heal, and just absolutely schooling PYL.
Meanwhile, you talk about schooling here. He comes another Thresh hook. 5. He's been on point.
That was 3 flashes burnt. Like, Chuen flash body slam. Cool flashes Raptor Wall to get the E down. Flash hook out of 5. In the end, they pick up a kill. Totally worth. Like, OMG setting the pace for this game.
And that's exactly what they were known for. When there are no ultimates to press the flash instead, and sometimes, in fact, often, press them both together. OMG doing what they always want to do. Be aggressive, find picks, and see if they can snowball the game. Right now, they're actually pretty far ahead in gold. 1,500, creeping pretty quickly up towards 2K.
Yeah, and they're doing it with a cull on their AD carry as well. So Siva able to get work done. You know, she's up a kill, she's up 10 CS, and has that shop already in there. So this is going to be another creep wave that she just eats.
Imp is going to be able to finally head back to base, so he picks up his items as well.
Oh my goodness, you did it again.
Yay! Good job, you. Taking away from Wayless.
What is wrong with you?
I don't know. Mid laners today, mid laners are just not getting their blue buffs. I don't understand.
Well, usually it's because the other jungler takes them, not because your jungler takes them. But that's unfortunate. If you ever do that to me in a game, by the way, Fish.
I never give my mid laners blue
then
buff.
I'm literally never playing dynamic queue with you. SMLZ in 5. I'm going to two-man the Rift Tower. 5's getting awfully low.
Yeah, this is dangerous. Like, Harold does not mess around.
Let
Like,
him die.
and now they can't hit him in the eye because Harold is sick of that game. Now SMLZ's in trouble. Harold, don't open your eye. You got this. Oh. It was so close. I feel like that's the AD carry and support not understanding how much damage Harold does because they've just given up like 3 creep waves to get that. That's not worth.
Certainly not. As LGD have actually moved bottom side with their duo lane. SMLZ's chasing them down, but they are going to get good damage onto this turret. As Yu is also here to help support. Cool.
Oh, here we go.
Going to successfully get the blue buff. So
see, that is how you do it. Right there. That's my boy.
as SMLZ is going to clear this out. I agree with Spawn. Give your mid lane the blue buff.
Don't do it.
Stop it. Just stop. Schwan looking for something. Finds the Krugs, so not a bad game target. And SMLZ is going to keep pushing through. Rift Tower buff actually is going to give
Dive
Siva
in the
some
top lane.
pressure.
This is a Trundle. He has got ultimate available. Does not have flash.
No flash available.
So
Ultimate.
whoever tanks this up first is going to be in for a world of hurt.
He's already trying to dish out some pain for Siang now. He's going to be the one that tanks it up. Lulu's up in his top lane. So Marin getting taken out by a traffic
Got
cone
it.
though. Might be able to take him down. One
Got
more
it.
shot. Gets it. Gets the 1-for-1 trade.
Yeah, so that's really, really sloppy. The way you actually want to do that is throw the Gragas barrel and tank the first 2 shots. Allow a lot of the damage to come out of everyone else because TBQ is going to get his damage done, but it comes in bursts, right? So Gragas doesn't actually... Nautilus needs to be there with grass. Gragas doesn't need to be there is what I'm trying to say in the long run. And in the end, it like just bites him so hard. You should never trade 1-for-1 in a 1 versus 3.
Well, could be a steal here as well on the Gromp. It is successful from Yu. He's going to take that out from under the Gragas. And now Wayless is the one topside. Just holding the wave. Never mind. He's going to get it down there with the death rate. Takes the CS where he can. It was too late to help, but Marin had it covered with the 1-for-1 trade anyway. Is SMLZ still trying to play up towards Imp, but he's got a Sheen, he's got a Tier. Ezreal happy to wait until he starts to get online with those 2 big items.
Yeah, he certainly is. This is where the lane actually gets really frustrating versus Ezreal. He will never fight you unless he can go in for that cheeky trade with the Arcane Shift. So we'll see whether SMLZ is just able to shove him in, make him pay by missing minions underneath the turret. As we have rotations coming out all over the shop. You going into the bottom lane to try and help out his AD carry.
Don't know about that. All I've seen you do for this entire series. In fact, the entire time he's been on LGD, I just feel like he's just farming up this jungle. He's close to the bottom lane, though. OMG will be able to take down this turret. So they pick up an objective for themselves. The first turret of the game will fall. They do have a 3,000 gold lead ahead of LGD 11 minutes into this game. So a nice and comfortable gold lead for the team that wants to press on and run at people. Question is if they're going to be able to do just that as we approach the mid-game.
Yeah, it's 3 kills to 1. It's also a turret. CS is fairly even apart from the Gragas versus in Italy, so you understand where the lead is coming from. Question is, can they stop the bleeding at all here, LGD?
Well, I feel like for OMG, it's the same plan that it always is, Pinky. Keep the pressure on constantly as Schwan continuing to play up towards this top side.
Do you know the theory about Pinky in the brain?
No, I did not.
So, like, the one is the genius, the other's insane?
Yep.
The theory is that Brain is actually the insane one, and Pinky is the genius. Because if you think about it, it's told from a human's perspective. And they're trying to, like, destroy the world, right? Take it over. So, like, the dumb one actually foils the plan every single time, hence the genius. And then the smart one is actually crazy. He's insane. That's the theory behind Pinky in the Brain.
That's awesome. Today I learned.
Yep.
There you go. Another reason to watch the LPL broadcast. Spawns random trivia.
About really, really random TV shows.
I'm glad you got the reference.
I used to love Pinky in the Brain.
It's a good show.
It
Very
was
solid.
Really good show.
I'm sorry, you may not have got Pinky in the Brain as a child fish.
Nah, did not.
Oh, unlucky.
Don't
really.
understand you Australian people.
Well,
It says the
Come
man
here,
with the
I come here.
Australian passport.
I come to this country, and the first thing I see is Spawn do the wiggles on broadcast, and that's all I know about Australia.
well, at least you got that covered. As Tempered Fate is going to look for Cool. Not going to find him, though. PYL. There's a Walters into mid lane. Feels like LGD playing a little bit more scattered, trying to keep things under control. 5 magnetic hooks still there.
Yeah, it just proves that he can hit that one. As they're going to steal away a blue buff, so this time it is actually going to be Cool picking it up.
Fantastic, OMG. You know, taking the blue buff away onto the mid laner 2 for 2. You might want to learn a thing or two about that, as they are going to go and contest the Dragon now. OMG will be able to pick up this objective for themselves. I don't see LGD trying to contest this, as they are down in gold here. Marin's going to be heading up into the top lane, but look at this. You now trying to make an impact. The hook will come out. Traffic Cone will slow him down as well. There goes the spear connecting. You will jump on top of this Nautilus, but he's just too tanky for their liking.
The reason is because Cool and 5 are heading up there at such a quick pace. So they need to get out of dodge. Turret already proven that it's not really much of a deterrent for OMG. Yu's already at the tier 2. He wants absolutely nothing to do with it.
Yeah, never was, and I don't think will be for a long time, so long as OMG play in the LPL. As PYL and Wayless will escape out of Schwan, who's still fishing for a gank around the center of the map. Yu, though, continuing to power farm up. He's still behind Schwan on farm overall. So been impressed by the general pressure of the Gragas. As SMLZ found a new home here in top lane, I guess his new old home. Looking to apply some pressure to the outer turret, and the Rift Herald, I don't think it's back up just yet. I think Howard's still hiding. No, I tell a lie. There it is.
Oh, and he just got hooked in the eye. That's cruel. But they will be able to take it away. They'll also work on top side of the map. So that is another Herald and turret going down in OMG's favor. They're going to extend this to about 5,000 gold at only 15 minutes in. And you have to think, this wasn't looking too bad for LGD. It's just been very comprehensive control.
I think you mentioned it quite right. It's about stopping the bleeding. They're not doing too good of a job about that. But look at this. Sion so aggressive. He's about to solo kill you here. Does just that. The anchor will smash the cat.
Every time I say Nautilus kills someone, I'm like, why does he do so much damage?
Well, he is like 2 levels higher, has level
That's
2
true.
ulti, and like just absolutely starred on the guy.
Oh, it's level 2 ulti.
He
Okay,
has a
that explains
massive
lot.
anchor. That has to hurt.
I bet it does. As OMG.
When Ezreal shoots these little fairy things at you, an anchor rains down on top of you. That's going to just crush anyone.
You observe really strange things about games of League of Legends, Fish. That's what
And how is that a fairy thing?
It's mystical
That is a
energy.
mystical energy shot out of a glove. Like, anchors are a worldly invention. Ezreal will style on your ass.
I don't know. I would not like to be hit by the anchor here, but look at this. He's just going to be stuck between the traffic cone. Marin does no damage to him right now.
Yeah, until he ults, and then he will absolutely destroy him. But you see, still comes out ahead in the trade.
Lieutenant Hydra, I think, helping out there. So Marin can start the split push again. Schwan wants the Krugs, but the Lantern's out there looking at him. SMLZ going to help. Nice little combination. They actually get both of those being distributed at one apiece. That's cool. Frost Queen's claim, actually. I know Cool's bit on break, but people haven't built that item in a while.
Yeah, it does looks like Wayless is also going another strange build. He's going Athene's Unholy Grail on his Victor, so no Riley's Crystal Scepter like I thought as the first item. See whether the control that will be missing in the kit is something that will impact him. As Cool, has to burn the flash.
Good flash coming up from Cool, able to escape from the 3 members of LGD that are trying to collapse onto him. It's Marin now in the bottom lane. He's going to be working on trying to take down the turret. First turret for LGD should go over to him. He's able to get that last few auto attacks off. SMLZ not going to be able to save it. Turret will go down. And LGD still trying to stop the bleeding here. They are still 3,500 gold behind OMG. And OMG are making good use of that gold lead as well in this match.
Yeah, but you have to say that it's mainly just turrets. It's about 2,000 gold worth of turrets. As now, like Ships in the Night, Dark Passage and Magical Journey. And they eventually should be able to chip these down. They have a really good siege comp with the Bard, with Victor as well as Blue Ezreal. But maybe another turret in the mid lane as they're trying to grab their red buff. Don't know if it's worth this much.
Oh, very
Steals
nice
it.
barrel. True Shot Barrage not enough, but PYL flashes in, tries to make a play. Doesn't get it done there.
You can tell they really want this, but in the end, it's just going to be mid lane turret falling down. And I agree with you. He tried to make the play. I just don't think it was the right one.
Well, good take from OMG there in mid lane, continuing to extend that gold lead. Dragon up in 140. As it feels like LGD, they are taking the game, I'm going to say slow. And I feel like they can, once again, with the champions they picked. But perhaps at risk of being a little too slow. They're kind of at the spot OMG were at last game, where at this point, this was the lead they got, and if it got any worse than that, it felt like a very difficult game to win. OMG 5k up, feels like LGD can let it sit here, but cannot let it get any worse, and preferably let it get better.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think that right now, you work around your Trundle, get him an Iceborne Gauntlet after what should be a Spirit Visage, and just see if he can go to work around the map, because they honestly aren't stronger anywhere else until they continue to scale up, as now PYL's been hooked. So just don't take any risks. As now, Wayless, you're in trouble.
Wayless is going to not get hit by that body slam as he flashes away. Trent was poised to try and get an ultimate off, but here comes the Temper Fate from Bard. Trent now, he's been locked down at half health as well. Has to flash out of there. LG will be able to disengage from that and set up to push out these minions in the mid lane.
So a pretty nice answer, honestly, there out of LGD. That's a play they need to look to make. Next time it will be successful because they don't have the flash on Gragas anymore. And they should be able to stall out this push in the top lane. This is a play they shouldn't make. Do not gank the Nautilus. Nautilus is a big dude that has lived underwater with an anchor and is super tanky at this stage of the game. You can't really hurt him.
Well, he does just pop it there for some pressure, but I feel like Marin's just fine. Especially as he's going to get a bit tankier. These two will continue tussling here in that top side, but...
And this is like the silliest matchup ever because Nautilus does heaps of damage with his shield up, so it looks like Trundle's losing it. Then the shield goes down as we have some pressure in the mid lane.
Ooh, nice double.
Good double binding come out along with the double death ray. Instant use of the ultimate will destroy 5. The ultimate coming from Gragas almost knocks them forward even more. PYL trying to get the journey out, but they will pick up that one pick onto 5.
And maybe enough damage to continue the siege into the mid lane. We already talked about it, but a great siege comp here. I figured out why Wayless is going Athenes, by the way. Because he doesn't get a blue buff. And I would as well. Because, Victor is a perfect champion that if you have blue, you never need a mana item. But if you don't have blue, he's really annoying to play without one. And he's just like, well, I'm not going to get one, so I'm just going to go to mana regen item. What I was actually going to say is Nautilus versus Trundle. When he shields up, he does heaps of damage. Then Trundle finally knocks off the shield, and then he does no damage. So then Trundle starts healing back health. And then when Trundle ults, he really starts winning it. So it's a very deceptive fight at times.
Yep, it's a lot of wet noodles for the most part. As OMG are going to answer that push in the mid lane. Again, still have a nice comprehensive turret lead, but it's a pretty fragile gold lead here. It's LGD. If they start gaining momentum, they'll take gold, and they'll take the structures, and they'll catch up very quickly. So OMG have to be careful. It's cool. We now need to see Lardra going to add into his Lichbane build. Oh, did he get it? I think Tron might have stolen it accidentally.
I didn't see that, but I was going to say he doesn't have a Nash's tooth, so, He missed the memo.
Clearly, but gonna maybe help with the Cedars, although OMG have slowed down just a touch. SMLZ with a static shiv. He's gonna absolutely vacuum up creep waves at this point.
But Imp has got, even though it was a really rough landing phase, Imp has got to those 2 items, as well as a cooldown reduction boot. So he's in a nice spot right now. And oh, here we go. This is what I was talking about. All right, shield gone. Now you can win. Oh, it turns around.
Slugfest has begun in the top lane. Imp is still in this mid lane, so he's going to be pushing that one out. He's 0-0. Just farming up whatever he can see on Summoner's Rift right now. And like you mentioned, both these AD carries have completed their major items. As they're going to fight once again up in this top lane. They just don't stop.
I love this lane. It's so silly. No one's going to win. It's just funny they keep going back there.
Yeah, until late game Trundle. Then he definitely wins.
Oh, yeah. And that's the thing about Trundle. It is much more on the Fiora spectrum, like you mentioned, but OMG are trying to continue to apply that pressure. Wayless doing very nicely with the wave clear, but the poke is out. Good tempered fate. 5. Maybe caught out as Mara's going to TP in as well. OMG have to be careful, but they pop the Sivir ulti and run. Xuan gets the ulti in for the disengage, but now Xiang's caught out on the other side. He might just get out safely. The Sivir ulti still ticking away. And OMG, everyone gets out.
Yeah, Cool got blown up to start up that fight. A really nice flash saved his life, and in the end, it will be LGD once again trying to siege down this mid lane turret. Nice double stun.
Double stun onto the Gragas and Nautilus. Lulu has to ult onto the Gragas to keep him alive there. OMG, they might lose some pressure on this mid lane turret because Cool has to go back to base. We did mention that Sivir has the static shift now with the changes to her W, the ricochet, being able to crit minions on the bounce. Means they might be able to just clear this one out nicely, but numbers advantage for LGD means they could put some pressure, but they do back away.
Yeah.
Teleports down on Mara.
So you're right, she does have the wave clear. The danger is if ever Victor has ulti and she tries to wave clear, she just dies. So that's right there. They understand that they can't do it, so they have to back away, or tries to steal it. Him is able to secure. But that's always going to be the gambit of SMLZ wave clearing versus Cool. So I like the fact that OMG were respectful, and that was a game of centimeters there for OMG. They were flirting with danger.
They are relentless though. OMG immediately just charged straight back down into this mid lane. They don't have Nautilus though. And Trundle is closer grouped with his team, so it might not be the fight that OMG are looking for just yet.
Nautilus is also 2 levels higher than Trundle right now, so Xiang able to get a little bit done in these side lanes. As it was actually Cool, I think, that picked up the blue buff then.
Nice assist from Pix, I'm pretty sure, as he does get the blue. OMG continuing to apply pressure, and it really feels like they're waiting for a team fight that they like. They're trying to force down mid, hoping LGD make a mistake, but with Baron not really being an option right now and Dragon not available, OMG kind of have to just keep repeating this very push and pull motion. And again, LGD, they'll move into the waves when they're pushed up, they'll wave clear them down, and we'll see where we get to in maybe 2 minutes time, because that's when Dragon will be back up.
Yeah, so we'll see where it goes. SMLZ really needs an IE, then he should be able to take over this game with the help of Cool. On the other side of the rift, you just feel that like the longer this goes, the more control that LGD will have over the game, but not necessarily the better team composition. They don't do as much damage, but they should just be able to control everything. The worry right now is that they just haven't got any turrets. There's no gold on their side of the map, so you know it's still a 6,000 gold lead. Should be getting better because they should have been able to use Trundle, use Ezreal to chip down some turrets. Traffic cones plus Mystic shots are so good, but we keep mentioning it. The wave clear on the side of OMG just prohibiting that from happening, and they just haven't been able to get any of that standing gold in their pockets.
Well, let's see which team is able to use that team composition more effectively. It's Cool once again. He's still in this middle lane. OMG, they kind of separate on the map for now, looking towards grouping up on the bottom side here.
I think you just sack the Dragon. You try and get a good stack in the top lane. You sack the Dragon. Oh, Myron,
caught. He's going to get
shopping.
caught out. He's caught window shopping the Trundle now. He's desperately trying to keep himself alive. Has to pop that ultimate and the traffic cone. This means OMG might be able to get some pressure onto the bottom lane. Imp, he's doing Imp things up in the top lane. Nowhere close to his team.
Imp should have been near his team. Myron should get the heck out of the bush. Imp should have been able to take that top lane turret. Instead, he gets caught, so Imp has to rotate across. That's honestly really sloppy play out of LGD. That was their opportunity. You know, Dragon up in 30. OMG were always going to group around it to just try and get some of the standing gold. But in the end, it's just not to be.
And Xiang does have his TP, but Myron's is close and not quite there. Tempered Fate's going to hit onto 5, though. Imp is going to collapse for it. Schwann's on the area. He's going to put the ulti down. No, he does, but it's a little too late. The Wild Growth forced to be burnt out, and 5 might still die as the heal's also burnt from SMLZ. You caught off on the other side, but OMG used so much there just to save their support.
Yeah, they certainly do, but a lot used on LGD's side, and once again, this game is a battle of centimeters. They force out 5, they're forcing mass recalls, but what do they actually get for it? Not really all of that much. A bounced wave in the top lane, you could say, is definitely in LGD's favor because it's going to be mean more farm for Imp eventually, but not much else is going to come of that little tussle.
Dragon has not been taken down just yet. It's still left up.
LGD should not fight for this Dragon. They should try and trade it for some gold on the map. Even if it's just getting that big creep wave in the bottom that they're sending Myron towards right now, there is no way they are stronger.
Looks like they are going to listen to you, Coach Spawn, because OMG, they're going to be able to take up this Dragon for free. They get Dragon number 2 for themselves. So they do have
and this is funny. This is actually what LGD were really famous for. You've seen that Sivir has been farming the mid lane, but no one else from OMG has really been getting farm in the last couple of minutes. LGD, however, have just been shoving it into turret and then letting it bounce back and hoovering up all 3 waves. So what that means is they should actually be lessening the gold lead just slightly. You can see that it has come down a little bit, but OMG, we keep mentioning it, this is a strategy against that. Just shove through a turret, actually take the turret, bounce the gold wave back in your favor.
And again, OMG, love to be as 5. They do group there and take that turret, but it was like LGD is starting to run out of structures to give over to OMG. Eventually, you have to pick a team fight that you like and run with it. And it's going to only getting harder, excuse me, as OMG continue to get further and further ahead in gold. It's incremental advantages, but eventually, Snowball gets too big.
Yeah, it certainly does, and that's another turret. We keep mentioning it. These actually should, at this stage of the games, be the outer turrets falling for OMG. LGD's comp should start coming online, but it's just not the case. And you see, once again, they're going towards makeshift builds. That's a last whisper build up for Imp. Probably wanted a balk, but going to have to make do with the cheaper components.
Has to make do with that with the huge front line that OMG can threaten LGD with right now. The Nautilus and the Gragas standing in front with all the help that Lulu can give them. And we did mention this in Champion Select, but OMG, they are lacking slightly on damage, but when you have 7,000 gold ahead of your opponents, damage is not one of the things that you're too concerned about.
Yeah, 100% correct. And now it just becomes, can Wayless blow someone up before the fight? Like, can he blow up either the Lulu or the Sivir? Because they're the 2 key components, right? If he can, cool, 1 team fight for LGD. If he can't, probably in a lot of trouble.
Well, it does feel like big moment coming up for OMG. They've got themselves a nice lead. They've knocked down plenty of turrets. They've got 3 damage items on both their carries.
And beyond that, you honestly feel like this is the... Oh, Wayless caught out.
Nice.
Does get it. You honestly feel like this is a season for LGD. If they win this game, there is some redemption. You know, they'll be back within playoff contention. They will have started that uphill battle of trying to get work done. But if they lose this to OMG, it's a cross-group map. It's going to be a very hard road back.
Definitely going to be a very hard road back for LGD. Even if they are able to pick this one up, they're still on the bottom of the table. You have mentioned time and time again they are 1 game off of playoff contention. And this is a crucial match for them. 7,000 gold lead for OMG now. And slowly but surely pulling this goal even further and further. And look at this. I don't think we've seen this in this game, but Marin and Seyoung just battling it out in the bottom lane again, trading blows. I'm surprised they haven't just started ignoring each other yet.
I'm ready for that.
Oh, SMLZ.
Good spell shield, but Imp's going to chase for a true shot barrage. It's not enough, but it doesn't matter because PYL's there with the assist.
And all of a sudden, Lulu's in the top lane. There is no wave clear. How many turrets can they grab in the mid lane? You can see that they want to trade to the point where they're willing to tank it up. So LGD, they just need to get gold. That's why they're so desperate right now. And Imp still wants to go.
Trade is exactly what LGD are trying to do. They took down the first turret in the middle lane, looking for more. Marin does have his teleport available, so can assist his team if they need him to. Now LGD are going to just slowly back off and group back up again.
No, so not necessarily. They need to shove in this middle wave whilst Marin shoves in the bottom wave and see if they can get a cheat through the jungle. They are going to back off. I really don't think that's a good choice. They've still got time while Sivir's dead. They decide that they're just going to take the small victory. It's an LDR picked up there for Imp. So he's got 3 items right now, but Well, this is beginning to become really, really rough. When
And
you get a pick on the key component, you only get one turret. That's difficult.
And I will say, I feel like LGD have maybe overcompensated in this particular game. Game 1 just got rolled over, right? Couldn't do anything. Game 2, roll over OMG and did maybe too much as far as the aggression goes. I just feel like this game they're playing a little too safe. And even though it feels like they're not making as many mistakes, they are doing good things. It feels like instead of winning, they're losing slowly. And that's not what you want to do against any team.
Yeah, I kind of agree with you. I just think that, like, right now, Wayless has to go towards Lichbane and just see if he can one-shot someone. Like, that is their win condition. Like, can Wayless and Imp get enough damage out at the start of it to, like, just absolutely destroy someone? They're also giving side lane farm over to you, which I just really don't agree with at this stage of the game. But we will see if it does work out, as SMLZ poses wandering into a brush.
It kind of reminds me of a Siva's splash out here, but we were able to see how LGD were able to do just that. They pick someone off, but look at this. It's going to be the PYL here. He uses Heaven Fate on himself, but it's not going to be enough. It's going to be Coolder's able to take him down eventually. So they get the nice pick off here. OMG now looking to try and posture around the Baron and trying to see if they can try and take that big purple worm down. Marin is sitting in the base, threatening with a teleport.
So that's what they really have to do right now, get the teleport in. They have committed. This may be a little bit of an overreach. See what they can do here.
Marin's looking for it. He's TP'd in already, but OMG are happy to back
Gets
away.
hooked up.
Marin does get hooked and boxed in. He's going to go down pretty quickly, but he's able to flash out of the way. The rest of OMG, though, straight into the team fight they've been looking for all game long. Yu's going to die. Imp's going to die, and that's 2 kills already for OMG.
Yeah, it certainly is. And Wayless and Myron, the last 2 members standing, still have to go back to this Baron. They cannot give it over. Wayless is maybe looking for a little bit of a snipe on the back end.
He's now actually going to get locked down here. Marin and Wayless desperately trying to defend this. The Baron is down to 600 health. The smite goes out from Gragas. Lulu will go down, but look at this, 5. He gets a nice splash hook. He will be able to survive. As the death ray did not connect here. Now Marin, he's trying to run away. Tren is not having any of it. Come back here. You are not the new member on this team. I was from here before. And Troll is just going to be able to run away.
Yeah, he gets a second ulti out. That's how low the cooldown is on Trundle ulti at this stage of the game. So Baron does go over to OMG. They extend that lead to about 10,000. We'll be able to pick up Dragon number 3 as well for their trouble right now. A kill onto Wayless is a good thing, but that was just, you know, very bad positioning out of PYL to get caught out, and then the rest of the team a little bit too zealous the first defense of the Baron.
Yeah, and exactly what OMG wanted. A reason for LGD to actually come at them and fight them. Teamfight happens, OMG already have a lead. They steamroll through the fight, take the Baron, and we'll see what damage they can get done now, because LGD is starting to be on life support here in this final game. Felt like game 2 had everything they wanted, but this game has left a little wanting as OMG still in the driver's seat. Seems like the train's back up and running for now.
Yeah, it certainly does. Gragas, conductor, in charge of the train right now.
Conductor
1-0-4.
Gragas would actually be an amazing skin.
Yeah, it would be a really good skin. But we will see the straight line wave clear of Victor coming into play here. He is a very good wave clear champion. And they haven't got the Lulu with the team comp. It is one of the key components, so maybe a little bit of an oversight here out of OMG, because the defense so far is being successful.
No teleport on Lulu either. Does have that ignite, so Cool can't just rejoin his team as and when he pleases. And he doesn't have Baron buff. He did die there. So no Baron buff to help him push out that top lane faster. He's now going to be able to slowly push that one out, use the Whimsy to group up with his team. But look at this, SMLZ looked like he wanted to go home. The team is grouped up. OMG are looking for that final push.
Well, I think they're a little bit afraid to maybe go too much. So Xiang is going to get aggressive on this tower. Does do nice damage to it. You can see the Iceborne Gauntlet doing some work. Xuan also going to join him to see if they can get it down.
Oh, this is dangerous.
It's an overcommit. Xuan body slams out to safety. Xiang still tanking the turret.
Xiang honestly nearly bound his jungler underneath that turret. That could have been absolutely horrible for them. There we go.
Oh, and that could be the problem. Tempered Fate will miss, though. Xuan able to maybe get out as well. Magical Journey put down, but Cool still here in the top lane. OMG do well to keep Cool there and get that tower. As now you getting chunked up by the Lulu, who's going to try and dive back in, but Cool just does way too much here.
Yeah, he certainly does, and it means that they crack open bottom side of the base as well. LGD, it's do or die time because you've lost all of your base.
They're about to lose even more here. So OMG, they're looking for the middle inhibitor turret as well. Traffic Cone's going to separate the Sivir, who has to take the dark passage to get out. But the base of LGD is just slowly getting destroyed by OMG. They're taking it down objective after objective and turret by turret, slowly dismantling LGD.
They certainly are, and you can see that, you know, they're giving... Once again, I just don't understand this you taking farm, but that's all right. It's something that I'm going to have to learn to live with because he's not really going anywhere. You need the Trundle to be massive to be that front line, and then you just need Victor. He's going towards, looks like, a Void Staff to try and deal with the front line. I really just think that he needed a Lich Bane to just be able to flash onto either Cool or onto Sivir and just be like, you're now no longer a part of this game. Because right now, if they have those two components with the tanks up, it's just way too hard to win a fight against OMG.
And you can see OMG, they always play the same way, front to back, and front's looking good, back's looking great. And OMG still with a massive gold lead, looking to try and close this one out. 37 minutes in, starting to get pretty late. LGD still playing catch up on a couple of key pieces on the items, but they're not too far away. It's just maybe comp for comp. OMG is just a little more straightforward, and the pressure's still there. The Baron buff, I believe, has dropped off. Looks like it has, but the base is still wide open for the taking.
One thing I will say is if OMG ever lose a team fight, there is so much standing gold on the map. And 37 minutes in, death time is a very punishing, so we've seen it happen before. OMG now looking to try and siege up this bottom. Xiyoung on the top side. We'll see whether Yu's able to defend.
Yu's just absolutely tickling this Nautilus now. But look at this, OMG. They're breaking open the first inhibitor. The first inhibitor in the bottom lane will go down. Yu, he can't defend against this Nautilus by himself. They're going to send some backup up into the top lane. But this is just going to signal OMG to move towards the mid lane now. They're working on that mid lane inhibitor turret. Trend going to take a bunch of damage here. They successfully knocked them off the turret. That's incredibly low now.
But it is still standing, and you know, I keep saying this, but LGD, they just need to get their items. They need that one team fight. That is the last hope as you see Xiyoung on your screen. Take a look at Marin as well. Top lane is for use there at home. But this is like, it's always a worry. OMG, they're playing so well. Like, this is a very consistent, good performance out of the team. But League of Legends at the moment, 38 minutes into the game, one team fight decides everything. And LGD, they do have that team fight there with one more item on each of their carries.
And it's not far away, but OMG, I think they know they're going to try and get the money in with the best and close this one out sooner rather than later. Imp gets hugely chunked by Cool, though, who with that more carry-oriented Lulu build. Now with a Ludens and a Void stuff built in.
Yeah, he's done. That's what I'm saying. Like, right now is OMG's time to shine. Everyone is done. They need to win or lose the game now.
And they're looking to try and close this one out. They've taken down all the inhibitor turrets, working on the last two inhibitors, but they've caught onto Wayless. They're going to knock him up with the ultimate. The Tempered Fate will lock down the Nautilus as well, but Marin, he's been caught out in the back lines, instantly obliterated. The casket will separate everyone at LGD. Gragas gets ulted by the Lulu, but look at this, Sivir's getting taken down incredibly low. SMLZ trying to desperately climb. The Warlord's Bloodlust keeping her alive, and OMG, they pick up an ace, and they will be able to pick up the best of 3 win.
Yeah, Marin just on the back line goes too early. OMG is going to be able to take this one.
Xiyoung lived for so long.
Xiyoung just uses, you know, that GA, and you're going to actually see him on your screen there. He's not phased at all.
Certainly not. Blocks it with his face. Barely got through the GA, taking 2 Nexus turrets. That's how tanky he was by the end of it. But a win there for OMG at the end. Nice few team fights there after a good little snowball on LGD. You can see Imp in particular just sort of slumps his shoulders. LGD, they're starting to pick up games now, but that's not enough in this format. You need the 2 wins. And LGD will continue with only the 1 series.
So there's one bright spot out of that series if you are LGD. Wayless is playing good League of Legends again. Wayless played very well against Cool in that set. But Marin still looks confused in the roster. I still don't think their jungle is the answer. You did, once again, pretty much nothing that whole series. Farmed up very, very well. Didn't really team fight particularly well, though, for a farming jungler. So LGD, they look better, but that's just not good enough.
And I think OMG still looking better as the weeks go on. It does feel like, I mean, they're predictable. We knew that already. Yeah. I'm worried about champion pools for this team now because they can play League the way they want to play. Can they play it when the meta shifts or their champions get banned? I'm not sure yet.
Yeah, the thing is that living or dying by their jungler a little bit too much. Game 2 didn't have a good performance at all. Game 3 had a really good performance there on the Gragas, was able to get a lot of the casts to start up those fights. So I think that is going to be the big defining factor about OMG. Their playstyle is predictable, it's consistent. Now their players need to be consistent and start stepping up on a regular basis. Can they get that done?
And I think if they can, they'll just look like such a strong team here. Whereas with LGD, I will say, a game win there, I think they could have won the series if they played a little better. And it is nice to see signs of life from the team. After that first game, I thought we were just going to get another train wreck LGD series. But they did actually impress me today, despite the loss.
Well, Dynamic Q was introduced recently, and that seems like what LGD have been focusing on. And it worked out great for them, being able to play in that manner. And picking up a win that was great. They didn't replicate it in game number 3, and it was just the OMG train running through people once again.
Yeah, I think that it was a little bit more that they understand now how much each of these games mean, right? So they are very hesitant to drop the series, which means that if they ever go 1-1, they're going to play game 3 very, very cautiously and try and build a lead. That's not what LGD is good at. No. They're good at running over their lane. So I think that was actually LGD being their own worst enemy in game 3. Which is much better than watching them not understand how to play the game, right? They still had a game plan. They were still trying to execute on it. And they were just a little bit too hesitant to do it in that game 3.
Yeah, and I agree with you. The playoff buff is very strong for LGD, and we are getting closer to playoffs now that we're through day 1 of week number 6. But I guess the worry has to be for LGD and LGD fans, is it going to be too little too late? Again, signs of life here. I know these things will take time, but they don't have that much time left anymore.
Don't worry, Patriot Time. Spawners reassured me they're only 1 game away from playoff contention.
Certainly are. As we take a look at the day's results, it was QG picking up a win. And then it was OMG 2-1ing LGD in what was a much closer series than I think we initially would have anticipated.
100% agree. From the game 1 where an AD carry forgot to buy a starting item to actually have really nice best of 3 series, it was good to see. But we are going to have a check-in with the standings after today. Xiaogu still atop Group A at 8-1. Snake still playing this weekend at 6-2, sitting in second. Xiaogu, though, they only lost once. Feels like they barely ever lose. And with Uzi in the lineup, they're only getting more exciting.
Yeah, they certainly are. LGD are going to play off against Vici. That's later on in this week. Snake and WE are interesting to watch, but this is really the group where everything's happening. OMG launched themselves into playoff there. They're just behind EDG, but RNG Invictus, wow, that is just such a group.
This group is so close. RNG and Vici, the second last team in the group, are separated by 2 wins. That's how close this entire group is.
Yeah, unfortunately, it only feels like HYG are sort of pulling up the rear in that group, but 5 amazing teams there, and as Spawn mentioned, only 4 of them can make playoffs. Group A, I think a little more polarized, definitely. The team's very top-heavy, but you never know. We're halfway through at this point. Things could still get crazy.
Yeah, it certainly could, and we'll see whether that is what works out there. Group B is going to be because like playoffs and how you run into playoffs for Group B is going to be so important. You do not want to play RNG round 1 at the moment. They just look unstoppable.
I agree. Even though they did pick up maybe not the best results internationally recently at IEM, they look strong. We've looked strong when we've seen them play. Feels like they're just a team that always has stuff going on. And it's nice the LPL has a lot of top teams. I feel like we're starting to separate them a little bit more, but the middle of the pack feels really stacked to me. That's the scariest thing. Like, we know who the best teams are, but I'm not sure we know who the best of the middle teams are yet.
Yeah, Invictus, Snake, EDG, like all these teams that are being thrown into the mix, they all have like very defining features about them, whether it's their mid laner for Invictus, team fighting and how they play the lanes on Snake, or just the pure brilliance that is EDG when they actually show up on their given day. I completely agree with you. There's this big middle of the pack right now where you can't really say who is stronger, like 3 through 7 in the LPL.
And this is only halfway through the cross-conference as well. And these teams, cross-group, are only going to play each other once. So it's very difficult to see who is going to come out ahead in the middle of the pack as well.
I mean, we've got the rest of the week to play those out as well. So excited to see what the rest of our weekend's matchups bring. But to be honest, I'm kind of excited to see these groups go to battle again. Because if ever going to get a late shake-up before playoffs, it is, of course, going to be when the groups have to play each other again. You have to think after this amount of time, teams are going to really understand. And that big stack Group B might finally unseat itself.
Yeah, it certainly looks to be that way. I guess we won't see that much more out of OMG this week. They're already done for the week, even though it's game number 1. It is going to be like, what happens with the other teams? Like, how does Invictus play out this week? I think they're the team to watch because they are on the cusp of like, there's QG, RNG, and then there's kind of Invictus just below them. And if they have a good week, they can definitely move into that position.
I'm really excited to watch Invictus as well. I feel like they are the ones that are really stepping up as well right now.
Well, we do have an MVP from the last game. It was cool earning an MVP for his Lulu game there. Not too bad. Did like the Lulu. Is nice to see Cool back in the lineup as well.
Yeah, it certainly was. You know, one of the veterans of the scene has come back into the lineup. Had a pretty good series. You know, the Twisted Fate game was good. Got some bans out there. Lulu was solid. I just think that this team is so... they're very across the board. There's no real X factor apart from their jungler and their support. I feel like their laners kind of always do the same thing, and then it's just like do 5 and Chuen go off. Like that's when they win games.
Cool truly impressed me today, and not in the way that I expected Icon in the mid lane like he would have, because we really expected it to be the Korean Slayer going up against Wayless, the Chinese mid laner now, and see if he can repeat the same thing against a Chinese mid laner. But Cool stepping back in here wasn't quite that, you know, assassination-like threat, but really fit into the freight train lineup of OMG nicely.
Yeah, I mean, he's a veteran. He knows how to play the style. I think he probably had a hand in inventing it a few years ago. But for me, I agree. The X Factor wasn't there for the mid lane like it was for me with Icon.
Yeah, and Icon was kind of the player that would just go off randomly. Like, he would solo kill people and, you know, had a very deep assassin champion pool. So it's a different feel, but I think it is a more consistent OMG.
And, I mean, they both work for OMG, but in 2 separate ways. Icon kills someone, gets you ahead that way, whereas Cool is kind of like, okay, I'm going to help you kill someone, and then we're going to get ahead that way.
Yeah, you haven't seen his Ari yet. He still he still kills people when he wants to as well.
Hopefully get a few more cool games, see how he does. And that does leave us for the day. It's been an awesome day 1 of LPL. We have 3 more days up. Please join us tomorrow to continue week 6. But for now, for myself, casters, and production crew, we'll see you tomorrow. You guys have a good night.